Chaucer for Children, a golden key ******* Chaucer for Children key to the cover. The first arch contains a glimpse of Palamon and Arcite fighting desperately, yet wounded oftener and sharplier by love's arrows than by each deadly stroke. The ruthless boy aloft showers gaily upon them his poisoned shafts. The second contains Aurelius and Dorigen, that loving wife left on Breton shores, who was so nearly caught in the trap she set for herself. Aurelius offers her his heart aflame. It is true his attitude is humble, but she is utterly in his power. She cannot get away whilst he is kneeling on her dress. The third represents the summoner led away, but this time neither to profit nor to pleasure, by his horned companion. The wicked spirit holds the reins of both horses in his hand, and the summoner already quakes in anticipation of what is in store for him. The fourth contains the three rioters. The emblem of that death they sought so wantonly hangs over their heads. The reward of sin is not far off. The fifth arch is too much concealed by the lock to do more than suggest one of Griselda's babes. The key, from which the book takes its name, we trust may unlock the too little known treasures of the first of English poets. The daisy, symbol for all time both of Chaucer and of children, and thus curiously fitted to be the connecting link between them, may point the way to lessons fairer than flowers in stories as simple as daisies. Chaucer for Children demi-8vo, cloth limp, 2s. 6d Chaucer for Schools. By Mrs. Horeyes, author of Chaucer for Children. This is a copious and judicious selection from Chaucer's tales, with full notes on the history, manners, customs, and language of the 14th century, with marginal glossary and a literal poetical version in modern English in parallel columns with the original poetry. 6 of the Canterbury Tales are thus presented, in sections of from 10 to 200 lines, mingled with prose narrative. Chaucer for Schools is issued to meet a widely expressed want, and is especially adapted for class instruction. It may be profitably studied in connection with the maps and illustrations of Chaucer for Children. We hail with pleasure the appearance of Mrs. Horeyes' Chaucer for Schools. Her account of Chaucer the tale-teller is certainly the pleasantest, chattiest, and at the same time one of the soundest descriptions of the old master, his life and works and general surroundings, that have ever been written. The chapter cannot be too highly praised. Academy. The authoress is in such felicitous harmony with her task, that the young student, who in this way first makes acquaintance with Chaucer, may well through life ever after associate Mrs. Horeyes with the rare productions of the father of English poetry. School Board Chronicle unmistakably presents the best means yet provided of introducing young pupils to the study of our first great poet. Scotsman. In her Chaucer for Schools, Mrs. Horeyes has prepared a great assistance for boys and girls who have to make the acquaintance of the poet. Even grown people, who like their reading made easy for them, will find the book a pleasant companion. Guardian. The subject has been dealt with in such a full and comprehensive way, that the book must be commended to everyone whose study of early English poetry has been neglected. Daily Chronicle. We venture to think that this happy idea will attract to the study of Chaucer not a few children of a larger growth, who have found Chaucer to be very hard reading, even with the help of a glossary and copious notes. Mrs. Horizer's book displays throughout most excellent and patient workmanship, and it cannot fail to induce many to make themselves more fully acquainted with the writings of the father of English literature. Echo. The book is a mine of poetic beauty and most scholarly explanation, which deserves a place on the shelves of every school library. School newspaper. For those who have yet to make the acquaintance of the sweet and quaint singer, there could not well be a better book than this. Mrs. Horize is, of course, an enthusiast, and her enthusiasm is contagious. Her volume ought to be included in all lists of school books, at least, in schools where boys and girls are supposed to be laying the foundations of a liberal education. Literary World. Mrs. Horize has, by her Chaucer for Schools, rendered invaluable assistance to those who are anxious to promote the study of English literature in our higher and middle grade schools. Although this edition of Chaucer has been expressly prepared for school use, it will be of great service to many adult readers. School Guardian. Chatto and Windus, Piccadilly, W. Larger Image Night. Squire. Boy. Wife of Bath. Prioress. Chaucer, a clerk. Friar. Mine host. Monk. Summoner. Pardoner. Second nun. Franklin. Mine host assembling the Canterbury Pilgrims. Chaucer for Children, a golden key by Mrs. H. R. Horize, illustrated with 8 colored pictures and numerous woodcuts by the author. Larger image doth now your devoir, young knights proud. A new edition, revised. London, Chatto and Windus, Piccadilly, 1882. Chiefly for the use and pleasure of my little Lionel, for whom I felt the need of some book of the kind, I have arranged and illustrated this Chaucer storybook. Contents: forwards to the second edition 9 forwards 11 Chaucer the Tale-Teller 1 Canterbury Tales, Chaucer's Pilgrims 17 Chaucer's Prologue 18 The Knight's Tale 34 The Friar's Tale 57 The Clerk's Tale 65 The Franklin's Tale 84 The Pardoner's Tale 92 Minor Poems, Complaint of Chaucer to his Purse 102 Rondeau 101 Viruli 102 Good Counsel of Chaucer 104 Notes on the Pictures 107 List of illustrations. Colored pictures. Page I Pilgrims starting frontispiece 2. Dinner in the Olden Time to face 2-3. Lady Crossing the Street 6-4. Fair Emily 37 v Griselda's Marriage 69-6. Griselda's Bereavement 72-7. Dorigen and Aurelius 86-8. The Rioter 97 Chaucer's Portrait 3 Woodcuts. Page I Tournament Title Page 2. Table 2-3. Headdresses 2-4. Maps of Old and Modern London to face 4v Ladies' Headdresses 5-6. Shoe 6-7. John of Gaunt 7-8. Ship 8-9. Stylus 10x The Knight 1911. The Squire 2012. The Yeoman 2113. The Prioress 2214. The Monk 2415. The Friar 2516. The Merchant 2617. The Clerk 2718. The Serjeant of Law 2819. The Franklin 28XX. Table Dormant 28XXI. The Doctor of Physic 29XXII. The Wife of Bath 2923. The Parson 30XIV. The Ploughman 31XXV. The Summoner 31XXVI. The Pardoner 31XXAE. Mine Host 32XXVIII. Knights in Armour 48 Forwards to the Second Edition. In revising Chaucer for Children for a new edition, I have fully availed myself of the help and counsel of my numerous reviewers and correspondents, without weighting the book, which is really designed for children, with a number of new facts, and theories springing from the new facts, such as I have incorporated in my book for older readers, Chaucer for Schools. Curious discoveries are still being made, and will continue to be, thanks to the labors of men like Mr. F. J. Furnivall, and many other able and industrious scholars, encouraged by the steadily increasing public interest in Chaucer. I must express my sincere thanks and gratification for the reception this book has met with from the press generally, and from many eminent critics in particular, and last, not least, from those to whom I devoted my pleasant toil, the children of England. M. E. Horais. Forewords. To the Mother. A Chaucer for Children may seem to some an impossible storybook, but it is one which I have been encouraged to put together by noticing how quickly my own little boy learned and understood fragments of early English poetry. I believe that if they had the chance, many other children would do the same. I think that much of the construction and pronunciation of Old English which seems stiff and obscure to grown-up people, appears easy to children, whose crude language is in many ways its counterpart. The narrative in early English poetry is almost always very simply and clearly expressed, with the same kind of repetition of facts and names which, as every mother knows, is what children most require in storytelling. The emphasis, 1, which the final E gives to many words is another thing which helps to impress the sentences on the memory, the sense being often shorter than the sound. It seems but natural that every English child should know something of one who left so deep an impression on his age, and on the English tongue, that he has been called by Occleve the finder of our fair language. For in his day there was actually no national language, no national literature, English consisting of so many dialects, each having its own literature intelligible to comparatively few, and the court and educated classes still adhering greatly to Norman French for both speaking and writing. Chaucer, who wrote for the people, chose the best form of English, which was that spoken at court, at a time when English was regaining supremacy over French, and the form he adopted laid the foundation of our present national tongue. Chaucer is, moreover, a thoroughly religious poet, all his merriest stories having a fair moral. Even those which are too coarse for modern taste are rather naive than injurious, and his pages breathe a genuine faith in God, and a passionate sense of the beauty and harmony of the divine work. The selections I have made are some of the most beautiful portions of Chaucer's most beautiful tales. I believe that some knowledge of, or at least interest in, the domestic life and manners of the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, would materially help young children in their reading of English history. The political life would often be interpreted by the domestic life, and much of that time which to a child's mind forms the driest portion of history, because so unknown, would then stand out as it really was, glorious and fascinating in its vigor and vivacity, its enthusiasm, and love of beauty and bravery. There is no clearer or safer exponent of the life of the 14th century, as far as he describes it, than Geoffrey Chaucer. As to the difficulties of understanding Chaucer, they have been greatly overstated. An occasional reference to a glossary is all that is requisite, and, with a little attention to a very simple general rule, anybody with moderate intelligence and an ear for musical rhythm can enjoy the lines. In the first place, it must be borne in mind that the E at the end of the Old English words was usually a syllable, and must be sounded, as April, swoot, and C note, then, that Chaucer is always rhythmical. Hardly ever is his rhythm a shade wrong, and therefore, roughly speaking, if you pronounce the words so as to preserve the rhythm, all will be well. When the final E must be sounded in order to make the rhythm right, sound it, but where it is not needed leave it mute. 2. Thus, in the opening lines, one that April la with his scouress swoot showers, sweet the drought of marsheth perceed to the root pierced, root and bath ud var vain in switch liquor such, liquor of which virtue engendered is the flower. Prologue. Flower. You see that in those words which I have put in italics the final E must be sounded slightly, for the rhythm's sake. And smaller fowles marken melodie, small birds make that sle pen el the night with open ye. Prologue. Sleep, all again, to quote at random, the busilark messenger of day lark. Messenger salueth in higher song the more we grey. Night's tale, saluteth her, morning full long wern his leg gus, and full lean, legs, lean like a staff there was no calf why say nay. Prologue. Rev, or in Chaucer's exquisite greeting of the daisy, nling alwy till it unclose edways always upon the smaller, soft hair, swote hair gra. Legend of good women, small, soft, sweet. How much of the beauty and natural swing of Chaucer's poetry is lost by translation into modern English, is but too clear when that beauty is once perceived. But I thought some modernization of the old lines would help the child to catch the sense of the original more readily. For my own rendering, I can only make the apology that when I commenced my work I did not know it would be impossible to procure suitable modernized versions by eminent poets. Finding that unattainable, I merely endeavored to render the old version in modern English as closely as was compatible with sense, and the simplicity needful for a child's mind, and I do not in any degree pretend to have rendered it in poetry. The beauty of such passages as the death of Arcite is too delicate and evanescent to bear rough handling. But I may here quote some of the lines as an example of the importance of the final E in emphasizing certain words with an almost solemn music. And with that word his spec e fail e gan, speech, fail for fro his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death that had him overtaken and yet more over in his arm is too now. Arms the six tal strength is lost, and alagu gone only the intellect, without ten more without that dwell led in his hurt seek and sore heart, sick gan fail e when the hurt felt e death. Knight's Tale, began to fail, felt death. There is hardly anything finer than Chaucer's version of the story of these passionate young men, up to the touching close of Arcite's accident and the beautiful patience of death. In life nothing would have reconciled the almost animal fury of the rivals, but at the last such a resignation comes to Arcite that he gives up Emily to Palamon with a sublime effort of self-sacrifice. Throughout the whole of the Knight's Tale sounds as of rich organ music seem to peal from the page. Throughout the Clerk's Tale one seems to hear strains of infinite sadness echoing the strange outrages imposed on patient Grisel. But without attention to the rhythm half the grace and music is lost, and therefore it is all important that the child be properly taught to preserve it. I have adhered generally to Morris's text, 1866, being both good and popular, 3, only checking it by his Clarendon Press edition, and by Tyrwhitt, Skeat, Bell, and C, when I conceive force is gained, and I have added a running glossary of such words as are not immediately clear, on a level with the line, to disperse any lingering difficulty. In the pictures I have been careful to preserve the right costumes, colors, and surroundings, for which I have resorted to the MSS of the time, knowing that a child's mind, unaided by the eye, fails to realize half of what comes through the ear. Children may be encouraged to verify these costumes in the figures upon many tombs and stalls, and see, in old churches, and in old pictures. In conclusion, I must offer my sincere and hearty thanks to many friends for their advice, assistance, and encouragement during my work, amongst them, Mr. J. Ellis, Mr. F. J. Furnivall, and Mr. Calderon. Whatever may be the shortcomings of the book, I cannot but hope that many little ones, while listening to Chaucer's tales, will soon begin to be interested in the picturesque life of the Middle Ages, and may thus be led to study and appreciate the English Homer, for, by the pages I have written for my own little boy. Accent of Chaucer. The mother should read to the child a fragment of Chaucer with the correct pronunciation of his day, of which we give an example below, inadequate, of course, but sufficient for the present purpose. The whole subject is fully investigated in the 3 first parts of the Treatise on Early English Pronunciation, with special reference to Shakespeare and Chaucer by Alexander J. Ellis, F.R.S. The A is, as in the above languages, pronounced as inane, apella, and ce commonly, as in icart, and c. The final E was probably indistinct, as in German now, hab, word, and c. Not unlike the A in China, it was lost before a vowel. the final E is still sounded by the French in singing. In Old French verse, one finds it as indispensable to the rhythm as in Chaucer, and as graceful, hence probably the modern retention of the letter as a syllable in vocal music. OU is sounded as the French OU. I generally as on the continent, EE, never as we sound it at present. CH as in Scotch and German. I quote the opening lines of the prologue as the nearest to hand. One that April with his scouress swoot the drought of Marsheth pierced to the root, and bathud every vein in switch liquor, of which virtue engendered is the flower. One Zephyrus eke with his sweat breathe inspiradeth in every holt and heed the tenderer crops, and the young sonneth in the ram his half cause iron, and small fowls maken melody, that slepen all the night with open ye, so priketh hem nature in her courages, and see one that Aprila with his shrs sotter the drkht. Of marcheth pairs to the rotter, and bathid everyvn in sweet liquor, of which via two engendered is the flr. One Zephyr's ake with his swater breather enspiredeth in every holt and hather the tenderer crops, and the younger snurreth in the ram his halfa crs iona, and smaller flays maken melodie, that slapen al the nict with open ee, so pricketh hem nata in her courages, and see. It will thus be seen that many of Chaucer's lines end with a dissyllable, instead of a single syllable. Sote, wrote, breath, heth, and see, having the final E, are words of 2 syllables. Courages is a word of 3, ages rhyming with pilgrimages in the next line. It will also be apparent that some lines are lengthened with a syllable too much for strict meter, a license allowed by the best poets, which, avoiding as it does any possible approach to a doggerel sound, has a lifting, billowy rhythm, and, in fact, takes the place of a turn in music. A few instances will suffice, and though that I no weapon have in this place, have here my troth, to more will I nyl not fail, without enwitting of any other white. As any raven feather it shone for black. A man mo ben a fool other young or oldie. I think that anyone reading these lines twice over as I have roughly indicated, will find the accent one not difficult to practice, and the perfect rhythm and ring of the lines facilitates matters, as the ear can frequently guide the pronunciation. The lines can scarcely be read too slowly or majestically. I must not here be understood to imply that difficulties in reading and accentuating Chaucer are chimerical, but only that it is possible to understand and enjoy him without as much difficulty as is commonly supposed. In perusing the whole of Chaucer, there must needs be exceptional readings and accentuation, which in detail only a student of the subject would comprehend or care for. The rough rule suggested in the preface is a good one, as far as the rhythm goes. As regards the sound, I have given a rough example. I will quote a fragment again from the prologue as a second instance. There was also anon, a prioress, that of higher smylyng was full simple and coy, higher gretis tooth nas but by Saint Louis, and sche was clept Madame Eglantine. Full well sche sang the service divine, entuned in higher nose full semele, and Fransk sche spark full fair and fetisly, after the skull of Stratford at Bow, for Fransk of Paris was to higher unknown. There was also a preerissa, that of her smealing was fl simpland cui, he a greatest oth nas btbs ent Louis, and she was clept Madam Eglantina. Fl well she sang the cervic divina, entuned in hianosa fl simile, and French she I spak flfr and fatis lie, after the school of Stratford at a Boe, for French of Paris was to her en noe observe simpland for simple and, simple being pronounced like a word of one syllable. With the common English pronunciation the lines would not scan. Vernical Christopher Wimple Chalindra Companable and C are further instances of this mute e, and may be read as French words. Chaucer the Tale-Teller. I do you like hearing stories? I am going to tell you of someone who lived a very long time ago, and who was a very wise and good man, and who told more wonderful stories than I shall be able to tell you in this little book. But you shall hear some of them, if you will try and understand them, though they are written in a sort of English different from what you are accustomed to speak. But, in order that you really may understand the stories, I must first tell you something about the man who made them, and also why his language was not the same as yours, although it was English. His name was Chaucer, Geoffrey Chaucer. You must remember his name, for he was so great a man that he has been called the father of English poetry, that is, the beginner or inventor of all the poetry that belongs to our England, and when you are grown up, you will often hear of Chaucer and his works. Chaucer lived in England 500 years ago, a longer time than such a little boy as you can even think of. It is now the year 1876, you know. Well, Chaucer was born about 1340, in the reign of King Edward III. We should quite have forgotten all Chaucer's stories in such a great space of time if he had not written them down in a book. But, happily, he did write them down, and so we can read them just as if he had only told them yesterday. If you could suddenly spring back into the time when Chaucer lived, what a funny world you would find. Everybody was dressed differently then from what people are now, and lived in quite a different way, and you might think they were very uncomfortable, but they were very happy, because they were accustomed to it all. People had no carpets in those days in their rooms. Very few people were rich enough to have glass windows. There was no paper on the walls, and very seldom any pictures, and as for spring sofas and armchairs, they were unknown. The seats were only benches placed against the wall. Sometimes a chair was brought on grand occasions to do honor to a visitor, but it was a rare luxury. The rooms of most people in those days had blank walls of stone or brick and plaster, painted white or colored, and here and there, behind the place of honor, perhaps, hung a sort of curtain, like a large picture, made of needlework, called tapestry. You may have seen tapestry hanging in rooms, with men and women and animals worked upon it. That was almost the only covering for walls in Chaucer's time. Now we have a great many other ornaments on them, besides tapestry. The rooms Chaucer lived in were probably like everyone's else. They had bare walls, with a piece of tapestry hung here and there on them, a bare floor, strewn with rushes, which must have looked more like a stable than a sitting room. But the rushes were better than nothing. They kept the feet warm, as our carpets do, though they were very untidy, and not always very clean. When Chaucer wanted his dinner or breakfast, he did not go to a big table like that you are used to. The table came to him. A couple of trestles or stands were brought to him, and a board laid across them, and over the board a cloth, and on the cloth were placed all the curious dishes they ate then. There was no such thing as coffee or tea. People had meat, and beer, and wine for breakfast, and dinner, and supper, all alike. They helped themselves from the common dish, and ate with their fingers, as dinner knives and forks were not invented, and it was thought a sign of special good breeding to have clean hands and nails. Plates there were none. But large flat cakes of bread were used instead, and when the meat was eaten off them, they were given to the poor, for, being full of the gravy that had soaked into them, they were too valuable to throw away. When they had finished eating, the servants came and lifted up the board, and carried it off. 3. And now for Chaucer himself. How funny you would think he looked, if you could see him sitting in his house. He wore a hood, of a dark color, with a long tail to it, which indoors hung down his back, and out of doors was twisted round his head to keep the hood on firm. This tail was called a liripipe. He did not wear a coat and trousers like your father's, but a sort of gown, called a tunic, or dalmatic, which in one picture of him is grey and loose, with large sleeves, and bright red stockings and black boots, but on great occasions he wore a close-fitting tunic, with a splendid belt and buckle, a dagger, and jeweled garters, and, perhaps, a gold circlet round his hair. How much prettier to wear such bright colors instead of black! Men and women dressed in green, and red, and yellow then, and when they walked in the streets, they looked as people look in pictures. Larger image dinner in the olden time. Larger image Geoffrey Chaucer. You may see how good and clever Chaucer was by his face, such a wise, thoughtful, pleasant face. He looks very kind, I think, as if he would never say anything harsh or bitter, but sometimes he made fun of people in a merry way. Words of his own, late in life, show that he was rather fat, his face small and fair. In manner he seemed elvish or shy, with a habit of staring on the ground, as if he would find a hare. All day he worked hard, and his spare time was given to studying and reading all way till his head ached and his look became dazed. House of Fame. Chaucer lived, like you, in London. Whether he was born there is not known. Winking sad smiley 5, but as his father, John Chaucer, was a vintner in Thames Street, London, it is probable that he was. Not much is known about his parents or family, except that his grandfather, Richard Chaucer, was also a vintner, and his mother had an uncle who was a moneyer, so that he came of respectable and well-to-do people, though not noble. 6. Whether he was educated at Oxford or Cambridge, whether he studied for the bar or for the church, there is no record to show, but there is no doubt that his education was a good one, and that he worked very hard at his books and tasks, otherwise he could not have grown to be the learned and cultivated man he was. We know that he possessed considerable knowledge of the classics, divinity, philosophy, astronomy, as much as was then known of chemistry, and, indeed, most of the sciences. French and Latin he knew as a matter of course, for the better classes used these tongues more than English, Latin for writing, and French for writing and speaking, for, by his translations from the French, he earned, early in life, a ballad of compliment from Eustache Deschamps, with the refrain, "Grand translator, noble Geoffrey Chaucer." It is probable, too, that he knew Italian, for, in his later life, we can see how he has been inspired by the great Italian writers, Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio. It has recently been discovered that for a time, certainly in 1357, Geoffrey Chaucer, being then 17, was a page, 7, in the household of Elizabeth, Countess of Ulster, wife of Lionel, second son of King Edward III. A position which he could not have held if he had not been a well-born, or at least well-educated, person. A page in those days was very different from what we call a page now, therefore we infer that the Chaucer family had interest at court, for without that, Geoffrey could never have entered the royal service. Most gentlemen's sons were educated by becoming pages. They entered the service of noble ladies, who paid them, or sometimes were even paid for receiving them. Thus young men learned courtesy of manners, and all the accomplishments of indoor and outdoor life, riding, the use of arms, and and were very much what an aide-de-camp in the army now is. Chaucer, you see, held a post which many a nobler-born lad must have coveted. There is a doubtful tradition that Chaucer was intended for a lawyer, and was a member of the Middle Temple, a large building in London, where a great many lawyers live still, and here, as they say, he was once fined 2 shillings for beating a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street. If this be true, it must have been rather a severe beating, for 2 shillings was a far larger sum than it is now, equal to about 16 shillings of our money. Chaucer was sometimes angry with the friars at later times in life, and deals them some hard hits in his writings with a relish possibly founded on personal experience of some disagreeable friar. At any rate, Chaucer never got fond of the friars, and thought they were often bad and mischievous men, who did not always act up to what they said. This is called hypocrisy, and is so evil a thing that Chaucer was quite right to be angry with people who were hypocrites. For Fleet Street still exists, though it was much less crowded with people in Chaucer's day than now. Indeed, the whole of London was very different from our London, and, oh, so much prettier. The streets within the London Wall were probably thickly populated, and not over-healthy, but outside the wall, streets such as Fleet Street were more like the streets of some of our suburbs, or rather some foreign towns, the houses irregular, with curious pointed roofs, here and there divided by little gardens, and even green fields. I dare say, when Chaucer walked in the streets, the birds sang over his head, and the hawthorn and primrose bloomed where now the black smoke and dust would soon kill most green things. Thames Street was where Chaucer long lived in London, but, at one time in his life at least, it is certain that he occupied a tenement at Aldgate, which formed part of an old prison, and it is probable that at another he lived in the beautiful Savoy Palace with John of Gaunt, whilst his wife was maid of honour. In 1393, Chaucer was living at Greenwich, near which he had work in 1390, poor and asking his friend Scogan to intercede for him where it would fructify, and at the end of his life he had a house in Westminster, said to be nearly on the same spot on which Henry VII's chapel now stands, and close to the abbey where he is buried. In those days it was the fashion, when the month of May, 8, arrived, for everybody, rich and poor, to get up very early in the morning, to gather boughs of hawthorn and laurel, to deck all the doorways in the street, as a joyful welcoming of the sweet springtime. Chaucer alludes more than once to this beautiful custom. The streets must have been full of fragrance then. He also tells us how he loved to rise up at dawn in the morning, and go into the fresh green fields, to see the daisies open. You have often seen the daisies shut up at night, but I don't suppose you ever saw them opening in the morning, and I am afraid, however early you got up in London, you could not reach the fields quick enough to see that. But you may guess from this how much nearer the country was to the town 500 years ago. There were so many fewer houses built then, that within a walk you could get right into the meadows. You may see that by comparing the two maps I have made for you. London was also much quieter. There were no railways, such things had never been heard of. There were not even any cabs or carriages. Sometimes a market cart might roll by, but not very often, and then everybody would run out to see what the unaccustomed clatter was all about. People had to walk everywhere, unless they were rich enough to ride on horseback, or lived near the river. In that case, they used to go in barges or boats on the Thames, as far as they could, for, strange as it may seem, even the king had no coach then. Larger image London in the 15th century. Larger image London in the 19th century. I am afraid Geoffrey Chaucer would not recognize that dear and sweat city of London in the great, smoky, noisy, bustling metropolis we are accustomed to, and I am quite sure he would not recognize the language, and presently I will explain what I meant by saying that though Chaucer spoke and wrote English, it was quite different from what we speak now. You will see, as you go on, how queerly all the words are spelt, so much so that I have had to put a second version side by side with Chaucer's lines, which you will understand more readily, and when I read them to you, you will see how different is the sound. These words were all pronounced slowly, almost with a drawl, while we nowadays have got to talk so fast, that no one who lived then would follow what we say without great difficulty. Chaucer's connection with the court makes it probable that he lived during the greater part of his life in London, and it is pleasant to think that this great poet was valued and beloved in his day by the highest powers in the land. He held, at various times, posts in the king's household, which brought him more or less money, such as valet of the king's chamber, the king's esquire, and and he found a fast friend in John of Gaunt, one of the sons of King Edward III. In 1359 Chaucer became a soldier, and served in the army under this king, in an attack upon France, and was taken prisoner. It is supposed he was detained there about a year, and, being ransomed by Edward, when he came back to England, he married a lady named Philippa. She was probably the younger daughter of Sir Pont de Roet, of Hainaut, 9, who came over to England in the retinue of Queen Philippa, who was also of Hainaut. These two Philippas, coming from the same place, remained friends during all the Queen's life, for when Chaucer married Philippa de Roet, she was one of the Queen's maids of honor, and, after her marriage, the Queen gave her an annual pension of 10 marks, £50, which was continued to her by the King after Queen Philippa died. Some people say Chaucer's wife was also the Queen's goddaughter. 11. If you would like to know what Chaucer's wife looked like, I will tell you. I do not know what she was like in the face, but I can tell you the fashion of the garb she wore. I like to believe she had long yellow hair, which Chaucer describes so often and so prettily. Chaucer's wife wore one of those funny headdresses like crowns, or rather like boxes, over a gold net, with her hair braided in a tress, hanging down her back. She had a close green, 12, dress, with tight sleeves, reaching right down over the hand, to protect it from the sun and wind, and a very long skirt, falling in folds about her feet, sometimes edged with beautiful white fur, ermine, or a rich grey fur, called vair. The color of this grey fur was much liked, and when people had light grey eyes, of somewhat the same color, it was thought very beautiful. Many songs describe pretty ladies with eyes of vair. When noble persons went to court, they wore dresses far more splendid than any to be seen now, dresses of all colors, worked in with flowers and branches of gold, sometimes with heraldic devices and strange figures, and perfectly smothered in jewels. No one has pearls, and emeralds, and diamonds sewn on their gowns now, but in the 14th century, rich people had the seams of their clothes often covered with gems. The ladies wore close-fitting dresses, with splendid belts, or saints, round their hips, all jeweled, and strings of glittering jewels hung round their necks, and down from the belt, and on the head dress. People did not wear short sleeves then, but long ones, made sometimes very curiously with streamers hanging from the elbow, a long thin gauze veil, shining with silver and gold, and narrow pointed shoes, much longer than their feet, which, they thought, made the foot look slender. If ladies had not had such long shoes, they would never have showed beneath their long embroidered skirts, and they would always have been stumbling when they walked. It was a very graceful and elegant costume that Chaucer's wife wore, but the laws of England probably forbade her to wear silk, which was reserved for nobles. When she walked out of doors, she had tall clogs to save her pretty shoes from the mud of the rough streets, and when she rode on horseback with the Queen, or her husband Chaucer, she sat on a pillion, and placed her feet on a narrow board called a planched. Many women rode astride, like the wife of Bath whom Chaucer speaks of. Now, perhaps, you would like to know whether Chaucer had any little children. We do not know much about Chaucer's children. We know he had a little son called Lewis, because Chaucer wrote a treatise for him when he was 10 years old, to teach him how to use an instrument he had given him, called an astrolabe. 13. Chaucer must have been very fond of Lewis, since he took so much trouble for him, and he speaks to him very kindly and lovingly. As Chaucer was married before 1366, it is likely that he had other children, and some people say he had an elder son, named Thomas, and a daughter Elizabeth. 14. John of Gaunt, who was Chaucer's patron as I told you, was very kind to Thomas Chaucer, and gave him several posts in the king's household, as he grew up to be a man. And John of Gaunt heard that Elizabeth Chaucer wished to be a nun, and, in 1381, we find that he paid a large sum of money for her novitiate, that is, for her to learn to be a nun, in the Abbey of Barking. Larger image: a lady crossing the street in the olden time. A nun is a person who does not care for the amusements and pleasures which other people care for, playing, and dancing, and seeing sights and many people, but who prefers to go and live in a house called a nunnery, where she will see hardly anyone, and think of nothing but being good, and helping the poor. And, if people think they can be good best in that way, they ought to become nuns. But I think people can be just as good living at home with their friends, without shutting themselves in a nunnery. Now I must leave off telling you about Chaucer's wife and children, and go on to Chaucer himself. 6. Chaucer was, as I told you, the friend of one of the sons of the king, Edward III. Not the eldest son, who was, as you know, Edward the Black Prince, the great warrior, nor Lionel, the third son, whom he had served when a boy, but the fourth son, John of Gaunt, who had a great deal of power with the king. John of Gaunt. John of Gaunt was the same age as Chaucer. When John of Gaunt was only 19, the year that Chaucer went with the army to France, he married a lady called Blanche of Lancaster, and there were famous joustings and great festivities of every kind. In this year, it has been supposed, Chaucer wrote a poem, The Parliament of Birds, to celebrate the wedding. Another long poem, called The Court of Love, is said to have been written by him about this time, at any rate, in very early life. When Chaucer came back to England, and got married himself, he was still more constantly at court, and there are many instances recorded of John's attachment to both Chaucer and Philippa all his life. Among others we may notice his gifts to Philippa of certain silver gilt cups with covers on the 1st of January in 1380, 1381, and 1382. It is touching to see how faithful these two friends were to each other, and how long their friendship lasted. The first we hear of it was about 1359, the year when John married Blanche, and for 40 years it remained unbroken. Nay, it grew closer and closer, for in 1394, when John of Gaunt and Chaucer were both middle-aged men, John married Philippa's sister, Sir Ponroet's elder daughter, so that Chaucer became John of Gaunt's brother. 15. When John of Gaunt was in power he never forgot Chaucer. When he became unpopular it was Chaucer's turn to be faithful to him, and faithful he was, whatever he suffered, and he did suffer for it severely, and became quite poor at times, as you will see. Directly John came into power again up went Chaucer too, and his circumstances improved. There are few friendships so long and so faithful on both sides as this was. 16. 7. Chaucer was employed by Edward III for many years as envoy, which is a very important office. It can only be given to a very wise and shrewd man. This proves the great ability of Chaucer in other things besides making songs and telling stories. He had to go abroad, to France, Italy, and elsewhere, on the king's private missions, and the king gave him money for his services, and promoted him to great honor. On one occasion, 1373, when he was sent to Florence, on an embassy, he is supposed to have seen Petrarch, a great Italian poet and patriot, whose name you must not forget. Petrarch was then living at Arca, 2 miles from Padua, a beautiful town in Italy, and though Petrarch was a much older man than Chaucer, more than 20 years older, it seems only natural that these two great men should have tried to see each other, for they had much in common. Both were far-famed poets, and both, in a measure, representatives of the politics, poetry, and culture of their respective countries. Still, some people think they could never have met, because the journey from Florence to Padua was a most difficult one. Traveling was hard work, and sometimes dangerous, guides being always necessary. You could not get a carriage at any price, for carriages were not invented. In some places there was no means of going direct from city to city at all, not even on horseback, there being actually no roads. So that people had to go on foot or not at all. If they went, there were rocks and rivers to cross, which often delayed travelers a long time. Chaucer, as the king's envoy, must have had attendants, even for safety's sake, with him, and much luggage, and that would of course make traveling more difficult and expensive. He most likely went a great part of the way by sea, in a vessel coasting along the Mediterranean to Genoa and Leghorn, and so by Pisa to Florence. You may trace his route in a map. Doubtless, he had neither the means nor the will to go all the way to Padua on his own account. So you see people hold different opinions about this journey, and no one can be quite sure whether Chaucer did see Petrarch or not. In 1373 Chaucer wrote his Life of Saint Cecile, and about that time, perhaps earlier, the Complaint to Pity. 8. I am not going to tell you everything that the King and John of Gaunt did for Chaucer. You would get tired of hearing about it. I will only say that Chaucer was holden in great credit and probably had a real influence in England, for, connected as he was with John of Gaunt, I dare say he gave him advice and counsel, and John showed the king how shrewd and trustworthy Chaucer was, and persuaded him to give him benefits and money. John's wife, Blanche of Lancaster, died in 1369, and so did his mother, Queen Philippa. Chaucer wrote a poem called The Death of Blanche the Duchess in honor of this dead Blanche. John married another wife in the next year, and got still more powerful, and was called King of Castile, in Spain, because his new wife was the daughter of a king of Castile. But all this made no difference in his affection for Chaucer. He always did what he could for Chaucer. I will give you some instances of this. Soon after Chaucer's return from his journey to Florence, he received a grant of a pitcher of wine every day from the hands of the king's butler. This seems like a mark of personal friendship more than formal royal bounty, but it was worth a good deal of money a year. Less than 2 months afterwards he received, through John of Gaunt's goodwill, a place under government called Controllership of the Customs of the Port of London. This was a very important post, and required much care, shrewdness, and vigilance, and the king made it a condition that all the accounts of his office were to be entered in Chaucer's own handwriting, which means, of course, that Chaucer was to be always present, seeing everything done himself, and never leaving the work to be done by anybody else, except when sent abroad by the king's own royal command. Only 3 days after this, John of Gaunt himself made Chaucer a grant of £10 a year for life, in reward for all the good service rendered by Noster Bname Geoffrey Chaucer and Noster Bname Philippa sa femme to himself, his duchess, and to his mother, Queen Philippa, who was dead. This sum of money does not sound much, but it was a great deal in those days, and was fully equal to £100 now. The very next year the king gave Chaucer the custody of a rich ward. A ward is a person protected or maintained by another while under age, named Edmund Staplegate, of Kent, and when this ward married, Chaucer received a large sum of money, £104 equals £1,040. 17. Then Chaucer's care in the customs office detected a dishonest man, who tried to ship wool abroad without paying the lawful duty. This man was fined for his dishonesty, and the money, £71 4s. Was made a present to Chaucer, a sum equal to £700. So you see, it seemed as if John of Gaunt could never do enough for him, because all these things, if not done by John himself, were probably due to his influence with the king. 9. The Black Prince died about that time, and Edward III did not long survive him. He died in 1377. Then the Black Prince's little son, Richard, who was only 11 years old, became King of England, but as he was too young to reign over the country, his 3 uncles governed for him. These 3 uncles were John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the Duke of York, and the Duke of Gloucester. And all this time Chaucer was very well looked after, you may be sure, for John of Gaunt was then more powerful than the king. Chaucer was still controller of the customs, and, before long, John gave him a second post of a similar kind, called controller of the petty customs. But all this good luck was not to go on forever. The people were not so fond of John of Gaunt as Chaucer was, because, in governing them, he was very ambitious and severe. They got angry with everything he did, and with everybody who remained his friend. So, Of course, they did not like Chaucer. This was a very troublous time. The crown, represented by the king's uncles, wanted one thing, and the great barons wanted another, and the people or lower classes wanted another. These were called the three great opposing parties, and each wanted to have all the power. At last some of the barons sided with the king's party, and others sided with the people, so there were then two opposing parties quarreling and hating each other. John of Gaunt would have liked to be king himself, but the people were unhappy, and very discontented with his government, and he began to have much less power in the kingdom. The people knew that John of Gaunt was obliged to go with an army into Portugal, and they began to make plans to get their own way when his back was turned. When he was gone, they said that John of Gaunt did not govern them well, and had given government posts to men who did not do their duty, and neglected their work, and Chaucer was one of them. Then there was what was called a commission of inquiry appointed, which means a body of men who were free to examine and reform everything they chose in the country. Their power was to last a whole year, and these men looked into all that Chaucer had done in the customs offices. They did not find anything wrong, as far as we know, but still they sent away Chaucer in disgrace, just as if they had. And this made him very poor. It was a harsh thing to do, and unjust, if they were not certain he had been neglecting his work, and John of Gaunt was out of the country, and could not help him now. This was in the year 1386. A great deal has been said and written about this matter. Some people still believe that Chaucer really did neglect his duties, though the conditions that he should attend to everything himself had been so very strict, winking sad smiley 18, that he had probably absented himself, and let things go wrong. But such people forget that these conditions were formally done away with in 1385, when Chaucer was finally released from personal drudgery at the customs, and allowed to have a deputy, or person under him to do his work. They forget, too, how Chaucer had plunged into political matters directly afterwards. At a time when party feeling was intensely strong, the people and John of Gaunt being violently opposed to each other, and how Chaucer took up the part of his friend warmly, and sat in the House of Commons as representative of Kent, one of the largest counties of England, on purpose to support the ministers who were on John of Gaunt's side. This alone would be enough to make the opposing party hate Chaucer, and this doubtless was the reason of their dismissing him from both his offices in the customs as soon as ever they were able, to punish him for his attachment to the Duke of Lancaster's, John of Gaunt's, cause. Stylus. But Chaucer never wavered or changed, and his faithfulness to his friend deserves better than the unjust suspicion that his disgrace was warranted by neglect of his duties. Chaucer was too good, and too pious, and too honorable a man to commit any such act. He submitted to his disgrace and his poverty unmoved, and after the death of his wife Philippa, which happened in the following summer, nothing is known of him for several years, except that he was in such distress that he was actually obliged to part with his 2 pensions for a sum of money in order to pay his debts. During all the eventful years that followed Edward III's death, up to this time, Chaucer had been writing busily, in the midst of his weightier affairs. The Complaint of Mars Boece Troilus and Cressida, the House of Fame, and the Legend of Good Women, all of which I hope you will read someday, were written in this period. Also some reproachful words to his scrivener, who seems to have written out his poems for him very carelessly. Some persons think that Chaucer's pathetic good counsel and his short ballad sent to King Richard reflect the disappointment and sadness at his changed lot, which he must have felt, and that, therefore, these poems were written at about the same time. In 1389 there was another great change in the government. The king, being of age, wished to govern the country without help, and he sent away one of his uncles, who was on the people's side, and asked John of Gaunt to come back to England. John of Gaunt's son was made one of the new ministers. Immediately Chaucer was thought of. He was at once appointed clerk of the king's works, an office of some importance, which he was permitted to hold by deputy, and his salary was 2 shillings per day, that is £36 10s. 0d a year, equal to about £370 of our money. It seems that Chaucer kept this appointment only for 2 years. Why, we cannot tell. 19. While he held this office, viz., September 1390, a misfortune befell him. Some notorious thieves attacked him, near the Foul Oak, and robbed him of £20, nearly £200 present currency, of the king's money, his horse, and other movables. This was a mishap likely enough to overtake any traveller in those days of bad roads and lonely marshes, for there was no great protection by police or soldiery in ordinary cases. The king's writ, in which he forgives Chaucer this sum of £20, is still extant. What he did, or how he lived, for some time after his retirement from the king's works in 1391, is not known, but in 1394, King Richard granted him a pension of £20, equals £200 present currency, per annum for life. This was the year when John of Gaunt married Chaucer's sister-in-law, but, in spite of this rich alliance, I fear Chaucer was still in great distress, for we hear of many small loans which he obtained on this new pension during the next 4 years, which betray too clearly his difficulties. In 1398, the king granted him letters to protect him against arrest, that is, he wrote letters forbidding the people to whom Chaucer owed money to put him in prison, which they would otherwise have done. It is said that during these latter years of his life, the great poet who had done so much, and lived so comfortably, should have grown so poor and harassed. He ought to have been beyond the reach of want. He had had large sums of money, his wife's sister was Duchess of Lancaster, his son, 20, was holding grants and offices under John of Gaunt. Perhaps he wasted his money. 21, but we cannot know exactly how it all came about at this distance of time. And one thing shows clearly how much courage and patience Chaucer had, for it was when he was in such want in 1388, 2 years after he had been turned out of the customs, that he was busiest with the greatest work of his life, called the Canterbury Tales. Some men would have been too sad after so much disgrace and trouble, to be able to write stories and verses, but I think Chaucer must have felt at peace in his mind. He must have known that he did not deserve all the ill treatment he got, and had faith that God would bring him through unstained. 11. The Canterbury Tales are full of cheerfulness and fun, full of love for the beautiful world, and full of sympathy for all who are in trouble or misery. The beauty of Chaucer's character, and his deep piety, come out very clearly in these tales, as I think you will see. No one could have sung the ditties and songs glad about birds in the medlar trees, and the soft rain on the small sweet grass and the lily on her stalk green and the sweet winds that blow over the country, whose mind was clouded by sordid thoughts, and narrow, selfish aims. No one could have sung so blithely of fresh Emily and with such good-humoured lenity even of the vulgar, chattering wife of Bath whose heart was full of angry feelings towards his fellow creatures. And no one, who was not in his heart a religious man, could have breathed the words of patience with which Arcite tries to comfort his friend, in their gloomy prison, or the greater patience of poor persecuted Griselda, or the fervent love of truth and honourable dealing, and a good life, which fills so many of his poems, or 100 other touching prayers and tender words of warning. There was a large-heartedness and liberality about Chaucer's mind, as of one who had mixed cheerfully with all classes, and saw good in all. His tastes were with the noble ranks among whom he had lived, but he had deep sympathy with the poor and oppressed, and could feel kindly even to the coarse and the wicked. He hated none but hypocrites, and he was never tired of praising piety and virtue. Chaucer wrote a great many short poems, which I have not told you of. Many have been lost or forgotten. Some may come back to us in the course of time and search. All we know of, you will read some day, with the rest of the Canterbury Tales not in this book. A few of these poems I have placed at the end of the volume, and among them one to his empty purse written only the year before his death. 22. There is only a little more I can tell you about Chaucer's life before we begin the stories. We got as far as 1398, when the king gave Chaucer letters of protection from his creditors. About this time another grant of wine was bestowed on him, equal to about £4 a year, or £40 of our money. In the next year, King Richard, who had not gained the love of his subjects, nor tried to be a good king, was deposed. That is, the people were so angry with him that they said, "You shall not be our king any more," and they shut him up in a tower, and made his cousin, Henry, King of England. Now this Henry was the son of John of Gaunt, by his first wife, Blanche, and had been very badly treated by his cousin, the king. He was a much better man than Richard, and the people loved him. John of Gaunt did not live to see his son king, for he died while Henry was abroad, and it must have been a real grief to Chaucer, then an old man of 60, 23, when this long and faithful friend was taken from him. Still it is pleasant to find that Henry of Lancaster shared his father's friendship for Chaucer. I dare say he had been rocked on Chaucer's knee when a little child, and had played with Chaucer's children. He came back from France, after John of Gaunt's death, and the people made him king, and sent King Richard to the castle of Pomfret, where I am sorry to say he was afterwards murdered. The new king had not been on the throne 4 days before he helped Chaucer. John of Gaunt himself could not have done it quicker. He granted him an annuity of £26 13s. 4d a year, in addition to the other £20 granted by Richard. The royal bounty was only just in time, for poor old Chaucer did not long survive his old friend, the Duke of Lancaster. He died about a year after him, when Henry had been king 13 months. John of Gaunt was buried in St. Paul's, by the side of his first and best-loved wife, Blanche. Geoffrey Chaucer was buried in Westminster Abbey. So ended the first, and almost the greatest, English writer, of whom no one has spoken an ill word, and who himself spoke no ill words. Poet, soldier, statesman, and scholar, truly his better any his peria, in school of my rules could I never find. In goodness of gentle, manly speech he passeth all other makers. 24:12. And now for Chaucer's speech. How shall I show you its goodness, since it is so difficult to read this old English? Wait a bit. You will soon understand it all, if you take pains at the first beginning. Do not be afraid of the funny spelling, for you must remember that it is not so much that Chaucer spells differently from us, as that we have begun to spell differently from Chaucer. He would think our English quite as funny, and not half so pretty as his own, for the Old English, when spoken, sounded very pretty and stately, and not so much like a gabble as ours. I told you a little while ago, you know, that our talking is much faster than talking was in Chaucer's time. It seems very curious that a language can be so changed in a few hundred years, without people really meaning to change it. But it has changed gradually. Little by little new words have come into use, and others have got old-fashioned. Even the English of 100 years ago was very unlike our own. But the English of 500 years ago was, of course, still more unlike. 13 Now, I have put, as I told you, 2 versions of Chaucer's poetry on the page, side by side. First, the lines as Chaucer made them, and then the same lines in English such as we speak. You can thus look at both, and compare them. I will also read you the verses in the 2 ways of pronouncing them, Chaucer's way and our way, but when you have grown a little used to the old-fashioned English, you will soon see how much prettier and more musical it sounds than our modern tongue, and I think you will like it very much. Besides, it is nice to be able to see the words as Chaucer put them, so as to know exactly how he talked. In Chaucer's time a great deal of French was spoken in England, and it was mixed up with English more than it is now. The sound of Old French and Old English were something the same, both spoken very slowly, with a kind of drawl, as much as to say, I am in no hurry. I have all day before me, and if you want to hear what I have got to say, you must wait till I get my words out. So if you wish to hear Chaucer's stories, you must let him tell them in his own way, and try and understand his funny, pretty language. And if you do not pronounce the words as he meant, you will find the verses will sound quite ugly, some lines being longer than others, and some not even rhyming, and altogether in a jumble. 14. Chaucer himself was very anxious that people should read his words properly, and says in his verses, as if he were speaking to a human being, and for there is so great diversity in English. 25. And in written of our tongue so pray I God that non miswrite thee pray any thee mis meteria for default of tongue. Troilus, defect to mismeter is to read the meter wrong, and the meter is the length of the line. If you read the length all wrong, it sounds very ugly. Now, suppose those lines were read in modern English, they would run thus, and because there is so great a diversity in English, and in writing our tongue, so I pray God that none miswrite thee nor mismetre thee through defect of tongue. How broken and ragged it all sounds! Like a gown that is all ragged and jagged, and doesn't fit. It sounds much better to read it properly. You will find that when Chaucer's words are rightly pronounced, all his lines are of an even length and sound pretty. I don't think he ever fails in this. This is called having a musical ear. Chaucer had a musical ear. Some people who write poetry have not, and their poetry is good for nothing. They might as well try to play the piano without a musical ear, and a pretty mess they would make of that. 26, 15. When you find any very hard word in Chaucer's verses which you cannot understand, look in the glossary and the modern version beside them, and you will see what is the word for it nowadays. A few words which cannot be translated within the meter you will find at the bottom of the page, but think for yourself before you look. There is nothing like thinking for one's self. Many of the words are like French or German words, so if you have learned these languages you will be able often to guess what the word means. For instance, you know how, in French, when you wish to say, I will not go or I am not sure, two no's are used, any and pas, geni pas, or geni sways pas sir. Well, in Chaucer's time two no's were used in English. He would have said, I enil nat go and I enam nat sure. There are many lines where you will see two no's. I enam nat precious. I any told no dainty. I will not leave no tales. I any owe him not a word. There is no more to tell and see. Sometimes, however, any is used by itself, without not or nat to follow. As it n is good I enil say, or saying instead of it is not good, I will not say. And, as in this last word saying, which only means say, you will find often an n at the end of words, which makes it difficult to understand them, but you will soon cease to think that a very alarming difficulty if you keep looking at the modern version. As, I shall not learn, this means lie. I will not go without any doubt, without. The wold I don hem no pleasance, do, thou shalt banquet, be. I shall you tellen, tell. and I think you will also be able to see how much better some old words are for expressing the meaning than our words. For instance, how much nicer flittermouse is than bat. That is an old North Country word, and very German, Fledermaus. When you see a little bat flying about, you know it is a bat because you have been told, but flittermouse is better than bat, because it means floating mouse. Now, a bat is like a mouse floating in the air. The word expresses the movement and the form of the creature. Again, the old word hurtels, heartless, instead of without courage, how well it expresses the want of courage or spirit. We often say people have no heart for work, or no heart for singing, when they are sad, or ill, or weak. Heartless does not always mean cowardly, it means that the person is dejected, or tired, or out of spirits. We have left off using the word heartless in that sense, however, and we have no word to express it. When we say heartless, we mean cruel or unkind, which is a perfectly different meaning. Again, we have no word now for a meeting time or appointment. As good as the old word Stephen, we use the French word rendezvous as a noun, which is not very wise. Stephen is a nice, short, and really English word which I should like to hear in use again. One more instance. The word fret was used for devouring. This just describes what we call nibbling now. The moth fretting a garment means the moth devouring or nibbling a garment. This is a word we have lost sight of now in the sense of eating, we only use it for complaining or pining. But a fretted sky, and the frets on a guitar, are from the old Saxon verb fret, to eat or devour, and describe a wrinkly uneven surface, like the part of a garment fretted by the moth. So you must not be impatient with the old words, which are sometimes much better for their purpose than the words we use nowadays. Canterbury Tales. Chaucer's Pilgrims. Some of Chaucer's best tales are not told by himself. They are put into the mouths of other people. In those days there were no newspapers, indeed there was not much news, so that when strangers who had little in common were thrown together, as they often were in inns, or in long journeys, they had few topics of conversation, and so they used to entertain each other by singing songs, or quite as often by telling their own adventures, or long stories such as Chaucer has written down and called the Canterbury Tales. The reason he called them the Canterbury Tales was because they were supposed to be told by a number of travellers who met at an inn, and went together on a pilgrimage to a saint's shrine at Canterbury. But I shall now let Chaucer tell you about his interesting company in his own way. He begins with a beautiful description of the spring, the time usually chosen for long journeys, or for any new undertaking, in those days. When you go out into the gardens or the fields, and see the fresh green of the hedges and the white may blossoms and the blue sky, think of Chaucer and his Canterbury Pilgrims. Larger image Chaucer's prologue. One that April with his scouress swoot when, sweet the drought of Marsheth pierced to the root and bathud every vein in switch liquor such liquor of which virtue engendered is the flower one Zephyrus, 27, eke with his sweat breathal sue, breath inspiradeth in every holt and heath grove the tender crops, and the young son youngeth in the ram his half cause iron run and small fowls maken melody small birds make that slepen all the night with open ye sleep, I so priketh hem nature in her courages, pricketh them, their impulses than longen folk to gon on pilgrimages long, go and palmers, 28, for to seek and strong strongs seek, shores to fern halways, couth, 29, in sundry lands, distant saints and specially from every skies endi of Engeland, to Canterbury they wendy go the holy blissful martyr, 30, for to seek blessed, seek that hemeth holpen one that they were seek dot them, sick when Aprileth his sweetest showers brought to pierce the heart of March and banish drought, then every vein is bathed by his power, with fruitful juice engendering the flower, when the light zephyr, with its scented breath, stirs to new life in every holt and heath the tender crops, what time the youthful sunneth in the ram his course but halfway run, and when the little birds make melody, that sleep the whole night long with open eye, so nature rouses instinct into song, then folk to go as pilgrims greatly long, and palmers hasten forth to foreign strands, to worship far-off saints in sundry lands, and specially from every shire's end of England, unto Canterbury they wend, before the blessed martyr there to kneel, who oft doth help them by his power to heal. It happened that one day in the spring, as I was resting at the Tabard, 31, in Southwark, ready to go on my devout pilgrimage to Canterbury, there arrived towards night at the inn a large company of all sorts of people, 29 of them, they had met by chance, all being pilgrims to Canterbury. 32. The chambers and the stables were roomy, and so every one found a place. And shortly after sunset, I had made friends with them all, and soon became one of their party. We all agreed to rise up early, to pursue our journey together. 33. But still, while I have time and space, I think I had better tell you who these people were, their condition and rank, which was which, and what they looked like. I will begin, then, with the knight. A knight, 34, there was and that a worthy man there, valuable that from the time that he first began to ride out, he loved chivalry right troth and honour, freedom and courtesy. Franknessful worthy was he in his lord's where war and the two had he riden, nomen fair further as well in Christendom as in heathenesse, and ever honoured for his worthiness. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, who from the time in which he first began to ride afield, loved well all chivalry, honour and frankness, truth and courtesy. Most worthy was he in his master's war, and thereto had he ridden, none more far, as well in Christian as in heathen lands, and borne with honour many high commands. He had been at Alexandria when it was won, in Prussia he had gained great honours, and in many other lands. He had been in 15 mortal battles, and had fought in the lists for our faith 3 times, and always slain his foe. He had served in Turkey and in the Great Sea. And he was always very well paid too. Yet, though so great a soldier, he was wise in counsel, and in manner he was gentle as a woman. Never did he use bad words in all his life, to any class of men, in fact he was a very perfect, gentle knight. He was a very perfect, noble knight. As for his appearance, his horse was good, but not gay. He wore a japon of fustian, all stained by his habergeon winking sad smiley 35, for he had only just arrived home from a long voyage. The squire. With him there was his son, a young squire there, son Olivia, and a lusty bachelor, 36, merry with lock keys cruel as they were laid in press. Locks curled of 20 year he was of age I guess of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly deliver, and great of strength. Wonderfully nimble, great and he had been some time in Civerchy, 37, had been in Flanders, in Artois, and in Picardy, and borne him well, as in so light space little in hope to stonden in his Lady Grace. 38, stand. Embrouded, 39, was he, as it were a mead full of fresh flowers, white and red. Singinge he was, or floutinge all the day, playing on the flute he was as fresh as is the month of May. Schort was his gown, with sleeves long and wide. Well cowed he sit on horse, and fair ride. Could horse he cowed songs well make and endite relate jusn and eke dance, and well portray and write. Also, draw pictures with him there was his son, a gay young squire, a bachelor and full of boyish fire, with locks all curled as though laid in a press, and about 20 years of age, I guess. In stature he was of an even length, and wonderfully nimble, and great of strength. And he had followed knightly deeds of war in Picardy, in Flanders, and Artois, and nobly borne himself in that brief space, in ardent hope to win his lady's grace. Embroidered was he, as a meadow bright, all full of freshest flowers, red and white, singing he was, or flute playing all day, he was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, his sleeves were long and wide, well he became his horse, and well could ride, he could make songs, and ballads, and recite, joust and make pretty pictures, dance, and write. As for the young squire's manners, courteous he was, lowly, and serviceable, and calf, 40, by 4 and his fadder at the table. Carved courteous he was, lowly, and serviceable, and carved before his father at the table. The yeoman. A yeoman had he, and servants no more at that time, for him lust ride so, it pleased him and he was clad in coat and hood of green. A shef of Pocock Airways, 41, bright and ken arrows under his belt he bar full thriftily bore well cowed he dress his tackle yeomanly, arrow his airways draw pud naught with feathers low, 42, arrows and in his hand he bar a mighty bow. Bore a knot he'd had he, with a brown visage. V. Notes, p. 111. Of woodcraft cowed he well the usage, knew upon his arm he bar a gay bracer, 43, bore and by his side a sword, and a buckler, 44, buckler and on that other side a gay dagger, harnessed well, and scarp at point of spre, dressed well a Christopher on his breast of silver schene. Ornament representing Saint Christopher and horn he bar, the baldric, 45, was of green, a forster was he sothly, as I jest. Forester, truly a yeoman had he, but no suite beside, without attendants thus he chose to ride, and he was clad in coat and hood of green. A sheaf of peacock arrows bright and keen, under his belt he carried thriftily, well could he dress an arrow yeomanly. None of his arrows drooped with feathers low, and in his hand he held a mighty bow. A knothead had he, and a sunburnt hue, in woodcraft all the usages he knew, upon his arm a bracer gay he wore, and by his side buckler and sword he bore, while opposite a dagger dangled free, polished and smart, no spear could sharp be. A silver Christopher on his breast was seen, a horn he carried by a baldric green, he was a thorough forester, I guess. The prioress. There was also anon, a prioress, that of higher Smylyng was full simple and coy, her higher greatest ooth, 46. N.E. was but by Saint Louis oath, and SCHE was clept Madame Eglantine. Called full well SCHE sang the service divine, entuned in higher nose, 47. Full semily seemly and Fransk SCHE sparkful fair and fetis lie elegantly after the skull of Stratford at Bow School for Fransk of Paris was to hire unknown. Her unknown at meat well I taught was SCHE withal, meat, taught SCHE leet no morsel from higher lips fallet let any wet higher fingers in higher sauce deep. 48. Wetted well cowed SCHE carry a morsel, and well keep carry that no drop any fill up an higher breast. Fell in courtesy was set higher lest. Courtesy, pleasure higher overlip whipud SCHE so clean. 49. That in higher cup there was no furthing sine scrap of grease. One SCHE dronken had higher draught. Had drunk full seemly after higher meat SCHE wrought. Seemly and psychally SCHE was of great disport assuredly and full pleasant, and amiable of port, and pained higher to counterfeit true ways of court, and benistartlich of mania stately manner, and to ben holden dign of reverence. Worthy but for to speaken of higher conscience speak SCHE was so charitable and so piteous. 50. SCHE wold weep if that SCHE saw a moose caught in a trap, if it were deed or bledy. Of small hounds had SCHE, that SCHE fed small hounds with rostud flesh, and mylk, and wasel breed. 51. But sore wept SCHE if un of hem were deed them, or if men smut it with a yed smurt rod, and was conscience and tenderer hurt. Full seemly higher wimple. 52. I pinked was, higher nose treatise, higher eye grey as glass well proportioned, eyes, glass higher mouthful small, and the two soft and reed, but psychally SCHE had a fair forehead. Surely it was almost a span brood, I trow broad, think for hardily SCHE was not undergrow. Certainly, undergrown full fetis was higher cloak, as I was neat of small coral about higher arm SCHE bars mal a pair of beads. 53. Gauded with green, set of beads, and theron hang a broke of gold full. SCHENE jewel, bright, on which was first I writen a crown written, and after that, a more vincit omnia. 54. There also was a nun, a prioress, who of her smiling was most simple and coy. Her greatest oath was only by Saint Louis, and she was called Madame Eglantine. Full well she sang the services divine, entuned through her nose melodiously, and French she spoke fairly and fluently, after the school of Stratford at Bow, for French of Paris, that she did not know. At meal times she was very apt withal, no morsel from her lips did she let fall, nor in her sauce did wet her fingers deep, well could she lift a titbit, and well keep, that not a drop should fall upon her breast. To cultivate refinement was her taste. Her upper lip she ever wiped so clean that in her drinking cup no scrap was seen of grease, when she had drank as she thought good. And gracefully she reached forth for her food. And she was very playful, certainly, and pleasant, and most amiable to see. And mighty pains she took to counterfeit court manners, and be stately and discreet, and to be held as worthy reverence. But then to tell you of her conscience. She was so charitable and piteous that she would weep did she but see a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled, and little dogs she had, which oft she fed with roasted meat, and milk, and finest bread, but sore she wept if one of them were dead, or, haply, with a rod were smitten smart. And all was conscience and tender heart. Most daintily her wimple plaited was, her nose was straight, her eyes were grey as glass, her mouth was little, and so soft and red. Besides, she had a very fine forehead, that measured nigh a span across, I trow. For certainly her stature was not low. And very dainty was the cloak she wore, around her arm a rosary she bore, of coral small, with little gauds of green, and thereon hung a golden locket sheen, on which was graven first a crowned O, and after, a more vincit omnia. The prioress was attended by another nun, who acted as her chaplain, and 3 priests. The monk. A monk there was, a fair for the mastery, 55, mastery and outrideria, that loved venery, hunting a manly man. To ben an abbot able be full many a daint horse had he in stable dainty horse and one he rude, men might his bridle hear, 56, when, hear jingle in a whistling wind as clear jingling, clear and eke as loud as doth the chapel bell, there as this lord was keeper of the cell. Where, religious house a monk there was, one sure to rise no doubt, a hunter, and devoted rider out, manly, to be an abbot fit and able, for many a dainty horse had he in stable, and when he rode, his bridle you could hear jingle along a whistling wind as clear and quite as loud, as doth the chapel bell, where this good monk is keeper of the cell. This jolly monk cared for little else but hunting, though this has never been considered a proper pursuit for the clergy. He was indifferent to what was said of him, and spared no cost to keep the most splendid greyhounds and horses for hard riding and hare hunting. I saw his sleeves edged with the rare fur gris at the wrist, and that the finest in the land. His hood was fastened under his chin with a curious gold pin, which had a love knot in the largest end. His pate was bald and shiny, his eyes rolled in his head, his favorite roast dish was a fat swan. 57, the friar. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry friar limiter. 58, a full solemn man. Solemn in all the orders for. 59, is noon that can is able to do so mosh of daily ounce and fair language. Dalliance times full well beloved and familiar was he familiar with Frank Ellins. 60, overall in his country and eke with worthy women of the town also, rich times full sweetly heard he confession, and pleasant was his absolution winking sad smiley 61. He was an essy man to yev penance easy there as he wist to han a good pittance, when new for unto a poor order for to give e poor is seener that a man is well I shriven for if he yaff, he dorst make a vaunt boast he wist that a man was repentant. New for many a man so hard is of his hurt heart he may not wep though him sore smart, he may smart the for instead of weapon and prayers. Men moot give silver to the poorer friars. May a friar there was, so frisky and so merry, a limiter, a most important man, in the four orders there is none that can outdo him. In sweet talk and playfulness. Times he was most intimate and popular with all the Franklins dwelling near and far, and with the wealthy women of the town. Times so sweetly did he hear confession, in absolution pleasant was his way. In giving penance, very kind was he when people made it worth his while to be, for giving largely to some order poor shows that a man is free from sin, be sure, and if a man begrudged him not his dole, he knew he was repentant in his soul. For many a man so hard of heart we see, he cannot weep, however sad he be, therefore, instead of weeping and long prayers, men can give money unto the poor friars. He carried a number of pretty pins and knives about him that he made presents of to people, and he could sing well, and play on the rotter. 62. He never mingled with poor, ragged, sick people. It is not respectable to have anything to do with such, but only with rich people who could give good dinners. So would he lip seed for his wantonness, to make his English sweat upon his tongue somewhat he lisped for his wantonness, to make his English sweet upon his tongue, and when he played and sang, his eyes twinkled like the stars on a frosty night. The merchant. A marchant was there with a forked bird beard in motley, and high on horse he sat motley, horse upon his head a flaundrisk bevier hat. Flemish beaver. A merchant was there with a forked beard, in motley dressed, high on his horse he sat, and on his head a Flemish beaver hat. The clerk. A clerk. 63. There was of Oxenford also Oxford that unto logic had long ago. Logic, gone as lean was his horse as is a rake lean, horse and he was not right fat, I undertake, but loked whole where, and the two soberly. Looked hollow full threadbare was his overest coat epi. Uppermost short cloak for he had eaten him yet no benefice got any was so worldly for to have office, for him was lever have at his bed's head would 20 books, clothed in black or read, of Aristotle, and his philosophy, than robus rish, or fethal, or Sawtry. Robes. A clerk of Oxford was amid the throng, who had applied his heart to learning long. His horse, it was as skinny as a rake, and he was not too fat, I'll undertake, but had a sober, rather hollow look, and very threadbare was his outer cloak. For he as yet no benefice had got, worldly enough for office he was not. For liefer would he have at his bed's head a score of books, all bound in black or red, of Aristotle, and his philosophy, than rich attire, fiddle, or psaltery. Yet although the poor scholar was so wise and diligent, he had hardly any money, but all he could get from his friends he spent on books and on learning, and often he prayed for those who gave him the means to study. He spoke little, never more than he was obliged, but what he did speak was always sensible and wise. So in moral virtue was his spec tending to, and gladly wold he learn, and gladly tesh would learn full of true worth and goodness was his speech, and gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. Then there was a sergeant of law. Now her so busy a man as he the Anars was not, and yet he seemed busier than he was. Times he rude but whomly in a meadle coat a mixed fabric gird with a saint of silk, with bars smile. Belt never has been a busier man than he, yet busier than he was, he seemed to be. Times he rode but homely clad, in medley coat, girt with a belt of silk, with little bars. The Franklin. Table dormant. A Franklin was in his company, which was his bird, as is the daisy. Daisy of his complexion he was sanguine, well loved he in the more where sop of wind. Morning times without bake meat was never rear his whose baked meats, pies, of flesh and fish, and that so plenteous hit snewed, 64, in his whose of meat and drink snowed of ale dainties that men could think of after the sundry seasons of the year sundry so shown jeed he his meat and his supper. Supper times his table dormant, 65. In his hall he always stood ready covered all the long day. There was a Franklin in his company, and white his beard was, as the daisies be. With ruddy tints did his complexion shine, well loved he in the morn a sop of wine. Times without good meat, well cooked, was near his house, both fish and flesh, and that so plenteous, it seemed as though it snowed with meat and drink, and every dainty that a man could think. According to the seasons of the year he changed his meats and varied his good cheer. Times his table dormant in his hall always stood ready furnished forth throughout the day. He was the most hospitable of men, and very well-to-do. He kept open house, for everybody to come and eat when they liked. He had often been sheriff and knight of the shire, for he was very highly thought of. An anlas and gypsy ale of silk hang at his girdle, whit as morn mylk. A dagger and a hawking pouch of silk hung at his girdle, white as morning milk. A haberdasher, a carpenter, a weber, weaver, a dyer, and a tapizer, tapestry maker, came next, with the cook they brought with them, a shipman, a doctor of physic, and a worthy, 66, woman called the wife of Bath, because she lived near that city. The doctor of physic. The wife of Bath. The wife of Bath. She was so expert in weaving cloth, that there was no one who could come up to her, and she thought so much of herself, that if another woman even went up to the church altar before her, she considered it a slight upon her. The wife of Bath was middle-aged, and somewhat deaf. She had had 5 husbands, but they had all died. She was such a shrew, and she had taken pilgrimages to Cologne and Rome, and many other places, for she had plenty of money, as one might see by her showy dress. Higher hosen were in of fyn scarlet reed hose full straight-yed, and skoos full moist and new. Bold was higher face, and fair and reed of hue. Her stockings were of finest scarlet red, all straightly tied, and shoes all moist and new. Bold was her face, and fair and red of hue. She was well wimpled with fine kerchiefs, and her hat was as broad as a buckler or a target. The parson. Then came the poor parson, poor in condition, but rich in holy thought and work, who was so good, and stanch, and true, so tender to sinners and severe to sin, regarding no ranks or state, but always at his post, an example to men. Wyd was his parisk, and houses fur asunder wide, but he any laughed not for rain any thunder ceased in senis nor in mischief to visit the first in his parish, mosh and light furthest upon his feet, and in his Honda staff. Times, but Christ's law and his apostles 12 he taught, and first he full wedded himself. 67, followed wide was his parish, the houses far asunder, but never did he fail, for rain or thunder, in sickness and in woe to visit all who needed, far or near, and great and small, on foot, and having in his hand a staff. Times Christ's and the 12 apostles' law he taught, but first himself obeyed it, as he ought. The ploughman. Then the parson's brother, who was only a ploughman, and worked hard in the fields, kind to his neighbors, ever honest, loving God above all things. He wore a tabard, and rode on a mare. 68. There was also a miller, a manciple, a rev, a summoner, a pardoner, and myself, Chaucer. The ploughman. The summoner. The pardoner. The summoner. The summoner, 69, was a terrible-looking person, and rode with the pardoner, who was his friend, the pardoner singing a lively song, and the summoner growling out a bass to it, with a loud, harsh voice. As for his looks, he had a fyr'd cherubin's face. 70, for sauce flim he was with e'en away. Pimply a fiery cherubin red face, for pimply he was, with narrow eyes. Children were sore afraid of him when they saw him, he was so repulsive, and so cruel in extorting his gains. He was a very bad man, for though it was his duty to call up before the archdeacon's court anybody whom he found doing wrong, yet he would let the wickedest people off, if they bribed him with money, and many poor people who did nothing wrong he forced to give him their hard earnings, threatening else to report them falsely to the archdeacon. He carried a large cake with him for a buckler, and wore a garland big enough for the signpost of an inn. 71, the pardoner. The pardoner, 72, was a great cheat too, and so the friends were well matched. He had long thin hair, as yellow as wax, that hung in shreds on his shoulders. He wore no hood, but kept it in his wallet. He thought himself quite in the tip-top of fashion. Dischevel, sauf his cap, he rude Albert. Except such glaringen had he, as an hair. Such, eyes a vernicle, 73, had he sewed on his cap, his waylay lay by foreign him in his lap. Before times, but truly to tell and at last truly he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well cowed he read a lesson or a story, 74, but alt her best he sang an offertory best of all, for well he wist, one that song was song in you, when he most preach, and well a fill his tongue preach, wet to win silver, as he right well cowed win the for he sang full merrily and loud. Dishevelled, save his cap, he rode barehead, such glaring eyes, like to a hare, he had. A vernicle was sewed upon his cap, his wallet lay before him, in his lap. Times, but honestly to tell the truth at last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story, but ever best he sang the offertory, for well he knew that after he had sung, for preaching he must polish up his tongue, and thus make money, as he right well could, therefore he sang full merrily and loud. Now I have told you as much as I can what people came into the tabard in that night, and why they were all travelling together, and where they were going. Mine host. Our host made us very welcome, and gave us a capital supper. He was a thoroughly good fellow, our host, a large, stout man, with bright, prominent eyes, sensible and well behaved, and very merry. After supper, he made us all laugh a good deal with his witty jests, and when we had all paid our reckonings, he addressed us all, and said thus, Lo, Lordinges, truly ye ben to me right welcome heartily, for by my troth, if that I skull not lie shall, lie in sof this year so merry a company saw atune in this herberg, as is now in, O Bosh, fain wold I do yow mirth, wist I how. And of a mirth I am right now without, to do new ease, and it skull cost naught. Do, ease and said to us, my masters, certainly ye be to me right welcome, heartily, for by my truth, and flattering none, say I have not seen so large a company at once inside my in this year, as now. I'd gladly make you mirth if I knew how. And of a pleasant game I'm just without to cheer the journey, it shall cost you naught. Whoever wants to know how, hold up your hands. We all held up our hands, and begged him to say on. Well, my masters, said he, I say that each of you shall tell the rest 4 stories, 2 on the way to Canterbury, and 2 on the way home. For you know it is small fun riding along as dumb as a stone. And whichever in the party tells the best story, shall have a supper at this inn at the cost of the rest when you come back. To amuse you better, I will myself gladly join your party, and ride to Canterbury at my own expense, and be at once guide and judge, and whoever gainsays my judgment shall pay for all we spend by the way. Now, tell me if you all agree, and I will get me ready in time to start. We were all well pleased, and the next morning, at daybreak, our clever host called us all together, and we rode off to a place called the Watering of St. Thomas. 75. There we halted, and drew lots who should tell the story first. Knight, clerk, Lady Prioress, and everybody. The lot fell to the knight, which every one was glad of, and as soon as we set forward, he began at once. Notes by the way. One of the things most deserving of notice in reading Chaucer is his singularly strong grasp of character. In the Canterbury Tales this is self-evident, and the succinct catalogue of the 31 pilgrims, which in feebler hands would have been dry enough, is a masterpiece of good-humoured satire, moral teaching, and, above all, photographic portraits from life. You will notice that Chaucer meant to make his Canterbury Tales much longer than he lived to do. His innkeeper proposes that each of the pilgrims shall tell 4 stories. Only 24 of these exist. You will never find any character drawn by Chaucer acting, speaking, or looking inconsistently. He has always well hold of his man, and he turns him inside out relentlessly. He very seldom analyzes thought or motives, but he shows you what is so clearly, that you know what must be without his telling you. The good-humoured knight of mine host, like all his class, never forgetful of business in the midst of play, is wonderfully well hit off, for the innkeeper clearly would be the gainer by this pleasant stratagem, and he prevents anyone's giving him the slip by going with them to Canterbury and back. The guests are glad enough of his company, for he could be especially useful to them on the way. The stories, also, will be found perfectly characteristic of the tellers. There is no story given to a narrator whose rank, education, or disposition make it inconsistent. Each tells a tale whose incidents savor of his natural occupation and sympathies, and the view each takes of right or wrong modes of conduct is well seen in the manner as well as the matter. Chaucer's personal distrust of and contempt for the contemporary church and its creatures was the natural and healthy aversion of a pure mind and a sincerely religious heart to a form of godliness denying the power thereof, a church which had become really corrupt. It is significant of his perfect artistic thoroughness that, with this aversion, he never puts an immoral or unfitting tale into the mouth of nun or friar, for it would be most unlikely that these persons, whatever their private character might be, would criminate themselves in public. The Knight's Tale. Once upon a time, as old stories tell us, there was a duke named Theseus, lord and governor of Athens, in Greece, and in his time such a conqueror that there was none greater under the sun. Full many a rich country owned his sway. That with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the regn of Femini kingdom, Amazons that whilom was I clept Scythia, once, called and wedded the fresh Cunippolita, 76, fresh and brought her home with him to his conter country with much glory and great solemnite, much solemnity and eke higher young sister Emily. Also, sister, and thus with victory and with melody and music let I this noble duke to Athens ride duke and all his host, in arms him by side. Arms what with his wisdom and his chivalry the kingdom of the Amazons won he, that was of old time named Scythia, and wedded the fresh Queen Hippolyta, and brought her to his own land sumptuously, with pomp and glory, and great festivity, and also her young sister Emily. And thus with victory and with melody let I this noble duke to Athens ride, and all his glittering hosts on either side. And, certainly, if it were not too long to listen to, I would have told you fully how the kingdom of the Amazons was won by Theseus and his host, and of the great battle there was for the time between Athens and the Amazons, and how Hippolyta, the fair, hardy queen of Scythia, was besieged, and about the feast that was held at the wedding of Theseus and Hippolyta, and about the tempest at their homecoming. But all this I must cut short. I have, God wot, a large field to plough and wake ben the oxen in my plough. Week I have, God knows, a full wide field to sow, and feeble be the oxen in my plough. I will not hinder anybody in the company. Let every one tell his story in turn, and let us see now who shall win the supper. I will describe to you what happened as Theseus was bringing home his bride to Athens. This duck, of whom I make mention, when he was comen almost unto the town comen his well and in his most pride prosperity he was war, as he cast his eye aside where that there led in the highway kneeled a company of ladies, tway and tway two after other, clad in clothes blake, each, black but such a cry and such a woo they make woe that in this world nys creature livinge, that heard such another way mentinge, and of that cry any wold they never stenten cease till they the reins of his bridle henten. Court what folk be ye that at myn whom cominge to ben so my fest, 77, with cryinge, perturb quod Theseus, have ye so great envy of myn honor, that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misboden or offended, injured and telleth me, if it may ben amended, and why that ye ben clad thus in black, black the oldest lady of hem spark, them this duke aforesaid, of deserved renown, when he had almost come into the town in all his splendor and in all his pride, perceived, as he cast his eyes aside, a company of ladies, in a row, were kneeling in the highway, 2 by 2, each behind each, clad all in black array, but such an outcry of lament made they, that in this world there is no living thing that e'er heard such another outcrying, nor would they cease to wail and to complain till they had caught him by his bridle rein. What folk are ye who at my homecoming perturb my festival with murmuring, quoth Theseus? Or do you envy me mine honor that ye wail so woefully? Or who hath injured you, or who offended? Tell me, if haply it may be amended, and why are all of you in black arrayed? The oldest lady of them all then said, Lord, to whom fortune has given victory, and to live ever as a conqueror, we do not grudge your glory, 78, and honor, but we have come to implore your pity and help. Have mercy on us in our grief. There is not one of us that has not been a queen or duchess, now we are beggars, and you can help us if you will. I was wife to King Capaneus, who died at Thebes, 79, and all of us who kneel and weep have lost our husbands there during a siege, and now Creon, who is king of Thebes, has piled together these dead bodies, and will not suffer them to be either burned or buried. And with these words all the ladies wept more piteously than ever, and prayed Theseus to have compassion on their great sorrow. The kind Duke descended from his horse, full of commiseration for the poor ladies. He thought his heart would break with pity when he saw them so sorrowful and dejected, who had been lately of so noble a rank. he raised them all, and comforted them, and swore an oath that as he was a true knight, he would avenge them on the tyrant king of the bees in such a fashion that all the people of Greece should be able to tell how Theseus served Creon. The Duke sent his royal bride and her young sister Emily on to the town of Athens, whilst he displayed his banner, marshalled his men, and rode forth towards the bees. For himself, till he had accomplished this duty, he would not enter Athens, nor take his ease for 1/2 day therein. The Duke's white banner bore the red statue of Mars upon it, and by his banner waved his pennon, which had the monster Minotaur, slain by Theseus in Greece, beaten into it in gold. Thus rode this Duke, thus rode this conqueror and all his host, the flower of chivalry, till he came to Thebes. To make matters short, Theseus fought with the king of Thebes, and slew him manly as a knight in fair battle, and routed his whole army. Then he destroyed the city, and gave up to the sorrowful ladies the bones of their husbands, to burn honorably after their fashion. When the worthy Duke had slain Creon and taken the city, he remained all night in the field. During the pillage which followed, it happened that 2 young knights were found still alive, lying in their rich armor, though grievously wounded. By their coat armor, 80, the heralds knew they were of the blood royal of the bees, 2 cousins, the sons of 2 sisters. Their names were Palamon and Arcite. These 2 knights were carried as captives to Theseus' tent, and he sent them off to Athens, where they were to be imprisoned for life. No ransom would he take. Then the Duke went back to Athens crowned with laurel, where he lived in joy and in honor all his days, while Palamon and Arcite were shut up in a strong tower full of anguish and misery, beyond all reach of help. Thus several years passed. This passeth year by year, and day by day, till it fell in a morn of May morning that Emily, that fairer was to see easy than is the lily on higher stalks green, and fresher than the May with flowers new, flowers for with the rose colour stroff higher hue strove, hue I not which was the fair area of hem too, it were day as Sche was wont to do, Sche was arisen, and already dight, dressed for May wall han no slogger die anyght. Sloth the Sisoun priketh every gentle hurt, and maketh him out of his sleep stit, and scythe, Aris, and doth in observance. 81, arise, thine this maked Emily han remembrance to don honor to May, and for to ris. Do I clothed was Sche fresh for to devise. 82, clothed higher yole where he was browded in a tress yellow by hiddy higher back, a yed long I jess. And in the garden at the son uprist Sche walketh up and down whereas higher list. Pleased Sche gaddeth flowers, party white and reed, to make a so till Jailand. 83, for higher heed, and as an angel heavenly Sche song. Thus passeth year by year, and day by day, till it fell once upon a morn of May that Emily, more beauteous to be seen than is the lily on his stalk of green, and fresher than the May with flowers new, for with the rose's colour strove her hue I know not which was fairer of the 2, early she rose as she was wont to do, already robed before the day was bright, for May time will not suffer sloth at night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and maketh him out of his sleep to start, and saith, Rise up, salute the birth of spring. And therefore Emily, remembering to pay respect to May, rose speedily. Attired she was all fresh and carefully, her yellow hair was braided in a tress behind her back, a full yard long, I guess, and in the garden as the sun uprose she wandered up and down whereas she chose. She gathereth flowers, partly white and red, to make a cunning garland for her head, and as an angel heavenly she sang. Larger image fair Emily gathering flowers. The fairness of the lady that I see yond in the garden roaming to and fro. The great tower, so thick and strong, in which these two knights were imprisoned, was close joined to the wall of the garden. Bright was the sun, and clear, that morning, as Palamon, by leave of his jailer, had risen, and was roaming about in an upper chamber, from which he could see the whole noble city of Athens, and also the garden, full of green boughs, just where fresh Emily was walking. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, kept pacing to and fro in this chamber, wishing he had never been born, and it happened by chance that through the window, square and barred with iron, he cast his eyes on Emily. He started and cried out aloud, ah, as though he were stricken to the heart. And with that cry Arcite sprang up, saying, Dear cousin, what ails you? You are quite pale and deathly. Why did you cry out? For God's love be patient with this prison life since it cannot be altered. What is heaven's will we must endure. Palamon answered, Cousin, it is not that, not this dungeon made me cry out, but I was smitten right now through the eye into my heart. The fairness of a lady that I see yonder in the garden, roaming to and fro, made me cry out. I know not whether she be woman or goddess, but I think it is Venus herself. And he fell down on his knees and cried, Venus, if it be thy will thus to transfigure thyself in the garden, help us to escape out of the tower. Then Arcite looked forth and saw this lady roaming to and fro, and her beauty touched him so deeply that he said, sighing, The fresh beauty of her will slay me. And if I cannot gain her mercy, I am but dead, and there is an end. But Palamon turned furiously on him, and said, Do you say that in earnest or in play? Nay, cried Arcite, in earnest by my faith, God help me, I am in no mood for play. It were no great honor to thee, cried Palamon, to be false and a traitor to me, who am thy cousin and thy brother, sworn as we are both, to help and not hinder one another, in all things till death part us. And now you would falsely try to take my lady from me, whom I love and serve, and ever shall till my heart break. Now, certainly, false Arcite, you shall not do it. I loved her first, and told thee, and thou art bound as a knight to help me, or thou art false. But Arcite answered proudly, Thou shalt be rather false than I, and thou art false, I tell thee, utterly. For I loved her with real love before you did. You did not know whether she were woman or goddess. Yours is a religious feeling, and mine is love as to a mortal, which I told you as my cousin, and my sworn brother. And even if you had loved her first, what matters it? A man loves because he can't help it, not because he wishes. Besides, you will never gain her grace more than I, for both of us are lifelong captives. It is like the dogs who fought all day over a bone, and while they were fighting over it, a kite came and carried it off. Long the two knights quarrelled and disputed about the lady who was out of their reach. But you shall see what came to pass. There was a duke called Pirithous, who had been fellow and brother in arms, 84, of Duke Theseus since both were children, and he came to Athens to visit Theseus. These two dukes were very great friends, so much so that they loved no one so much as each other. Now, Duke Pirithous had known Arcite at Thebes, years before, and liked him, and he begged Theseus to let Arcite out of prison. Theseus consented, but only on the condition that Arcite should quit Athens, and that he should lose his head, were he ever found there again. So Arcite became a free man, but he was banished the kingdom. How unhappy then Arcite was! He felt that he was worse off than ever. Oh, how I wish I had never known Pirithous, cried he. Far rather would I be back in Theseus' prison, for then I could see the beautiful lady I love. O dear cousin Palamon, quod he, Thyn is the victory of this adventure thine, chanceful blissfully in prison mayst endure, mayst thou endure in prison. Certes nay, but in paradise. Welleth fortune white-horned the dys. Thee O my dear cousin, Palamon cried he, in this ill hap the gain is on thy side. Thou blissful in thy prison mayst abide. In prison? Truly nay, but in paradise. Kindly toward thee'th fortune turned the dice. So Arcite mourned ever, because he was far away from Athens where the beautiful lady dwelt, and was always thinking that perhaps Palamon would get pardoned, and marry the lady, while he would never see her any more. But Palamon, on the other hand, was so unhappy when his companion was taken away, that he wept till the great tower resounded, and his very fetters were wet with his tears. Alas, my dear cousin, he sighed, the fruit of all our strife is thine, you walk free in Thebes, and think little enough of my woe, I dare say. You will perhaps gather a great army and make war on this country, and get the beautiful lady to wife whom I love so much, while I die by inches in my cage. And with that his jealousy started up like a fire within him, so that he was nigh mad, and pale as ashes. O cruel gods, he cried, that govern the world with your eternal laws, how is man better than a sheep lying in the fold? For, like any other beast, man dies, or lives in prison, or is sick, or unfortunate, and often is quite guiltless all the while. And when a beast is dead, it has no pain further, but man may suffer after death, as well as in this world. Now I will leave Palamon, and tell you more of Arcite. Arcite, in Thebes, fell into such excessive sorrow for the loss of the beautiful lady that there never was a creature so sad before or since. He ceased to eat and drink, and sleep, and grew as thin and dry as an arrow. His eyes were hollow and dreadful to behold, and he lived always alone, mourning and lamenting night and day. He was so changed that no one could recognize his voice nor his look. Altogether he was the saddest picture of a man that ever was seen, except Palamon. One night he had a dream. He dreamed that the winged god Mercury stood before him, bidding him be merry, and commanded him to go to Athens, where all his misery should end. Arcite sprang up, and said, "I will go straight to Athens. Nor will I spare to see my lady through fear of death, in her presence I am ready even to die." He caught up a looking-glass, and saw how altered his face was, so that no one would know him. And lie suddenly bethought him that now he was so disfigured with his grief, he might go and dwell in Athens without being recognized, and see his lady nearly every day. He dressed himself as a poor laborer, and accompanied only by a humble squire, who knew all he had suffered, he hastened to Athens. He went to the court of Theseus, and offered his services at the gate to drudge and draw, or do any menial work that could be given him. Well could he hew wood and carry water, for he was young and very strong. Now, it happened that the chamberlain of fair Emily's house took Arcite into his service. Thus Arcite became page of the chamber of Emily the Bright, and he called himself Philostrate. Never was man so well thought of, he was so gentle of condition that he became known throughout the court. People said it would be but right if Theseus promoted this Philostrate, and placed him in a rank which would better display his talents and virtues. At last Theseus raised him to be squire of his chamber, and gave him plenty of gold to keep up his degree. Moreover, his own private rent was secretly brought to him from Thebes year by year. But he spent it so cunningly that no one suspected him. In this crafty way Arcite lived a long time very happily, and bore himself so nobly both in peace and war that there was no man in the land dearer to Theseus. Now we will go back to Palamon. Poor Palamon had been for 7 years in his terrible prison, and was quite wasted away with misery. There was not the slightest chance of getting out, and his great love made him frantic. At last, however, one May night some pitying friend helped him to give his jailer a drink which sent him into a deep sleep, so that Palamon made his escape from the tower. He fled from the city as fast as ever he could go, and hid himself in a grove, meaning afterwards to go by night secretly to Thebes, and beg all his friends to aid him to make war on Theseus. And then he would soon either die or get Emily to wife. Now will I turn unto Arcite again turn that light wist how nyt that was his care no, near till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, messenger of day, sallieth in higher song the moreway grey, saluteth and fyry Phoebus riseth up so bright, that the orient laugheth of the light, and with his streams drieth in the groves rays, groves the silver drops, hanging on the leaves. Leaves and Arcite, that is in the court royal, 85, with Theseus, his squire principal squire is risen, and looketh on the merry day. And for to doon his observance to made do, ceremony remembering on the point of his desire, he on his courser, stitting as the first starting, fire is ridden into the fields him to plough fields, play out of the court, were it a mile or tway. And to the grove of which that I told you by a venture his wee he gan to hold chance, began to maken him a garland of the groves make were it of woodbindy or hawthorn leaves and load he song I ends the son's sheen sang, against O May, 86, with all thy flowers and thy green, welcome be thou, welfare freest May. I hope that isom green geet may get and fro his courser, with a lusty hurt heart into the grove full hastily he started and in apathy he roamed up and down roamed there as by a venture this Palamoun where, chance was in a busk, that no man might him see, for sore afford of his death was he afraid, death nothing any knew he that it was our sight, God what he wold hand trot it full light knows, guessed, little forsooth is sid, goon see then many yours truly, gone, since that feldeth. Ieng, and the woodeth ears now will I tell you of our sight again, who little guessed how nigh him was his care until his fortune brought him in the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, saluteth in her song the morning grey, and fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the orient laugheth for the light, and in the woods he drieth with his rays the silvery drops that hang along the sprays. Our sight, unknown, yet ever waxing higher in Theseus' royal court, now chiefest squire, is risen, and looketh on the merry day, and, fain to offer homage unto May, he, mindful of the point of his desire, upon his courser leapeth, swift as fire, and rideth to keep joyous holiday out in the fields, a mile or two away. And, as it chanced, he made towards the grove, all thick with leaves, whereof I spake above, eager to weave a garland with a spray of woodbine, or the blossoms of the May. And loud against the sunshine sweet he sings, O May, with all thy flowers and thy green things, right welcome be thou, fairest, freshest May. Yield me of all thy tender green today. Then from his courser merrily he sprang, and plunged into the thicket as he sang, till in a path he chanced to make his way nigh to where Palamon in secret lay. Sore frighted for his life was Palamon, but Arcite passed unknowing and unknown, and neither guessed his brother was hard by, but Arcite knew not any man was nigh. So was it said of old, how faithfully, the woods have ears, the empty field can see. A man should be prudent, even when he fancies himself safest, for oftentimes come unlooked for meetings. And little enough thought Arcite that his sworn brother from the tower was at hand, sitting as still as a mouse while he sang. When that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and songen all the roundel lustily, into a study he fell so dainly reverie as don this lovers in here can't as curious fashions now in the crop, 87, now down in the briars now up, now down, as bocat in a well. Now when Arcite long time had roamed his fill, and sung all through the rondel lustily, he fell into dejection suddenly, as lovers in their strange way often do, now in the clouds and now in abject woe, now up, now down, as bucket in a well. He sat down and began to make a kind of song of lamentation. Alas, he cried, the day that I was born! How long, O Juno, wilt thou oppress the bees? All her royal blood is brought to confusion. I myself am of royal lineage, and yet now I am so wretched and brought so low, that I have become slave and squire to my mortal foe. Even my own proud name of Arcite I dare not bear, but pass by the worthless one of Philostrate. Ah, Mars and Juno, save me, and wretched Palamon, martyred by Theseus in prison. For all my pains are for my love's Sake, and Emily, whom I will serve all my days. Ye slain me with your eyeing, Emily, ye ben the cause wherefore that I die be of all the remnant of myn other carry remnant any set I naught the mount haunts of a terror mount so that I could don aught to your pleasaunce, were able to you slay me with your eyes, O Emily. You are the cause wherefore I daily die. For, the worth of all my other woes is not as the poorest weed that grows, so that I might do aught to pleasure you. Palamon, hearing this, felt as though a cold sword glided through his heart. He was so angry that he flung himself forth like a madman upon Arcite, and said, False, 88, Arcite, false traitor wicked now art thou hent, that lovest my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood, and to my counsel sworn counsel as I full oft have told the hereby fore and before now underst bejaped here Duke Theseus tricked and falsely showedst thy name thus, I will be deed, or else thou scalt die dead, else thou scalt not love my lady Emily, but I will love higher only and no more for I am Palamon, thy mortal foe and though that I no weapon have in this place weapon but out of prison mastered by grace escaped I dread not, that either thou scalt die fear or thou any scalt not love an Emily. Chase which thou wilt, for thou scalt not escape this our sight. With full dispitus hurt there when he him knew, and had he his tale heard, as furs as a leon, pulleth out a sword fierce and sighed thus, by God that sitteth above, near it that thou art sick and would for love were it not and eke that thou no weaponest in this place also thou shouldest never rear out of this grove pace step that thou any shouldest dn of myn hond. Die for I defy the cert and the bondify which that thou seest that I have marred to the, sayest what, very fool, think well that love is fre. And I will love higher more growl thy might. In spite of but, for thou art a gentle perfect knight because and willnest to deign higher by betail art willing have here my troth, to more will I not fail pledge without enwitting of any other wight without knowledge that here I will be found and as a knight will, found and bringen harneys, 89, right in a for the, and chase the best, and left the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring in a for the, and clothes for thy beddinge. And if so be that thou my lady win and sle me in this woad, that I am in wood thou mayst well have thy lady as for me. This Palamon answered, I grant it the, crying, false, wicked traitor, false Arcite. Now art thou caught, that lovest my lady so, for whom I suffer all this pain and woe. Yet art my blood, bound to me by thy vow, as I have told thee often times ere now, and hast so long befooled Duke Theseus and falsely hid thy name and nurture thus. For all this falseness thou or I must die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily, but I will love her and no man but I, for I am Palamon, thine enemy. And though I am unarmed, being but now escaped from out my dungeon, care not thou, for naught I dread, for either thou shalt die now, or thou shalt not love my Emily. Choose as thou wilt, thou shalt not else depart. But Arcite, with all fury in his heart, now that he knew him and his story heard, fierce as a lion, snatched he forth his sword, saying these words, By him who rules above, wert he not that thou art sick and mad for love, and hast no weapon, never shouldest thou move, living or like to live, from out this grove, but thou shouldest perish by my hand. On oath I cast thee back the bond and surety, both, which thou pretendest I have made to thee. What? Very fool! Remember love is free, and I will love her more all thy might. But since thou art a worthy, noble knight, and willing to contest her in fair fight, have here my troth. Tomorrow, at daylight, unknown to all, I will not fail nor fear to meet thee as a knight in combat here, and I will bring full arms for me and thee, and choose the best, and leave the worst for me. And I will bring thee meat and drink tonight, enough for thee, and bedding as is right, and if the victory fall unto thine hand, to slay me in this forest where I stand, thou mayest attain thy lady love, for me. Then Palamon replied, I grant it thee. Then these, who had once been friends, parted till the morrow. O Cupid, out of all chariot, all o regn that wold no feel or have with the kingdom full soth is sid, that love any lord Skype truly, nor will not, thonkies, have no feel Skype willingly, fellowship well finden that Arcite and Palamon find Arcite is ridden anon unto the town and on the moor where, or it were day's light before full privily 2 harneseth he dight prepared both sufficient and meet to darraign sufficient the bataille in the field betwixt hem twain. Field them, 2 and on his horse alone as he was born he carried all this harness him by forn, before and in the grove, at time and place I set. This Arcite and this Palamon ben meet. Be those shown gan here colour in here face then, they're right as the hunter in the regn of Trace kingdom that stondeth in the gap with a spere, one hunted is the leon or the berea, and hereth him come rushing in the groves and breaketh both the bows and the leves breaking and thinketh, here cometh my mortal enemy, without fail. He mo be deed or I, without forther I mo slen him at the gap, or he moot slee me, if it me mishap, so furden they, in shown jing of here hew their hew as fur as ither of hem other new. Far, them there nars no good day, any no saluting, was not, saluting but straight without words rehearsing. Everk of hem helpeth to another each, helped as friendly, as he were his own brother, own and than with here scarp spres strong they foined and ek at other wonder long foined though it seemed that this Palamonthan, seemed in his fighting were as a wood leon mad and as a cruel tigre was Arcite sad smiley 90. As wild boars gone they to smit began that frothen white as foam, for I would their madness up to the ankle foat they in here blood. 91. There and in this wise I let hem fighting dwell, and forth I wall of Theseus yow tell. You O God of love, that hast no charity. O realm, that wilt not bear a rival nigh. Truly 'tis said, that love and lordship now will be contented only with a share. Arcite and Palamon have found it so. Arcite is ridden soon the town unto, and, on the morrow, ere the sun was high, 2 harnesseth he brought forth privily, meet and sufficing for the lonely fight out in the battlefield mid daisies white. And riding onward solitarily all this good armor on his horse bore he, and at the time and place which they had set ere long Arcite and Palamon are met. To change began the colour of each face, even as the hunters, in the land of Thrace, when at a gap he standeth with a spear, in the wild hunt of lion or of bear, and heareth him come rushing through the wood, crashing the branches in his maddened mood, and think here come my mortal enemy, now without fail or he or I must die, for either I must slay him at the gap, or he must slay me if there be mishap. So fared the knights so far as either knew, when, seeing each deepened in his hue. There was no greeting, there was no good day but mute, without a single word, straightway each one in arming turned to help the other, as like a friend as though he were his brother. And after that, with lances sharp and strong, they dashed upon each other, leaf and long. You might have fancied that this Palamon, fighting so blindly, were a mad lion, and like a cruel tiger was Arcite. As two wild boars did they together smite, that froth as white as foam for rage, they stood and fought until their feet were red with blood. Thus far a while I leave them to their fight. And now what Theseus did I will recite. Then something happened that neither of them expected. It was a bright clear day, and Theseus, hunting with his fair queen Hippolyta, and Emily, clothed all in green, came riding by after the hart, with all the dogs around them, and as they followed the hart, suddenly Theseus looked out of the dazzle of the sun, and saw Arcite and Palamon in sharp fight, like two bulls for fury. The bright swords flashed to and fro so hideously that it seemed as though their smallest blows would fell an oak. But the Duke knew not who they were that fought. 92 Theseus smote his spurs into his horse, and galloped in between the knights, and, drawing his sword, cried, Ho! 93, no more, on pain of death. By mighty Mars, he dies who strikes a blow in my presence. Then Theseus asked them what manner of men they were, who dared to fight there, without judge or witness, as though it were in royal lists. 94 You may imagine the two men turning on Theseus, breathless and bloody with fight, weary with anger, and their vengeance still unslaked. This Palamon answered hastily, and said, Sire, what needeth words mo, need we hand the death deserved both Tio woeful wretches ben we, Tio catives wretches, captives that ben encumbered of our own lives encumbered by and as thou art a rightful lord and judge any give us neither mercy any refuge. Give us not and sle me first, for Saint Chariot, holy but sle my feel or eke as well as me. Also or sle him first, for, though thou know him like little this is thy mortal foe, this is Arcite, that fro thy lond is benisked on his heed for which he hath I served to be deed. Deserved for this is he that come to thy gate and said, that he hight Philostrate. Was named thuseth he japed the full many a year befooled and thou hast marred of him thy chief sire. Made and this is he that loveth Emily. For sith the day is come that I shall die, I make plainly my confession, that I am thilk woeful Palamon that hath thy prisoun broke wickedly. Wickedly I am thy mortal foe, and it am I that loveth so hoot Emily the bright, that I will die present in higher sight. Therefore I ask death and my jawise, sentence but slee my feel or in the same wis slay for both we have served to be slain. This worthy duck answered anon again, and said, this is a schort conclusion, your own mouth, by your confession owneth dampened you both, and I will it record. Condemned it needeth naught to pine ya with the cord. 95. Ye school be deed by mighty Mars the Reed, dead, and Palamon made answer hastily, and said, O sire, why should we waste more breath? For both of us deserve to die the death. Two wretched creatures are we, glad to die tired of our lives, tired of our misery, and as thou art a rightful Lord and Judge, so give us neither mercy nor refuge. And slay me first, for holy charity, but slay my fellow too as well as me. Or slay him first, for though thou little know, this is our sight, this is thy mortal foe, who from thy land was banished on his head, for which he richly merits to be dead. Yet, this is he who came unto thy gate, and told thee that his name was Philostrate. Thus year by year hath he defied thine ire, and thou appointest him thy chiefest squire, and this is he who loveth Emily. For since the day is come when I shall die, thus plain I make confession, and I own I am that miserable Palamon who have thy prison broken wilfully. I am thy mortal foe, and it is I who love so madly Emily the bright, that I would die this moment in her sight. Therefore I ask death and my doom today, but slay my fellow in the self same way, for we have both deserved to be slain. And angrily the Duke replied again, there is no need to judge you any more, your own mouth, by confession, o'er and o'er condemns you, and I will the words record. There is no need to pain you with the cord. Ye both shall die, by mighty Mars the Red. Then the Queen, for the Ray womanhood, began to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies present. It seemed pitiful that two brave men, both of high lineage, should come to such an end, and only for loving a lady so faithfully. All the ladies prayed Theseus to have mercy on them, and pardon the knights for their sakes. They knelt at his feet, weeping and entreating him, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at last as lacked was his mood, for Pytrenethe sown in gentle hurt runneth, and though he first for ire quickened stood shook, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of hem both, and eke the cause. And although that his ire higher gylt accused there, yet in his resound he hem both excused them, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, until at last appeased was his mood. For pity springeth soon in gentle heart. And though he first for rage did quake and start, he hath considered briefly in the pause the greatness of their crime, and, too, its cause, and while his passion had their guilt accused, yet now his calmer reason both excused. Everybody had sympathy for those who were in love, winking sad smiley 96, and Theseus' heart had compassion of women, for they wept ever in on, continually. So the kindly Duke softened, and said to all the crowd good-humouredly, what a mighty and great Lord is the God of love! Lo, her this our sight, and this Palamon here that quickly weren out of my prison freely, quit, and might have lived in Thebes royally and white, and I am here mortal enemy. No, there and that here death lieth in my might also there, lieth and yeteth love, more graheriantio, I brought hem hider both for to die. Now looketh, is not that an high folly, look, high who may not ben a foal, if that he love, be by hold for God's sake that sitteth above, se how they be lede. Be they not well arrayed. Thuseth here Lord, the God of love, hem pate hem here wages and here fees for here service. There and yet they winnen for to ben full wise think that serven love, for aught that may by fall. Serve but this is yet the best game of all, that sche, for whom they have this jollity fun can hem the for as mosh thank as me. Can them much sche woot no more of all this hoot fair knows by God, than what a cuckow or an hare knows. But all moot ben assayed, hoot or cold, must be tried. A man moot ben a fool other young or oldie, must be, either I woot it by myself full your agon, for in my time a servant was I on. One here are this our sight and this Palamon, safe out of prison both, who might have gone and dwelt in Thebes city royally, knowing I am their mortal enemy, and that their death within my power lies, yeteth blind love, in spite of both their eyes, led them both hither only to be slain. Behold the height of foolishness most plain. Who is so great a fool as one in love? For mercy's sake, by all the gods above, see how they bleed. A pretty pair are they. Thus their liege lord, the God of love, doth pay their wages, and their fees for service done, and yet each thinks himself a wise man's son who serveth love, whatever may befall. But this is still the greatest joke of all, that she, the cause of this rare jollity, owes them about as many thanks as I. She knew no more of all this hot to do, by Mars, than doth a hare or a cuckoo. But one must have one's fling, bitty hot or cold, a man will play the fool either young or old. I know it by myself, for long ago in my young days I bowed to Cupid's bow. This is as if he should say, these two foolish boys have got nothing from their liege lord, the God of love, but a very narrow escape with their heads. And Emily herself knew no more of all this hot business than a cuckoo. But I, too, was young once, and in love, and so I won't be hard upon them. I will pardon you, he added, for the Queen's sake and Emily's, but you must swear to me never to come and make war on me at any time, but be ever my friends in all that you may for the future. And they were very thankful and promised as he commanded. Then Theseus spoke again, in a kind, half-laughing way, to speak of real lineage and riches speak, royal though that sche were a queen or a prince's princess ilk of Yao both is worthy doubtless each to wedden, when time is, but Nathiel's marry, nevertheless I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye have this stryf and jealousy, ye woot yourself, sche may not wed to no atoon, though ye foten ever mo, once, fought that oon of Yao, or be him loat or leaf unwilling or willing he mo go. Pie pen in an ivy leaf winking sad smiley 97, must this is to say, sche may not now have both, I'll be ye never so jealous, any so wroth. Angry and as for wealth and rank, and royal birth, although she were the noblest upon earth, each of you both deserves to wed your flame being of equal worth, but all the same it must be said, my sister Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy, you see yourselves full well that she can never wed two at once although ye fought for ever. But one of you, whether he likes or no, must then go whistle, and endure his woe. That is to say, she cannot have you both, though you be never so jealous or so wroth. With that he made them this offer, that Palamon and Arcite should each bring in a year's time, 50 weeks, 100 knights, armed for the lists, 98, and ready to do battle for Emily, and whichever knight won, Palamon and his host or Arcite and his host, should have her for his wife. Who looks happy now but Palamon? And who springs up with joy but Arcite? Every one was so delighted with the kindness of Theseus that they all went down on their knees to thank him, but of course Palamon and Arcite went on their knees most. Now, would you like to know all the preparations Theseus made for this great tournament? First, the theatre for the lists had to be built, where the tournament was to take place. This was built round in the form of a compass, with hundreds of seats rising up on all sides one behind another, so that everybody could see the fight, and no one was in anybody's way. The walls were a mile round, and all of stone, with a ditch running along the outside. At the east and at the west stood 2 gates of white marble, and there was not a carver, or painter, or craftsman of any kind that Theseus did not employ to decorate the theatre. So that there never was such a splendid place built in all the earth before or since. Then he made 3 temples, one over the east gate for Venus, goddess of love, one over the west gate for Mars, who is god of war, and towards the north he built a temple all of alabaster and red coral, and that was for Diana. All these beautiful things cost more money than would fill a big carriage. Now I will tell you what the temples were like inside. First, in the temple of Venus were wonderful paintings of feasts, dancing, and playing of music, and beautiful gardens, and mountains, and people walking about with the ladies they liked. All these were painted on the walls in rich color. There was a statue of Venus besides, floating on a sea of glass, and the glass was made like waves that came over her. She had a cithole in her hand, which is an instrument for playing music on, and over her head doves were flying. Little Cupid was also there, with his wings, and his bow and arrows, and his eyes blinded, as he is generally made. Then, in the temple of Mars, who is the god of war, there were all sorts of dangers and misfortunes painted. Battles, and smoke, and forests all burning with flames, and men run over by carts, and sinking ships, and many other awful sights. Then a smith forging iron, swords and knives for war. The statue of Mars was standing on a car, armed and looking as grim as possible. There was a hungry wolf beside him. As for the temple of Diana, that was very different from Venus's. Venus wishes everybody to marry the one they love. Diana does not want anyone to marry at all, but to hunt all day in the fields. So the pictures in Diana's temple were all about hunting, and the merry life in the forest. Her statue showed her riding on a stag, with dogs running round about, and underneath her feet was the moon. She was dressed in the brightest green, and she had a bow and arrows in her hand. Now you know all about the splendid theatre and the 3 temples. At last the day of the great tournament approached. Palamon and Arcite came to Athens as they had promised, each bringing with him 100 knights, well armed, and never before, since the world began, was seen a sight so magnificent. Everybody who could bear arms was only too anxious to be among the 200 knights, and proud indeed were those who were chosen. For you know, that if tomorrow there should be a like famous occasion, every man in England or anywhere else, who had a fair lady love, would try to be there. All the knights that flocked to the tournament wore shining armor according to their fancy. Some wore a coat of mail, which is chain armor, and a breastplate, and a japon. Others wore plate armor, made of broad sheets of steel. Some carried shields, some round targets. Again, some took most care of their legs, and carried an axe. Others bore maces of steel. Larger image, it was on a Sunday, about 9 o'clock in the morning, when all the lords and knights came into Athens. With Palamon came the great Lycurgus, king of Thrace, with Arcite came the mighty king of India, Emetrius, and I must give you the exact account of how these 2 kings looked, which is most minute. I should not wonder if these were the likenesses of Palamon and Arcite themselves. 99. First, then, comes Lycurgus himself, the great king of Thrace. Black was his beard, and manly was his face. The circles of his eyeing in his heades they glow eden betwixt Yule and reed between, and like a griffon looked he about, with Kempius, 100, on his brows stout his limbs great, his brawns hard and strong limbs, muscles his shoulders broad, his arms roundy and long. Shoulders, and as the giz was in his conterguise full, he upon a chair of gold stood he high, car with 4 white bowls in a trays. Bulls, the traces instead of coat armor on his harness, 101, with nails yole wear, and bright as any gold, he had a berear skyn, coal black 4 old. Very old his lang hair kempt byhynd, his back long hair combed as any raven feather, it shone for black. Shone a wreath of gold arm gret, and huge of white, upon his head, set full of stones bright, of fine rubies and of fyn diamonds. Diamonds about his chair there went and white a launce, 102. 20 and mo, as great as any steer, bullock, to hunt at the leon or at the berea, and foal wed him, with mosel fast I boundy muzzle coloured with gold, and torets, 103, filled roundy. Spikes, filled Lycurgus himself, the mighty king of Thrace. Black was his beard, and manly was his face. The circles of his eyes within his head glowed of a hue part yellow and part red, and like a griffin looked he about, with hair down combed upon his brows so stout. His limbs were great, his muscles hard and strong, his shoulders broad, his arms were round and long. According to the fashion of his land, full high upon a car of gold stood he, and to the car 4 bulls were linked, milk white. Stead of coat armor on his harness bright, with yellow nails and bright as any gold, a bear's skin hung, coal black, and very old. His flowing hair was combed behind his back, as any raven's wing it shone for black. A wreath of gold, arm thick, of monstrous weight, crusted with gems, upon his head was set, full of fine rubies and clear diamonds. About his car there leaped huge white hounds, 20 and more, as big as any steer, to chase the lion or to hunt the bear, and followed him, with muzzles firmly bound, collared in gold, with golden spikes around. The other portrait has a less barbaric splendor about it. The great Demetrius, the king of India upon a steed bay, trapped in steel, covered with cloth of gold diapered well diapered like Kamyddyng like the god of arms, Mars. His coat armor was of a cloth of Tars, 104, couched of pelisse white, round and gret. Overlaid his saddle was of brend gold new beat, burnished a mantelly, 105, upon his shoulder hanging mantle brett full of rubies reed, as fur sparkling. Cram full, fire his crisp like ringes was iron run and that was you'll wear, and glittering as the sun. Yellow brown his nose was high, his eyeing bright cyryn, his lips roundy, his colour was sanguine, a few friends in his face sprained sprinkled betwixt. You'll well and sondel black maned somewhat, mixed and as a leon he his looking cast. Looking of 25 his age I cast. Suppose his bird was well bygone for to springe, his voice was as a trump thunderinge. Upon his head he wert of laura green laurel a garland freest and lusty for to say. Upon his hond he bar for his deduit, 106, hand, delight an eagle tame, as any lily awhyt. Eagle, any the great Demetrius, the Indian king, upon a bay steed trapped in shining steel, covered with cloth of gold from head to heel, came riding like the god of armies, Mars. His coat armor was made of cloth of Tars, o'erlaid with pearls all white and round and great. His saddle was of smooth gold, newly beat. A mantlet on his shoulder as he came, shone, crammed with rubies sparkling like red flame, and his crisp hair in shining rings did run, yellow it was, and glittering as the sun. His nose was high, his eyes were bright citrine, his lips were round, his colour was sanguine, with a few freckles scattered here and there, twixt black and yellow mingling they were, and lion-like his glance went to and fro. His age was 25 I trow. A downy beard had just begun to spring, his voice was like a trumpet thundering. Upon his head he wore a garland green, of laurel, fresh, and pleasant to be seen. Upon his wrist he bore for his delight an eagle, tame, and as a lily white. There was a great festival, and the dancing, and minstrelsy, and feasting, and rich array of Theseus' palace were most wondrous to behold. I should never have time to tell you what ladies fairest ben, or best dancing be, or which of hem can carol, 107, best and sing any who most flinly speaketh of love, what hawks sitten on the perch above sit, what hounds liggen on the floor down. Lie what ladies danced the best, or fairest were, or which of them best sung or carolled there, nor who did speak most feelingly of love, what hawks were sitting on the perch above, what hounds lay crouching on the floor down. Then there were the temples to visit, to ask grace and favor from the gods. Palamon went to the temple of Venus, the goddess of love, and prayed her to help him to gain his lady. Venus promised him success. Arcite thought it more prudent to go to the god of war, Mars, so he sacrificed in his temple, and prayed for victory in the lists. Mars promised him the victory. But Emily did not wish to marry either of her lovers. She went to the temple of Diana early in the morning, and asked the goddess to help her not to get married. She preferred her free life, walking in the woods and hunting. She made 2 fires on Diana's altar, but Diana would not listen to her, and both the fires went out suddenly, with a whistling noise, and Emily was so frightened that she began to cry. Then Diana told her she was destined to marry one of these poor knights who had suffered so much for her, and so she must make up her mind to it. Emily then departed, but Mars and Venus had a great dispute, because, as you know, they had promised success to each of the 2 knights, and Emily could not marry both. Now, you shall see how each of them managed to gain a victory. All Monday was spent in jousting and dancing, and early on Tuesday began the great tourney. Such a stamping of horses and chinking of harness, 108, such lines and crowds of horsemen. There you might see armor so rare and so rich, wrought with goldsmith's work, and embroidery, and steel. Helmets and hauberks and trappings, squires nailing on the spearheads, and buckling helmets, rubbing up the shields, and lacing the plates with thongs of leather. Nobody was idle. The foamy steeds on the golden bridle gnawing, and fast the armourers also with fill and armour pricking to and fro, yemen on foot, and communes many commons many a one with schorte staves, thick as they may go the foamy steeds upon the golden bridle gnawing, and fast the armourers also with file and hammer pricking to and fro, yeomen on foot, and flocking through the land commons with short staves, thick as they can stand. Pipes, trumpets, drums, and clarions were heard, that served to drown the noise of battle with music. Little groups of people gathered about the palace, here 3, there 10, arguing the merits of the 2 Theban knights. Some said one thing, some another. Some backed the knight with the black beard, others the bald one, others the knight with close hair. Some said, he looks grim, and will fight, and he hath an axe that weighs 20 pound. Duke Theseus sits at a window, like a god on his throne. The masses of people are pressing towards him to see him, and to salute him humbly, and to hear his commands, and his decree. A herald on a tall scaffold shouts out ho, till all the noise of the people is hushed, and when all is quiet, he tells them the Duke's will. My lord hath of his wisdom considered that it were destruction to gentle blood to fight in this tourney, as in mortal battle. Therefore, to save life, he now changes his first purpose. No arrows, poleaxe, or short knife shall be brought into the lists, no short sword, either in the hand or worn at the side. No man shall ride more than 1 course with a sharp spear. Whoso comes to harm shall be taken, and not slain, but brought to the stake, there to abide according to order. And should a chieftain on either side be taken, or slay his fellow, no longer shall the tourney last. God speed you, go forth, and lay on fast. Fight your fill with mace and longsword. 109. The shouts of all the people rang right up to the sky, God save such a good Lord, who will have no bloodshed. Up go the trumpets and the music, and through the broad city, all hung with cloth of gold, the crowds ride to the lists. The noble Duke rode first, and the Theban knights on either side, afterwards came the Queen and fair Emily, and then all the company followed according to their rank. When they came to the lists, everybody pressed forward to the seats. Arcite goes in at the west gate by Mars' temple, with a red banner, and all his 100 knights. At the same moment Palamon enters the east gate by Venus' temple, with his white banner and brave host. Never was there such a sight. The two companies were so evenly matched there was no choosing between them. Then they ranged themselves in 2 ranks, the names were read out, that there might be no cheating in the numbers, the gates were shut, and loud was the cry, "Do now your devoir, young knights proud." The heralds have ceased to ride up and down. The trumpets ring out, in go the spears steadily to the rests, the sharp spur is in the horse's side. There you may see who can joust and who can ride, there the shafts of the spears shiver on the thick shields, he feels the thrust right through the body. Up spring the lances 20 foot high, out fly the swords like silver, helmets are crushed and shivered, out bursts the blood in stern, red streams. See, the strong horses stumble, down go all, a man rolls underfoot like a ball. See, he fences at his foe with a truncheon, and hustles him while his horse is down. He is hurt through the body, and is dragged off to the stake, and there he must stay. Another is led off to that other side. All the humane orders of Theseus are forgotten. From time to time Theseus stops the fray to give time for refreshment and drink, should the combatants need it. Often have these 2 Thebans fought before now, each has often unhorsed the other. But in spite of Theseus' commands, never was tiger bereft of its young so cruel in the hunt, as Arcite in his jealousy was on Palamon. Never was hunted lion, mad with hunger, so eager for blood as Palamon for Arcite's life. See, they are both bleeding. As the day went by, many in the field were carried away by excitement. The strong King Emetrius flew at Palamon as he fought with Arcite, and ran his sword into him. Then there was a frightful uproar. Emetrius could not govern himself, and was dragged off to the stake by the force of 20 men, and while trying to rescue Palamon, the great King Lycurg was borne down, and King Emetrius, despite his strength, was flung out of his saddle a sword's length, so violently Palamon hit at him, but he was carried to the stake for all that, and this tumult put an end to the tourney, according to the rule Theseus had made. How bitterly wretched was Palamon, now that he could not ride any more at his foe. Only by an unfair attack had he lost ground. Theseus, seeing them all fighting together wildly, cried out "Ho!" and stopped the tourney. Then he said, "I will be a true judge, and impartial. Arcite of Thebes shall have Emily, who, by good luck, has fairly won her." Shouts of delight answered Theseus, till it seemed as if the theatre would fall with the noise. It is said that Venus was so disappointed at Palamon, her knight, losing, that she wept, and went for help to her father, the god Saturn. Saturn said to her, "Daughter, hold thy peace, Mars has had his way, but you shall yet have yours. Now you shall see what happened." This fierce Arcite, hearing the Duke's decision, and the cries and yells of the heralds and all the people, raised his visor and spurred his horse along the great place and looked up at Emily. And Emily looked down at him kindly, for women always follow the favor of fortune, and smiled. It was in this sweet moment, when he was off his guard, that something startled his tired and excited horse, and it leapt aside and foundered as it leapt, and before Arcite could save himself, he was flung down, and his breastbone smashed against the saddlebow, so that he lay as dead, his face black with the sudden rush of blood. Poor Arcite! To lose all, just in the moment of supreme joy and victory. He was carried out of the lists, broken-hearted, to Theseus' palace, where his harness was cut off him, and he was laid in a beautiful bed. He was still conscious, and always asking piteously for Emily. As for Duke Theseus, he came back to the town of Athens in great state and cheer. Were it not for this unlucky accident at the end, there had not been a single mishap, and as the leeches said Arcite would soon be well again, that was no such great disaster. None had been actually killed, though many had been grievously wounded, which was very gratifying. For all the broken arms could be mended, and the bruises and cuts healed with salves and herbs and charms. There had even been no discomfiture, for falls did not count as shame, nor was it any disgrace to be dragged to a stake with kicks and hootings, and held there hand and foot all alone, whilst one's horse was driven out by the sticks of the grooms. That was no disgrace, for it was not cowardice, and such things must happen at a tourney. And so all the people made mirth. The Duke gave beautiful gifts to all the foreign knights, and there were ever so many more shows and feasts for the next 3 days, and the two mighty kings had the greatest honor paid them, till all men had gone home to their houses. So there was an end of the great battle. But Arcite did not get well so soon as they thought he would. His wounds swelled up, and the sore increased at his heart more and more. He was so injured that the balms and the salves gave him no ease, and nature could not do her part. And when nature cannot work, farewell physic. There is no more to be done but carry the man to the churchyard. In short, Arcite was evidently dying, and he sent for Emily, who held herself his wife, and for Palamon, his cousin, and they both came to his bedside. Then he told Emily all the sorrow that was in his heart, at losing her whom he had loved so dearly, and how he still loved her, and wanted her to pray for him when he was dead. Alas, the woe! Alas, the pains, stronger pains that I for you have suffered, and so long suffered. Alas, the death! Alas, mynmly, death! Alas, departing of our company, separating. Alas, myn Hertz Queen. Alas, my wyf. Myn Hertz Lady, ender of my lyf. What is this world? What asken men to have, ask now with his love, now in his cold grave ayone, without any company, any farewell, my sweat foo. Mynmly, 110, fo and soft tak me in your arms tway too for love of God, and hearkeneth what I see. Hearken, alas, the woe, alas, the trials strong that I for you have borne, and, so long. Alas, to die. Alas, mine Emily. Alas, that we so soon part company. Alas, my heart's one queen. Alas, my wife. My heart's lady, ender of my life. What is life worth? What do men yearn to have? Now with his darling, now in his cold grave, alone, alone, and with no company. Farewell, my sweet foe, farewell, Emily, and softly take me in your arms today for love of God, and listen what I say. Then Arcite pointed to Palamon, and said, I have here with my cousin Palamon had stryf and rank a many a day agon for love of you, and for my jealousy. Times so Jupiter have of my soul part, as in this world right now any now I none so worthy to be loved as Palamon, that serveth you, and wold on his lyf. And if that ever ye school ben wyf shall forget not Palamon, the gentleman forget, and with that word his spech fail began to fail, for fro his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death, that had him overknown. 111, and yet moreover in his arms twalready the vital strength is lost, and alago. Gone only the intellect, without en more without that dwelled in his hurt seek and saw. Gan failin, when the hurt felt death, began to fail dusked his eyeing too, and failed his breath. Darkened, failed but on his lady yet cast he his eye, his last word was, mercy, Emily. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and hatred days and years agone for love of you, and for my jealousy. Times so Jupiter have of my soul a part, as in the whole wide world now know I none so worthy to be loved as Palamon, who served you well, and will do all his life. Therefore, if ever you shall be a wife, forget not Palamon, that noble man. And with that word his speech to fail began, for from his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death, that hath him overcome. And now moreover, in his arms at last the vital strength is lost, and all is past. Only the intellect, all clear before, that lingered in his heart so sick and sore, began to falter when the heart felt death, then his two eyes grew dark, and faint his breath, but on his lady yet cast he his eye, and his last word was, mercy, Emily. He was dead. Emily was carried away from our sight, fainting, and the sorrow she felt is more than I can tell. Day and night she wept, for she had learned to love Arcite as much as if he had been already her husband, so that she was nigh to dying. All the city mourned for him, young and old. Theseus, and Palamon, and everybody was filled with grief. never had there been such sorrow. Theseus had a splendid bier made, for Arcite to be burned according to the custom, with the greatest honors. Huge oak trees were cut down on purpose to burn on his pile. Arcite's body was covered with cloth of gold, with white gloves on his hands, his sword by his side, and a wreath of laurel on his head. His face was uncovered, so that all the people might see him, when he was carried forth from the great hall of the palace. Theseus ordered that Arcite should be burned in that very grove where Palamon and Arcite had first fought for love of Emily, on that sweet May morning a year ago. So the funeral pile was raised in that grove. 3 beautiful white horses, covered with glittering steel harness and the arms of Arcite, bore all his armor and weapons before him to the spot. The whole city was hung with black, and the noblest Greeks in the land carried the bier. Duke Theseus, and his old father Aegeus, and Palamon, walked beside it, carrying in their hands golden cups, full of milk and wine and blood, to throw upon the pile. Then came Emily, weeping, with fire in her hand, as the custom was, wherewith to set light to the pile. With great care and ceremony the wood and straw were built up around the body, so high that they seemed to reach to the sky, and cloth of gold and garlands of flowers were hung all round it. Poor Emily fainted when she set fire to the pile, in the course of the funeral service, for her grief was more than she could bear. As soon as the fire burned fast, perfumes and jewels were flung in, and Arcite's shield, spear, and vestments, and the golden cups. Then all the Greeks rode round the fire to the left, 3 times shouting, and 3 times rattling their spears, and 3 times the women cried aloud. And when all was over, Emily was led home, and there were curious ceremonies performed, called the Lyquake, at nightfall. Long afterwards, Theseus sent for Palamon. The mourning for Arcite was over in the city, but Palamon came, still wearing his black clothes, quite sorrowful. Then Theseus brought Emily to Palamon, and reminded them both of Arcite's dying words. He took Emily's hand and placed it in the hand of Palamon. Then Palamon and Emily were married, and they lived happy ever after. For now is Palamon in welfare living in bliss, in riches, and in health, and Emily him loveth so tenderly, and he higher serveth elle so gently nobly that never was there no word hem between of jealousy, or any other teen. Affliction thus endeth Palamon and Emily, and God save elle this fair company. Fair for now this Palamon hath all the wealth, living in bliss, in riches, and in health, and Emily loveth him so tenderly, and he doth cherish her so faithfully, that all their days no thought they had again of jealousy, nor any other pain. Thus endeth Palamon and Emily, and God save all this kindly company. Notes by the way. The outline of the foregoing tale was borrowed by Chaucer from Boccacio's Thesaida, but the treatment and conception of character are wholly his own. It is a common thing to say of the Knight's Tale that with all its merits the 2 principal actors, Arcite and Palamon, are very much alike, and constantly may be mistaken for each other. It seems to me that to say such a thing is a proof of not having read the tale, for the characters of the two men are almost diametrically opposed, and never does one act or speak as the other would do. Notice, therefore, the striking contrast all through the story between the characters. From the first, Arcite in the prison is seen to be cooler and more matter-of-fact than Palamon, whose violent nature suffers earliest from imprisonment, mentally, perhaps morally, and whom we find pacing restlessly about, and ceaselessly bemoaning his fate, while Arcite is probably sitting still in philosophic resignation. Palamon is clearly a man of violent, uncontrolled passions, reckless, even rash, and frantically jealous. Arcite's is by far the stronger mind, wise, clever, cool, but quite as brave and fervent as his friend. Every incident brings out their character in strong relief. To Palamon it is given to see Emily first. He mistakes her for Venus, and prays to her as such, his mind being probably slightly disordered by the privations of medieval prison life, as a mind so excitable would soon become. Arcite recognizes her instantly as a woman, and claims her calmly. Palamon flies out, reproaches him bitterly, violently, with the term most abhorrent to the chivalrous spirit of the time, false. Arcite answers with passion, but he is matter-of-fact in the midst of it, reminding his friend how little consequence it is to either of them, for both are perpetual prisoners, and he can even wind up with a touch of humor, quoting the two fighting dogs and the kite. On his release from prison, Arcite follows out successfully a most difficult role, concealing his identity in the midst of Theseus' court, and in the agitating presence of his lady, at the risk of his life, for years. A stratagem requiring constant sang-froid and self-control, which would have been as impossible to Palamon, as mistaking a beautiful woman for a divine vision would have been to Arcite. He does not forget Palamon during this time, though powerless to help him. He is unselfish enough to pray Juno for him, in his soliloquy in the wood. At the meeting of the rivals in the wood, Palamon, mastered at once by rage, bids Arcite fight with him. That instant, regardless of his, Palamon's, being unarmed, he fears nothing, he only wants to fight. Arcite, also furious, can nevertheless see the common-sense side of the affair, and the need for fair play and proper accoutrements, and enumerates very sensibly the arms and other necessaries he will bring Palamon, including, so matter-of-fact is he, food and bedding for the night. When the combatants are discovered in their illegal and unwitnessed fight, Palamon does not fear death. He is only anxious that, whether he be dead or alive, Arcite shall not have Emily, and reiterates his entreaty that Arcite may be slain too, before or after, he doesn't care which, as long as he is slain. Palamon's intense jealousy, which could face death cheerfully, but not the yielding up of his beloved to another man, and his anxiety that Arcite should not survive him, are of course less ignoble than they seem if viewed in the light of the times. It was this same jealousy which prompted him to betray Arcite as soon as he got the chance, forgetting that Arcite had not betrayed him, the day before, when he was in his power. But Chaucer himself once or twice refers to his mind being unhinged, would for love, which claims our forbearance. Again, the appearance of Lycurgue, taken as Palaemon's portrait, is very characteristic. His eye is fierce, his get-up is mighty, barbaric, bizarre, but Emetrius, our sight, appears in a much more usual way. Lycurgue mounts a chariot drawn by bulls, Emetrius rides on horseback, like an ordinary knight. Lycurgue is enveloped in a bear's hide, Emetrius is properly caparisoned. It is also noteworthy that Palaemon entreats Venus for success, for he can think of nothing but his love. Arcite thinks it more prudent to address Mars, since he has got to win Emily by fight. He has considered the question, you see, and it is therefore, I think, that the preference is given to Palaemon in marrying Emily, because society so exalted the passion of love in those days, while Arcite is made to suffer for his very prudence, which might argue a less absorbing passion. It was a master thought to make Arcite die by an accident, so that neither of the rivals vanquished the other, and Palaemon escapes the possible reproach of winning his happiness by slaying his friend. The sympathy, however, remains with Arcite. His character is beautifully developed. It is not inconsistent with his power of self-control and brave heart, noble throughout, that he is able to make such a sacrifice on his deathbed as to give Emily to Palaemon. It is a sign of forgiveness of Palaemon, who, at the point of death, showed no such generosity, and the greatness of the sacrifice must be estimated by remembering the medieval view of love and love matters. I do not think that Palaemon could have done that, any more than he could have concealed his identity in Theseus' court. 112. The Friar's Tale. This worthy friar, Chaucer says, as he rode along with the rest of the company, kept looking askance at the summoner, whom he evidently regarded as an enemy. 113, and though, as yet, for common civility's sake, he had not said anything to him which could cause a regular quarrel, it was quite plain there was little love lost between them. When his turn came to tell his story, he saw a chance of annoying the summoner, which he didn't mean to lose, and, disagreeable as the summoner was, it is not very surprising. But if it like to this company, I will yow of a sompnour tell a game, joke part, ye may well now by the name, that of a sompnour may no good be said. I pray that none of you be evil apaid. Disappointed, but if agreeable to the company, I'll tell you of a summoner. Such a game belike you may imagine from the name, that of a summoner can no good be said. I pray that none of you be ill repaid. The summoner, who was inoffensive enough just then, whatever he might have been at other times, was not very well pleased at having his trade spoken of in such terms, and felt that it was all a hit at himself, and mine host, to prevent further squabbling, breaks in with, "Now, friar, it is not very courteous to speak at a companion in that style, a man of your calling ought to know better, in company we will have no debar, telleth your tale, and let the sompnour be. Tell nay, quoth the sompnour. Let him say to me whatso him list, when it cometh to my lot by God I skull him quitten every grot. Requite, groat I skull him tell which a gret on a great is to ben a false flattering limiter, b. False in company we will have no debate, tell on your tale, and let the summoner be. Nay, cried the summoner, let him say of me what he may choose. When my turn comes, good lack, all he has said I'll pay him fairly back. I'll tell him what a pretty trade is his, beggar and flattering limiter that he is. Mine host cries out, peace, no more of this, and begs the friar to go on. Once upon a time there was an archdeacon in my country who punished with great severity all kinds of misdoings. He had a summoner ready to his hand, who worked under this strict archdeacon with equal severity. A slyer fellow was there none in England, and most cunningly he watched the people in secret, so as to find out how best to catch them tripping. I shall not spare this summoner here, though he be mad as a hare with it all, for summoners have no jurisdiction over us friars, you know, and never will have, all the days of their lives. We are out of their power. So are other refuse of the people, 114, besides friars, interrupted the angry summoner, when he heard that. Peace, with bad luck to you, cries mine host, also getting angry, and let the friar tell his story. Now tell on, master, and let the summoner gale. 115. This false thief, this summoner, used to find out, in all sorts of underhand ways, what people did, right or wrong, by spying in secret, and by keeping people to spy for him. And when he found out anybody doing wrong, he would threaten to summon them before the court, and they used to bribe him with money to let them off. If they were too poor to bribe him, he would make the archdeacon punish them, but if they had enough money to give him, he did not care how many bad things they did, and never told the archdeacon. This was very unjust and wicked, as it encouraged people to do wrong, and the summoner grew quite rich in this evil way, for he kept all the money himself, and did not give it to the archdeacon. He was, you see, a thief as well as a spy, for in this world nys dog for the bow, 116, that can unhurt deer from an hole. Why now hole no dog on earth that's trained to the bow can hurt deer from an unhurt one. No, better than this cunning man knew what everybody was about, and for that was the fruit of all his rent, because the fourth thereon he set all his tongue thereon, purpose and so biful, that on a dayful, once this sompnour, ever waiting on his prey, rode forth to Sompnour. Why do, an old ribibe, 117, feigning a cause, for he wold han a bribe. And happed that he say before him riders or a gay yeoman under a forest sid. A bow he bar, and airways bright and ken, he had upon a courtepi of green, short cloak and hat upon his head with fringes blake. Head sir, quoth this Sompnour, heel and well overtaken welcome, quod he, and every good feel or fellow whither ridest o under this green score, ridest thou, wood, said this yeoman, wilt thou fur today? This Sompnour him, 118, answered and said, nay, here fast by, quod he, is myn ongtonged purpose to riden, for to raisen up a rentrace that longeth to my lord's duty and, since that was the source of all his pelf, to winning gain he did devote himself. And so it chanced that, once upon a day, this summoner, ever waiting for his prey, rode forth to summon a widow, a poor soul, and feign a cause, that he might get a dole. It happened that he saw before him ride a yeoman gay, along the forest side. A bow he bore, and arrows, bright and keen, he had on a short upper cloak of green, a black fringed hat upon his head was set. The summoner cried out, "Hail, sir, and well met." "Welcome," quoth he, "and every one as good. And whither ridest thou in this green wood?" The yeoman said, "And is it far you go?" The summoner made answer, and said, "No, close handy here my errand lies," quoth he, "I ride to raise a rent that's owing me, belonging to my master's property." "Art thou a bailiff, then?" asks the yeoman. The summoner was ashamed to say what he really was, so he said, "Yes." "Good," said the stranger. "Thou art a bailiff and I am another. Let us be friends. I am unknown in this country, but if you will come and see me in my country, I have plenty of gold and silver in my chest, and I will share it all with you." "Thank you," said the greedy summoner, and they shook hands, and promised to be staunch friends and sworn brothers till they died. And thus they rode on together. The summoner, who was always inquisitive and asking questions, was very anxious to know where he could find this amiable new friend, who was so free with his money. "Brother," quoth he, "where now is your dwelling? Another day if that I shall seek." "Seek, brother," quoth he, "your dwelling now, where is 't, if I some future day the place could reach?" Notice the cunning yeoman's answer. This yeoman him answered in soft speech. "Brother," quod he, "fur in the north, 119, Conter, whereas I hope sometime I skall the se, where'er we depart I skall the so well wis separate, teach that of myn whose any skall thou never miss. Shalt thou miss?" The yeoman answered him in softest speech. "Brother," quoth he, "far in the north country, whereat I hope sometime I shall thee see. Before we part I shall direct thee so, thou canst not fail my dwelling place to know." You will see later why he was so anxious to bring the summoner to his own dwelling. "Now, brother," quod this sompnour, "I yall prie tesh me, while that we riden by the way ride sin that ye ben a bailey as a my since, bsom subtilt, as tell me faithfully subtlety in myn office how I may most, 120, win. My and spare not for conscience or for sin refrain but, as my brother, tell me how do ye?" "Now, brother," said the summoner, "I pray, teach me while we are riding on our way, since you a bailiff are, as well as I, some subtle craft, and tell me faithfully how in my office I most gold may win, and hide not aught for conscience or for sin, but as my brother, tell me how do ye?" The strange yeoman is delighted at these questions, and you will see that in his answer he pretends to describe himself, but he is really describing all the summoner does. "Now, by my troth, brother myn, said he, as I skall tell thee a faithful tale. My wages ben full straight and eke full small, narrow, small my lord to me is hard and dangerous severe and myn office is full laborious and the four by extortions, 121, I live. Forsooth I take that men will me give algot by sleight or by violence always, cunning fro your to your I win my despence, I can no better tell faithfully. Now, certes, quod this Sompnour, so fair I spare not to take, God it woot knows but if it be too heavy or too hoot. 122, unless what I may get in counsel privily get no more conscience of that have I, conscience near myn extortions I might not liven were it not for any of such japes I will not be shriven. Games, shrivens to make any conscience know I noon. I shrew the shrift fadders, ever attune. Curse well be we met, by God and by Saint Jarme. But, lev brother, tell me thy name. Quod this Sompnour. Right, 123, in this menu hile this yemen gan a light hell for to smile. Began brother, quod he, wolt thou that I the tell, wilt thou I am a feed, my dwelling is in hell, and her I ride about my purchasing here to white where men will give me anything. No my purchase is the effect of all my rent. The effect look how thou ridest for the same on tongue to win good, thou reckest never how, right so fair I, for ride I wold now unto the world's end for a prey. Pray, quod the Sompnour, benedicite, what say ye? 124, now, by my troth, my brother dear, quoth he, I will be frank with you, and tell you all, the wages that I get are very small, my master's harsh to me, and stingy too, and hard is all the work I have to do, and therefore by extortion do I live. Forsooth, I take what any one will give, either by cunning or by violence. From year to year I snatch my year's expense. No better can I tell you honestly. Now, truly, cried the summoner, so do I. I never spare to take a thing, God wot, unless it be too heavy or too hot. What I can grasp by counsel privily, no scruples in that matter trouble me. Without extortion I could ne'er subsist, so in my pranks I ever will persist, stomach nor conscience truly I have none. I hate all these shrift fathers, every one. Well met are we, our ways are just the same. But, my dear fellow, tell me now your name. The summoner entreated him. Meanwhile that yeoman broke into a little smile. Brother, he answered, wilt thou have me tell? I am a fiend, my dwelling is in hell, and here I ride about my purchasing to know what men will give me anything. Such gains make up the whole of all my rent. Look how thou journeyest for the same intent to reap thy gains, thou carest never how. Just so I do, for I will journey now unto the wide world's end to get my prey. Mercy, the summoner cried, what is't ye say? He is rather aghast at this awful confession, bad as he admits himself to be. He had sincerely thought it was a real yeoman, and when he says to him, with a strange and evil smile, shall I tell you, I am a fiend, my dwelling is in hell, the horrible candor strikes him dumb for a minute. He rather wishes he wasn't his sworn brother. But he very soon gets over this, thinking of the gold and silver, and begins to talk quite friendly. I wend ye were a yeoman, truly ye have a man's scap as well as I. Shape I thought you were a yeoman, verily, ye have a human shape as well as I. Have you then a distinct form in hell like what I see? No, certainly, says the fiend, there we have none, but we take a form when we will. Or else make you seem that we ben scap it seem to you sometime like a man, or like an ape, or like an angel can I ride or go, it is no wonder thing though it be so. Or else we make you think we have a shape, sometimes like to a man, or like an ape, or like an angel I can ride or go, it is not wondrous that it should be so. Why, a common conjurer can deceive you any day, and I have tenfold more cunning than a conjurer. Why, said the summoner, quite interested, do you have several shapes, and not only one? We borrow whatever shape is best to catch our prey, said the evil one. What makes you take all that trouble, says the summoner. Full many a cause, leave Sir Sompnour dear said this feed. But earl thingeth a time, the day is schort, and it is past prime, 125, and yet any one I nothing in this day, one I war long tongue to winning, if I may attend and not on 10 hour things to declare. Full many a cause, my good Sir Summoner, replied the fiend. But all things have a time, the day is short, and it is now past prime, yet have I not won anything today, I'll give my mind to winning, if I may, and not our privy doings to declare. For you see the fiend was more intent upon his business than even the summoner. However, he goes on to say, that sometimes he is obliged to work under the great God, without whose sufferance he could never have any power at all. For some time we ben goddess instrumentes gods and mens to don his commandamentes means when that him list, upon his creatures he chooses in divers acts and in divers figures. Various sometimes God uses us as instruments and means, to work out his all-wise intents, when on us this divine command he lays, we serve in divers forms and divers ways. But you needn't be in such a hurry, he says to the summoner. You'll know more than you like perhaps before long. But un thing warn either, I will not jape one, jest thou wilt algots white how we ben scap. Always know thou scald herefterward, my brother dear, come where the needeth not of me to lear. 126, come, learn for thou scald by thin often experience onken. 127, in a chair, written of this sentence Babel, to counsel, meaning bet than Virgil. 128, when he was on live better, alive or daunt also. Now let us ride blithe quickly, for I will hold company with thee till it be so that thou forsake me. But of one thing I warn thee, not in play, that thou shalt know what we are like, some day. Thou shalt hereafter come, my brother dear, whither thou wilt not need of me to hear, for thou shalt learned be, nay, specially wise by self-experience, in these mysteries, wiser than Virgil ere from earth he passed, or Dante either. Let us now ride fast, for I will keep companionship with thee till thou desirest to depart from me. A pleasant prospect. However, the summoner was quite content, so long as the silver and gold were shared with him. He declares he will never forsake his sworn brother, though he be a fiend, and promises to share all his own goods with the evil one. Adding, take thou thy part, and that men will the even thee, give and I skal myn, thus may we both liven, live, and if that any of us have more than other either let him be true, and part it with his brother. I grant, quod the devil, by my fay. And with that word tiriden forth her way. Ride, take thou thy part, whatever men will give, and I will do the same, so both shall live, and if the one get more than doth the other, let him be true and share it with his brother. I grant it, said the devil, by my fay. With that, they rode together on their way. As they proceeded, they saw right at the town's end a cart laden with hay. The road was heavy with mud, so that the cart stuck. The carter smote his horses, and cried like mad, "Hate, go on, 129, the fiend take you, what a labour I have with you." The fiend have it all, cart, horse, and hay. The summoner, hearing this, remembered he was to have half of all the evil one's goods, and whispered to him, "Don't you hear what the carter says? Take it all quick, he has given it you, hay, and cart, and the 3 horses." "Nay," said the evil one, "he does not mean what he says. He is only in a passion. Ask him yourself, or else wait and see what comes next." The carter whacked his horses, and they began to stoop and pull the cart out, and then he said, "Hate, bless you, good Dobbins, well pulled, my own grey boy. Now is my cart out of the mud." "There, brother, what did I tell you?" says the fiend. Now, you see the churl said one thing, but he thought another. Let us go on, I shall get nothing here. With that they went a little way outside the town. The summoner began to whisper to his companion, "Here there lives an old beldame who would almost as soon lose her head as give up a penny of her goods. But I mean to have 12 pence, 130, out of her, though she should go mad, or else I'll haul her up before the court. And yet, all the same, I know no harm of her. But if you want a lesson how to extort your gains in your country, you may take example of me." The summoner goes and raps at the old widow's gate. "Come out, you old crone. I dare say you are in mischief there," he cried. "Who knocks?" said the old woman. "God save you, sir. What is your will?" "I've a bill of summons against you. On pain of cursing, see that you are tomorrow before the archdeacon, to answer to the court." "God help me," says the poor old woman, in great distress. "I have been ill a long time, and cannot walk so far, and to ride, 131, would kill me, my side pricks so. May I not ask for a libel, 132, and answer there by my procurator whatever there is against me?" "Yes," says the summoner, "pay me, let's see, 12 pence, and I will let you off. I shall not get much profit out of that. My master gets it, and not I. Make haste and give me 12 pence, I can't wait." 12 pence, said the poor widow. "Now, heaven help me out of this. I have not so much as 12 pence in the whole wide world. You know that I am old and poor. Rather give me alms." "Nay," then cries the hard-hearted summoner, "I will not let you off, even if you die of it." "Alas," says she, "I am not guilty." "Pay me," cried he, or I will carry off your new pan besides, which you owe me, for when you were summoned to the court before, I paid for your punishment. You lie, cried the poor old woman. I was never summoned before to that court in all my life, and I have done no wrong. May the evil one catch you for your wickedness, and carry you away, and my pan too. And when the fiend heard her curse the summoner on her knees, he came forward and said, Now, good mother, are you in earnest when you say that? May the devil fetch him, pan and all, before he dies, if he doesn't repent. Repent, cries the wicked summoner, I don't mean to repent anything I do, I can tell you. I wish I had everything you possess besides, even every rag you have on. Now, brother, says the evil one, don't be angry, for you and this pan are mine by right. This very night you shall go with me to hell, and you will soon know more about our mysteries than a master of divinity. And with that word the foul fend him henty, caught body and soul, he with the devil went, whereas the Sompnour's han her heritage, there and God, that maked after his image made mankindy, save and jid us el and some, and lean this Sompnour good man to by comb. Grant with that the foul fiend took him for his own, body and soul he's with the devil gone, whither these summoners have their heritage and God, who did create in his image mankind, protect and guide us all our days, and lead this summoner here to mend his ways. Lordings, I could have told you, if I had time, all the pains and punishments which came to this wicked summoner in hell. But let us all pray to be kept from the tempter's power. The lion lies in wait always to slay the innocent, if he can. Dispose your hearts ever to withstand the evil fiend who longs to make you his slaves. He will not tempt you above what you can bear, for Christ will be your champion and your knight. 133, and pray that this summoner with us may repent of his misdeeds before the devil carries him away. Notes by the way. Legends of the kind told by the friar were very popular in the medieval times, believed in by some as they were laughed at by others. Mr. Wright conjectures that this tale was translated from some old fablio. The friar evidently counted on the unpopularity of this class of men, the summoners, when he held his fellow traveller up to general ignominy in this way. It seems a breach of civility and fair play to modern minds, but the summoners were in reality hated universally for their extortion or for their secret power among the people. As you have seen, the host begins by calling for justice, but the popular feeling was but too clearly on the friar's side from the first, and mine host shares it. Vide notes, pp. 31, 57. This tale would appear by no means to discourage swearing, but mark the distinction drawn between a hearty, deliberate malediction, and the rapid unmeaning oath which sowed the common talk. The lesson was probably the more forcible through the absence of any hypercritical censure of strong language, censure which would have been vain indeed, in an age when common oaths were thought as much less of, as positive cursing was more of, than in the present day. The rough moral deduced was admirably suited to the coarse and ignorant minds of the lower orders. The Clerk's Tale. This Sompnour in his steop up he stood, Upon the frere his hurt was so wood-made that like an aspen leaf he quick for ire. Quaked lordings, quod he, but un thing I desire, I yow bisk that of your courtesy, sin ye han heard this false frere lie, as suffereth me, I may my tale tell. Pray suffer this frere boss death that he knoweth hell, and God it wot, that is but lie tell wonder. 134, Freres and feeds been but lie tell asunder. 135, Sir Clerk of Oxenford, our host said Oxford ye ride as still and coy as doth a maid. 136, were new spoused, sytttyng at the board winking sad smiley. 137, this day any heard I of your mouth a word. I trow ye study about som sophime. Sophism but Salomon saith, everything ath time. For God is sarke as beth of better chair be it is no time for to study high. Study up in his stirrups did the summoner start, for with this friar such rage was in his heart, that like an aspen leaf he shook for ire. Lordings, cried he, but one thing I desire, and I beseech you of your courtesy, since you have heard this falsest friar lie, suffer me, pray, my story now to tell. This friar boasts of how he knoweth hell, heaven knows, that if he does it is no wonder, for fiends and friars are not far asunder. Sir Clerk of Oxford, then our landlord said, you ride as shy and quiet as a maid newly espoused, who sits beside the board, all day we have not had from you a word. I guess, some subtle law you're studying. But Solomon says there's time for everything. Prithee, rouse up, and be of better cheer, it is no time for your deep studies here. Do not give us a sermon, or something so learned that we cannot understand it. Speaketh so plain at this time, we yow pray, that we may understand that ye say. Speak to us very plainly, now, we pray, that we may understand the whole you say. This worthy clerk answered pleasantly, Host, I am under your orders, so I will obey you, and tell you a tale which I learned at Padua, of a worthy clerk, who has been proved by his words and work. He is now dead and nailed in his chest coffin. Now God give his soul well good rest. Give Francis Petrarch. 138. The laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric sweat was named enlumined tale of poetry Italy as Linnean. 139. Did of philosophy, or law you, or other art particular, law but death, that will not suffer us duel in here, but as it were a twinkling of an eye hem botheth slain, and else school we die. Now he is dead, and nailed in his chest, I pray to God to give his spirit rest. Francis Petrarch, the poet laureate, this clerk was called whose rhetoric sweet did late illume all Italy with poetry, as Linnean did with his philosophy, and law, and other noble arts as well, but death, that will not suffer us here to dwell, but, as it were, a twinkling of an eye, hath slain them both, and we, too, all shall die. Part I. To the west of Italy there is a territory called Seleucus, 140, which once belonged to a marquis very much beloved by all his people. They all obeyed and respected him, both lords and commoners, and he was very happy. Besides, he was the noblest born of any one in Lombardy, handsome, and strong, and young, courteous to all, and discreet enough, except in some things where he was not quite perfect. And his name was Walter. The worst fault of him was the careless sort of life he led. He did nothing but hunt, and hawk, and amuse himself, instead of attending to more serious duties. This made his people very sorry, and they thought if Walter had a wife he would get more steady, and not waste his time so sadly. One day all his people went in a great crowd to see him, and the wisest one among them said, "O noble Marquis, your goodness gives us courage to come to you and tell you what we want. Do not be angry, but deign to listen to us, for we all love you. The only thing needed to make us quite happy is for you to marry. We pray you, then, to let us find you a nice wife, and we will choose the noblest and best in the land." Walter listened, and then answered, "My dear people, you know I am very comfortable as I am, and enjoy my liberty. I don't want a wife. But if it makes you any happier, I will try and get one as soon as I can. As for choosing me one, pray don't take so much trouble. I would much rather do that for myself. Only remember that when I am married, you must always show the greatest honor and respect to whoever she may be. For since I consent to give up my freedom to please you, you must not find fault with anyone whom I choose." All the people promised they would be quite content with any wife he liked, for they were so much afraid he would not marry at all if they didn't. Then, to make quite sure, they begged him to fix exactly the day when the wedding should take place, and he did so, promising to get everything ready, according to their request. And the people thanked him on their knees and went away. Part 2. Now, near the Marquis's palace, there was a village in which dwelt a poor man, poorer than the poorest of his neighbors. His name was Janicula, and he had a young daughter who was fair enough to see, called Griselda. But, in beauty of mind, Griselda was the fairest maiden under the sun. She had been brought up very humbly, and more often drank water than wine, and she worked so hard that she was never idle. But though this maiden tender were of age, yet in the breast of her virginity breast, girlhood there was enclosed rip and sad courage winking sad smiley 141, mature, serious and in great reverence and charity love her oldie poor fader fostered sche, a few skeep spynnnyng on the feld sche kept field sche nold not ben udal till sche slept. Would not be and when sche whom ward com, sche wold bringe came, bring wertis or other herbis tims oft worts the which sche shrid and seth for her live inge chop, boil, living and made her bed full hard, and nothing soft. And asche kept her fadders lif on loft eva, supported with every obeisance and diligence, that child may do to fadders reverence. Fathers but though this maiden was as yet so young, under her girlish innocence there lay a brave and serious spirit, ever strong, and with good heart she labored day by day to tend and help her father, poor and grey. Some sheep while spinning in the fields she kept, for never was she idle till she slept. And she would often, as she homeward sped, bring with her herbs and cresses gathered there, which for a meal she fain would seethe and shred. Hard was her bed and frugal was her fare, keeping her father with untiring care, and all obedience, and all diligence that child can give to filial reverence. On this poor hard-working Griselda, the Marquis Walter had often cast his eyes when he happened to pass her while hunting. And when he looked at her it was with no foolish thoughts, but with serious admiration for her virtue. He had never seen anyone so young who was so good, and he made up his mind if ever he married anybody he would marry her. So, after the people's visit, according to his promise to them, Walter began to prepare beautiful dresses and jewels, brooches and rings of gold, and everything proper for a great lady. And the wedding day arrived, but no one had seen any bride, or could think where she was to come from. At last all the feast was ready, all the palace beautifully adorned, upstairs and downstairs, hall and chambers. The noble guests arrived who were bidden to the wedding, lords and ladies richly arrayed, and still there was no bride. The Marquis made them all follow him into the village, to the sound of music. Now, Griselda, who knew nothing of all this, went that morning to fetch water from the well, and she heard say that this was to be the Marquis's wedding day. So she hastened home, and thought to herself she would get through her work as fast as she could, and try to see something of the sight. I will stand with the other girls at the door, she said to herself innocently, and I shall see the new Marchioness, if she passes by this way to the castle. Just as she crossed the door, the Marquise came up, and called her. Griselda set down her water cans beside the door in an ox's stall, 142, and, dropping on her knees, 143, waited for the great lord to speak. The Marquis said gravely, "Where is thy father, Griselda?" And Griselda answered humbly, "He is already here," and hurried in to fetch him. Then the Marquis took the poor man by the hand, saying, "Janicula, I shall no longer hide the wish of my heart. If you will consent, I will take your daughter for my wife before I leave this house. I know you love me, and are my faithful liegeman. Tell me, then, whether you will have me for your son-in-law." This sudden offer so astonished the poor man that he grew all red, and abashed, and trembling. He could say nothing but, "My lord, it is not for me to gainsay your lordship. Whatever my lord wishes." "Yet will I," quod this Marquis softly, "yet that in thy chamber, I and thou and Sche have a collation, and wasto why, meeting, knowest thou, for I will ask if that it her will be to be my wife, and rule her after me, according to and all this skal be done in thy presence done. I will not speak out of thyn audience. Hearing yet, said the Marquis, softly, "Fain would I that in thy chamber I and thou and she confer together. Dost thou wonder why? For I would ask her whether she will be my wife, and rule herself to pleasure me, and in thy presence all things shall be said, behind thy back no contract shall be made." And while the three were talking in the chamber, all the people came into the house without, 144, and wondered among themselves how carefully and kindly she kept her father. But poor Griselda, who had never seen such a sight before, looked quite pale. She was not used to such grand visitors. Larger image Griselda's marriage, this is Griseld myn, quod he. This is what the Marquise said to her. Griselda, it pleases your father and me that I should marry you, and I suppose you will not be unwilling. 145. But first I must ask you, since it is to be done in such a hurry, will you say yes now, or will you think it over? Are you ready to obey me in all things when you are my wife, whether I am kind to you or not? And never to say no when I say yes, either by word or by frowns. Swear that, and I will swear to marry you. Wondering at all this, and trembling with fear, Griselda answered, My lord, I am quite unworthy of the great honor you offer me, but whatever my lord wishes I will consent to. And I will swear never, so far as I know, to disobey you, not even if you wish to kill me, though I don't want to die. That is enough, my Griselda, said Walter, and he went gravely out at the door, and showed her to the people. This is my wife, who stands here, he said, honor and love her, whoever loves me. Then, so that she might not enter his castle in her poor gown, he bade all the gentlewomen robe her at once in beautiful clothes, and though these smart ladies did not much like touching the old clothes she had on, still they stripped them all off her, and clad her all new and splendidly, from head to foot. Then they combed and dressed her hair, which was quite loose and disarranged, and with their delicate fingers they placed a crown on her head, and covered her with jewels, great and small. They hardly knew her, so beautiful she looked when she was thus richly attired. The Marquise put a ring on her finger, which he had brought on purpose, and set her on a snow-white horse, and she was conducted, with great rejoicings, to the palace, where the day was spent in feasting and merriment till the sun set. 146. In short, heaven so favored the new Marchioness, that in a little time you would never have guessed she was of so humble birth. She might have been brought up in an emperor's hall, and not in a hut with oxen. The people who had known her from her childhood could hardly believe she was Janacal's daughter, she was so changed for the better. Moreover, her virtue and gentle dignity made her beloved by everybody, so that her fame was spread throughout all the country, and people even took long journeys to come and look upon her. Walter had not a fault to find with her. She made him happy by her excellence and her wifely homeliness, just as she made the people happy by her kindness and cleverness in redressing their wrongs. Part 3. Griselda had a little girl at last, which was a great joy to them both, and to all the people. But Walter had a great longing to put his wife to the test, to see whether she was really as meek and patient and submissive as she seemed. I know not why he wanted to do this, for he had often tried her in little ways before, and had found her perfect, and for my part I think it is a cruel deed to grieve and torment a wife who does not deserve it, for the sake of needless proof. However, Walter did as follows. One night, while the baby was still very young, he came to her, looking stern and troubled. She was all alone, and he said, Griselda, You have not forgotten the day when I took you out of your poor home. Well, although you are very dear to me, to my people you are not dear. They feel it a great shame to be the subjects of one who came of such mean rank. And since thy daughter was born they have murmured so greatly that I cannot disregard them, so I must do with the baby as the people choose, if I want to live in peace with them all. Yet what I must do is much against my will, and I will not do it without your consent. But I pray you to show me now how patient you can be, even as you swore to be, on our marriage day. When Griselda heard this she did not know that it was all untrue, and she said calmly, My lord, all shall be as you will. My child and I, we are both yours, living or dying. Do as you choose. For my part, there is nothing I fear to lose, but you. The Marquis was overjoyed to hear that, but he concealed his pleasure, and kept a very stern and sad face, and presently departed. He went to a man, to whom he gave certain directions how to act, then he sent the man to Griselda. This man was a sergeant, 147, the trusted servant of the Marquis, and he stalked into Griselda's chamber. Madam, he said, you must forgive me if I do what I am compelled to by my lord. This child I am ordered to take away, and the man made as though he would kill it at once. Suspicious was the defame of this man, ill fame suspect his face, suspect his word also, suspect the time in which he this began. Alas! Her doubter, that she loved so, sche when he wold han slayen it right though, believed, then but nathiels sche neither weep any psychid nevertheless, sighed conforming her to that the Marquis liked. But at last speak sche began to speak, and meekly sche to the sergeant prayed, so as he was a worthy gentleman, that she most kiss her childer that it date might, and in her balm, 148, this little child sche lid lap with full sad face, and gan the child to bless, and lullied it, and after gan it kiss. Began, kiss. Suspicious of repute was this stern man, suspicious in his look, and speech also, so was the time when he the deed began. Alas! Her baby, that she loved so, would he destroy it ere he turned to go, and yet she did not weep, she was resigned to all the wishes of her master's mind. To say a few meek words she then began, and for one boon she pitifully prayed, that as he was a kind and worthy man she might but kiss her baby ere it died. And in her lap the little child she laid, with mournful face, and did the baby bless, and lulled it with how many a soft caress. And then she said, in her gentle voice, Farewell, my child, I shall never see thee again, but since I have marked thee with the cross, may he who died for us all bless thee. To him, little child, I give thy soul, for this night thou shalt die for my sake. Truly, even to a nurse, this would have been hard to bear, but to a mother how far more grievous. Still she was so firm and brave that she soon gave up the baby to the sergeant, saying, Take the little, tiny maid, and go, do my lord's command. But one thing I pray you, that when it is dead you will bury the little body in some place where birds and beasts will not mangle it. The sergeant would not promise her even that, but carried the child off with him. 149. He took the babe to the Marquis, and told him exactly all that Griselda had said. The Marquis certainly showed some little feeling and regret, yet he kept to his purpose, as men will when they are determined. He then bade the sergeant wrap up the child softly and tenderly, and carry it in secret, in a box or the skirt of a garment, to Bologna, where dwelt his sister, Countess of Panic. 150. She would foster it kindly, but whom the child belonged to was to be kept from all men's knowledge. The sergeant did as he was commanded, and the Marquis watched his wife to see if there should be any rebellion in her manner. But she did not change. She was always kind, and loving, and serious, and as busy and humble as ever. Not a word she spoke of the poor baby. Part 4. A few years afterwards, Griselda had another child, a little boy. This was still more joy to the people and to Walter than the other baby, because it was the heir. When the babe was 2 years old, the Marquis took it into his head to tempt again his poor wife. Ah! How needless to torture her! But married men care for no limits when they find a patient wife. Wife, said the Marquis, I have told you how discontented are the people with our marriage, and since the boy's birth their anger has been greater. Their murmuring destroys all my comfort and courage. They grumble, because when I am dead the blood of Janicle shall succeed to my heritage, and I cannot disregard the words they say. So I think I will serve him as I served his sister, but do not suddenly fly out with grief. Be patient, I beg of you, and command your feelings. Griselda answered, sadly and calmly, when she heard this, I have, quod sche, said thus, and everskel, I will no thing, any nil no thing certain will not but as thou list, naught graveth me at all please though that my daughter and my son be slain at your commandment. This is to say in say I have not had no part of children twain, but first signs, and after woe and pain. Sickness ye ben our Lord, doth with your own thing, master right as thou list, axeth no red of me, ask advice for as I left. At whom all my clothing when I first come to you, right so, quod sche, left I my will and all my libert, and took your clothing, wherefore, I yow pray yow doth your pleasance, I will your lust obey. Desire I have, quoth she, said this, and ever shall, I wish not, nor will wish, it is certain, but as you choose, I grieve me not at all, although my daughter and my son be slain at your commandment, nor will I complain that I have had no part in children twain, but sickness first, and then a bitter pain. Thou art our Lord, do, then, with what is thine e'en as thou wilt, ask not assent of me, for as I left at home all that was mine when I came first to thee, right so quoth she, left I my will and all my liberty, and took new habits, wherefore, now, I pray do but thy pleasure, and I will obey. If I knew beforehand what your wish was, said poor Griselda, I would do it without delay, but now that I know your will, I am ready to die if you desire it, for death is nothing compared with your love. When the Marquis heard that, he cast down his eyes, and wondered how she could endure it all, and he went forth looking very dreary, but in reality he felt extremely pleased. The ugly sergeant came again, and took away the little boy. Griselda kissed it and blessed it, only asking that his little limbs might be kept from the wild beasts and birds. But the sergeant promised nothing, and secretly took him with great care to Bologna. The Marquise was amazed at her patience, for he knew that, next to himself, she loved her children best of anything in the world. What could he do more to prove her steadfastness, and faithfulness, and patience? But there are some people who, when they have once taken a thing into their head, will stick to it as if they were bound to a stake. So this Marquis made up his mind to try his wife still further. He watched her closely, but never could he find any change in her. The older she grew, the more faithful and industrious she was. Whatever he liked, she liked. There seemed but one will between them, and, God be thanked, all was for the best. But all this time the slander against Walter spread far and near, and the people said he had wickedly murdered both his children, because his wife was a poor woman. For the people had no idea what had really become of them. And they began to hate Walter instead of loving him, as they had once done, for a murderer is a hateful name. Still the Marquis was so determined to test his wife, that he cared for nothing else. When Griselda's daughter was 12 years old, Walter sent secretly to Rome, commanding that false letters, seeming to come from the Pope, should be made according to his will. These letters, or bulls, were to give him leave to quit his first wife, for the sake of his people, and marry another woman, but they were none of them really from the Pope. They were all counterfeit and false, made by Walter's order, to deceive Griselda. The common people did not know the difference between true letters and false, but when the tidings arrived, Griselda was very sorrowful, for she loved Walter best of all things, as he very well knew. I deem that her hurt was full. Winking sad smiley 151, Judge, sad but sche, alike sad for evermore alike. Firm disposed was this humble creature disposed adversite of fortune fortune, to endure full sure am I. Her heart was full of woe, but she, as though serene for evermore, was ready, in her humbleness of mind, in all adversity to be resigned. Larger image Griselda's sorrow. And as a lamb sitteth meek and still, and let this cruel sergeant do his will. Then the Marquis sent to the Earl of Panic, who had married his sister, begging him to bring both his children home, openly and in great honor, but no one was to know whose children they were. He was to answer no questions, but say the maids should I wedded be. 152, should unto the Marquis of Seleucia noon. Immediately, and as this all was prayed, so he did, for at day set he on his way is gone toward Seleucia, and lords many a one in rich array, this maiden for to guide, her young brother Rydyng by her Cid. Arrayed was toward her marriage this free-ish May, full of gems Clare, maiden, Gems her brother, which that 7 year was of age, arrayed equal free-ish in his mania, also, manner, and thus in great noblesse and with glad chere nobleness towards Seleucus, shaping her journey therefro day to day riden in her way. There but say the maiden should, ere long, be wed unto the Marquis of Seleucus so high. And as this earl was prayed to do, he did, and started on his journey speedily towards Seleucus, with lordly company in rich array, this maiden fair to guide, her little brother riding by her side. And this fresh maid was robed for marriage full of clear gems, in goodly arrayment rare. Her brother, who was 7 years of age, was in his fashion clad all fresh and fair, and thus, in splendor, and with joyous air, towards Seleucus following the way, the cavalcade advances day by day. Part V. In order to put the last trial upon Griselda, to the uttermost proof of her courage, the Marquise one day, before all the household, said to her in a boisterous way, "Certes, Griselds, I had enough pleasance certainly, pleasure to have you to my wife, for your goodness and for your troth, and for your obeisance, truth, obedience, naught for your lignage, any for your riches, lineage, wealth, but now know I in very sooth fastness truth that in great lordship, if I well avis am not mistaken, there is great servitude in sundry wis. Sundry wise I may not do, as every ploughman may. My poeple me constraineth for to take constrain another wife, and cryan day by day, and eke the Pope, ranker for to slake, consenteth it, that I undertake, dare and truly, thus mosh I will yow say much my new wife is coming by the way. Be strong of heart, and void anoon her place heart and thilk dower that ye broughten method tack it again, I grant it of my grace. Returneth to your fathers whose, quod he return no man may alway have prosperite, with even hurt I read yow endure advise the stroke of fortune or of adventure. Chance and sche again answered in patience, my lord, quod sche, I wot, and wist alway, how that betwixt your magnificence and my povert, no wight can any minor body make comparison. It is no nay, I any held me noya dign in no mania worthy, manner to ben your wife, any yet your chambereria. Chambermaid, and in this whose, there ye me lady maid. The high God take I for my witness, and also wisly he my soul glade, cheer I never hold me lady any mistress, but humble servant to your worthiness, and ever skull, while that my lyf made your life above an every worldly creature. Above that ye so long of your benignite benignity han holden me in honor and nobleness, whereas I was not worthy for to be where that thonk I God and yow, to whom I pray thank for yelled it yow. There is no more to see. Repay unto my fader gladly will I wendigo, and with him duel unto my life's end. There I was fostered as a child full small, till I be deed my lyf. There will I led, a widow clean in body, hurt, and clean forsith I after yow my maidenhood since, maidenhood and your true wife. It is no dread, God skilled such a lord's wife to take a shield, forbid another man to house bond or to make. For mate and of your new wife, God of his grace so grant yow well and prosperite, for I will gladly yelden her my place yield in which that I was blissful wont to be. For sith it liketh yow, my lord, quod sche, that whilom were lmyn hurts rest once that I skulgen, I will go when you lest please, but there as ye prefer me such dower ere proffer as I first brought, it is well in my mindy, it were my wretched clothes, no thing fair wretched the which to me were hard now for to find ye. O good God! How gentle and how kind ye seemed by your speech and your visage speech that day that maked was our marriage, made tease true, Griselda, I was once content to marry you, because you were so good, and true, and faithful, and obedient, not for your wealth, nor for your noble blood, still one thing must be clearly understood, that in this rank and riches men so praise there is great servitude in many ways. I may not do as every ploughman may, my people urge me evermore to take another wife, and clamour day by day. And now the Pope, their rancour swift to slake, gives glad consent to any change I make, and more than that, I need not fear to say, my new wife is already on her way. Make way for her, be brave, give up her place, and, see, the dowry that you brought to me I will restore, I grant it of my grace. Go back unto your father's house, quoth he, no one can always have prosperity. With equal spirit suffer weal or woe, the gifts of chance or luck that come and go. And she replied, with perfect patience, my lord, I know, and knew alway, quoth she, too well, that 'tween your own magnificence and my great poverty, there cannot be comparison at all, and verily I held myself unworthy every way to be your wife, or servant, for a day. And in this house wherein ye made me great, high God my witness, who shall haply set some coming comfort in my altered state, lady nor mistress never was I yet, but humble servant to the grace I get, this I shall be, with spirit ever strong, more than all others, yet, my whole life long. And for your charity in keeping me in dignity and honour day by day so many years, unworthy though I be, now thank I God and you, to whom I pray that he will all your graciousness repay. Unto my father cheerfully I went to dwell with him from now to my life's end. There I was fostered as an infant small, there till I die my life I will lead through, dwell as an honest widow, heart and all. For since I gave my girlhood unto you, and am your wife, most loving and most true, it were not fitting that a great lord's wife should wed another husband all her life. And with your wife to be, God of his grace grant you all welfare and prosperity, for I will yield her cheerfully my place, in which I once so happy used to be, for since it pleaseth you, my lord, quoth she, whoever were the dearest to my heart, that I should go, content I will depart. But when you bid me take again that dower that I first brought, it still is in my mind, it was my wretched clothing, coarse and poor, rags that it were not easy now to find. And, O good God! How gentle and how kind you then seemed, by your words and by your look, that day whereon the name of wife I took. Griselda said no word of reproach to her cruel husband, except one touching remark, which he may have felt as one, love is not old as when that it is new. Love is not the same in after years as when it first comes. Then she appeals to him in a way that must have touched a heart of stone, for she saw no sign of relenting in his face. She does not know how far his brutality will go, and will not be surprised at the last insult. My lord, Ye wot that in my father's place ye did me strip out of my poor weed strip, attire and richly me cladden of your grace. To you brought I naught else, out of dread else but faith, and nakedness, and maidenhood and her again my clothing I restore, and eke my wedding ryng for evermore. The remnant of your jewels ready be remainder within your chamber. Dar softly saying dare naked out of my father's house, quod sche, I come, and naked moot I torn again. Return all your plies ons wold I full when fain winking sad smiley 153. Follow gladly, but yet I hope it be not your tongued intention that I smockles out of your palace went. Smockless palace, my lord, you know that in my father's place you stripped me of my poor attire, for ruth, anew you richly clad me, of your grace. And I brought nothing unto you, in truth, but honesty, and poverty, and youth. And here again your clothing I restore, and even your wedding ring for evermore. The remnant of your jewels ready be within your chamber, I can safely say. With nothing from my father's house, quoth she, I came, with nothing I shall go away. In all things as you bid I will obey, but yet I hope you will not let me go quite as bereft as when I came to you. A faint sparkle of human spirit comes into her entreaty. Ye could not do so dishonest, shameful, a thing. Remember you, myn orphan lord, so dear own I was your wife, though I unworthy were. Wherefore, in go down of my maidenhood girlhood which that I brought, and not again I be carry away as voucheth sorf as ye've me to my meed vouchsafe. Reward but such a smock as I was wont to were. Smock, where remember yet, my lord and husband dear, I was your wife, though I unworthy were. Thus, in requital of the youth I brought, but never can take back, nor have it more, give me, I pray, a garment of such sort as in those days of poverty I wore. Walter accepts this humble claim. Mark the calm dignity with which she refrains from giving way before her folk. The smock, 154, quod he, that thou hast on thy back smock let it be still, and bear it forth with thee. But well unnevs thilk word he spark scarcely. This but went his way for routh and for pite. Compassion by for and the folk herselven strippeth sche herself and in her smock, with head and foot bare head and feet toward her fader house forth is she fair. Went the folk her full when weapon in her way follow her and fortunate I cursen as tygoon. Curse but she fro weapon kept her ing dry any in this time word any spark sche noon. None her fader, that this tiding heard anoon, cursed the day and time that nature scoop him to ben a life's creature. Formed, living for out of doubt this oldie poor man was ever in suspect of her marriage, suspicion for ever he deemed. Sith that it began believed that when the Lord fulfilled had his courage impulse him wold think that it were disparagement to his estate, so low for to light, and void and higher as soon as ever he might. Put her away agains his doubter hastily goth hegoeth, for he by noise of folk knew her coming, and with her oldie coat, as it might be coat he covered her, full sorrowfully weapinge sorrowfully but on her body might he it naught bringe, for rude was the cloth, and more of age coarse, more by days feel than at her marriage. Many, vile, Thus with her fader for a certain space dwelleth this flower of wifely patience, flower that neither by her words, any by her face, by foreign the folk nor eke in her absence also, there any skewed sche that her was doen offence, showed, done any of her high estate no remembrance Anna. Estate any had she, as by her countenance. The shift he said, thou hast upon thy back, let it remain, and bear it forth with thee. But scarcely that hard word for pain he spake, and went his way for sorrow and pity. Before the household all her robes stripped she, and in her shift, barefoot and bare of head, toward her father's house forth is she sped. The household follow, tears in every eye, bewailing her ill fortune as they go, but she from weeping kept her own eyes dry, nor spake a word to those who murmured so. Her father heard the news a while ago, and sore laments the day that he was born, to be a thing so helpless and forlorn. For ever without doubt the poor old man distrusted heartily her altered rank, believing inly since it first began, that when my lord had wearied of his prank, he would conceive it far beneath his rank to have a low-born wife, however good, and rid himself of her whene'er he could. Unto his daughter hastily he goes, for by the noise of crowds he knew her nigh, and her old garb about her form he throws, and covers her, with tears and many a sigh, but could not draw it round her properly, for coarse and shrunk the cloth was, worse for age by many days, than at her marriage. Thus with her father for a certain space did dwell this flower of wifely patience, and neither by her speech nor by her face, before the folk, nor e'en in their absence, seemed she to feel that she endured offence. As far as any living soul could see she had of her past state no memory. And after all it was scarce any wonder. For in her days of wealth her spirit had always been humble and meek. No dainty fare, no foolish pomp or luxury, no semblance of splendid rank, had she allowed herself, but, ever wise and humble and firm, when reverses came she was ready to bear them. Men speak of Job's patience, but, though some praise women little enough, no man can be as patient as a woman can, no man be faithful as a woman can. Part 6. At last the Earl of Panic arrived, whose fame had been spreading among great and small. The people had all found out that he was bringing them a new marchioness, in such pomp and state, that never before had a like splendor been seen throughout West Lombardy. The Marquis, who had arranged all these things, sent for this poor innocent Griselda, and she came with humble mind and joyful face, and no proud notions in her heart, and knelt before him and asked his will. Griselda, he said, my will is that the maiden whom I am to marry be received here as royally as it is possible in my house to be, and that everybody, according to his degree, shall be made thoroughly welcome and happy. I have no woman able to arrange my rooms fully to my liking, and therefore I want you to take everything in hand. You know of old my ways and my tastes. Therefore, though your dress is ragged and you look very bad, you must do your duties to the very best of your power. Griselda answered, not only, Lord, am I glad to do anything for you, but I love you enough to work all my days to please you. And with that word she gan the house to dight, and tables for to set, and beds make, and with that word she gan the house to deck, to set the tables and to make the beds, begging all the chambermaids to hasten and hurry and shake and sweep smartly, and she, most serviceable of them all, got every chamber and the great hall garnished and adorned. About 10 unden gan this lord alight for a noon that with him brought these noble children tway, two for which the people ran to see that sight of her array, so richly bicey, rich to be seen, and then at erst amongst hem ticey at first that Walter was no fool, though that hem lest pleased to shonge his wif, for it was for the best. For she is fairer, as Tiedemann deem than is Griseld, and more tenderer of age. Younger somewhat ere noonday did this earl alight, who with him brought the unknown children fair, and all the people ran to see the sight of their array, resplendent as they were, and soon the common thought was whispered there, that Walter was no fool for being glad to change his wife. A good exchange he had. For she is fairer, as they notice all, than is Griselda, tenderer of age. And the throngs of admiring serfs stood making their light remarks, forgetful of the victim of it all, and her undeserved disgrace. They watch the fair bride and the handsome boy beside her, and every moment the Marquise seems to get more popular. O stormy poeple, unsid and ever unto unsteady and undiscreet and shonging as a feign indiscreet delitting ever in Romnel that is new noise for like the moon wax ye and wane, full of clapping, dear Yna Jane, 155, chattering your doom is false. Your constance evil proveth judgment, ill proveth a full great fool is he that on you leaveth. Believeth O stormy people, light, and ever untrue, and undiscerning, changing as a feign, delighting in new noise, because 'tis new, how like the moon do. Ye, too, wax and wane. Your empty praise, like worthless coin, is vain, false is your judgment, frail your constancy, who trusts to you, a full great fool is he. That is what the graver people in the city said when the populace were gazing up and down, glad for the novelty, to have a new lady in the castle. Meanwhile Griselda was working busily at everything that was needed for the feast. She was nothing abashed at her clothing, though it was rude and coarse, and somewhat torn besides. She went to the gate with the rest to salute the bride, and hurried back at once to her work. She received every one cheerfully, and in such a manner that no one had a fault to find with her, but some of them wondered who this woman was, in such shabby clothes, but who behaved with so much grace and propriety, and many praised her diligence and wisdom. When all the great lords were about to sit down to supper, Walter called to Griselda, who was working in the hall. Griseld, quod he, as it were in his play, how licketh the my wife and her beaut, do you like right well, my lord, quod she, for in good faith a fairer sorf I never known than she. None I pray to God give her prosperite, and so hope I that he will to you send pleasance unto your lives pleasantness on thing by sky you, and warn also, 156, beseech that ye any prike with no torment in jeprick this tender maiden, as ye han doen mo more, others, for she is fostered in her. Nor is ginge fostered, nourishing more tenderly, and to my supposing as I suppose he could not adversite endure, as could the poor fostered creature could. Poorly and when this Walter saw her patience, her glad cheer, and no malice at all, and he so oft had done to her offence, and sad, and constant as a wall steady continuing ever her innocence over all. This sturdy Marquis gan his hurt dress direct to rewain upon her wyfly steadfastness. To pity this is Griseld myn, quod he. Be now no more August, any evil apade afraid. Disappointed I have thy faith and thy benignite goodness as well as ever woman was, assayed in great estate, and poorlich. 157, arrayed. Poorly now I, dear wyf, thy steadfastness. And her in arms took and gan her kiss and she for wonder took of it no keep heed she heard not what thing he to her said, she furred as she had easted out of a sleep fed, started till she out of her macedness abraid. Awoke Griseld, quod he, by God that for us died thou art my wyf. None other ine, 158, have, any never had, as God my soul save. This is thy, 159, doubter, which thou hast supposed to be my wife, that other faithfully shall be myn, as I have purposed. Thou bar hem of thy body truly. At Boulogne have I kept hem privily. Tak hem again, for now mayst thou not see mayst thou that thou hast lorn noon of thy children lost and folk, that otherwise handsid of me, I warn hem well, that I have done this deed done for no malice, any for no cruelty, but for t'assay in thee thy womanhood, to assay, womanhood and not to slain my children, God forbid, but for to keep hem privily and still quietly till I thy purpose knew, and all thy will. Griseld he said to her, as if in play, how seems my wife and her fair looks to thee? Right well, my lord said she, for in good faith I never saw a fairer bride than she. I pray God give you both prosperity, and so I hope that he will ever send you happiness enough to your life's end. One thing I pray of you, and warn beside, that you goad not with any torturing this tender maid, like some you have sore tried, for she is nurtured in her upbringing more tenderly, and such a gentle thing might haply not adversity endure like one whose nurture had been hard and poor. And when this Walter saw her patientness, her cheerful mien, and malice none at all, though he so oft had tried her more or less, and she still firm and constant as a wall, continuing ever her innocence over all, this sturdy Marquis gan his heart to chide, touched by her steadfast faith that never died. This is enough, Griseld mine, said he, be no more ill at ease, and fear no more. I have thy faith and strength and charity tempted, as woman never was before, both in thy wealth, and in thy rags so poor. Now do I know, dear wife, thy steadfastness, and clasped her in his arms with many a kiss. But she for wonder took no heed of him, she heard not any of the words he spoke, she seemed as one that starteth from a dream till she from her astonishment awoke. Griseld, cried he, it was a cruel joke, thou art my wife, none other one I have, nor ever had, as God my soul shall save. This is thy daughter, whom thou hast supposed to be my wife, that other faithfully shall be my heir, as I have long disposed, for they are both thy children, verily. I kept them at Bologna privily. Take them again, thou canst not say, as once, thou hast lost either of thy little ones. And folk, who otherwise have said of me, I warn them well that I have acted thus, neither in malice nor in cruelty, solely to prove thy patience marvelous, and not to slay my babes, God hinder us, but to conceal them secretly apart until I learned thy purpose and thy heart. You may fancy you see Griselda at this moment, standing in her rags before the glittering company, and her brain dazed with wondering whether this were some new freak, or the truth that brought unheard of joy. But nature had been taxed too far, and all her courage could not bear up against the shock. When she this heard, as one down she falleth in a swoon for piteous joy, and after her swoonings winning both her young children to her calleth, and in her arms, piteously weeping, embraceth him, and tenderly kissing, full like a mother, with her salt terror's tears bathed both her visage and her hair. 159. Their hair when she heard this, all senseless down she falleth, for piteous joy, and half unconsciously both her young children unto her she calleth, and in her arms, weeping so piteously, embraced them, with kisses tenderly, full like a mother, and the tears she sheds bathed the fair faces and the dear loved heads. Piteous it was to hear her humble voice, thanking Walter so fervently. Grant mercy, Lord, God thank you, cried she, for saving me my children. Now I care not how soon I die, since your love has come back to me. O tender, O dear, O young children min, 160, your woeful mother when steadfast lie believed that cruel hounds or som foul vermin you ill dogs had eaten you, but God of his mercy, and your benign fader tenderlieth doon you kep. And in that same stound preserved you, moment so deanly swapped down to ground sank and in her so sadly holdeth swoon, firmly her children tio, when gan hem t'embrace to embrace them that with great sleight and great difficult skill the children from her arm they gone tear away Many a tear on many a piteous face down ran of him that stood in her bized down, stood beside nether about her might tie abide. Hardly waltia her gladdeth, and her sore weslaketh cheers, sorrow riseth up abeshed from her trounce abashed and every white her joy and fest maketh everybody till eth caught again her continuance. Countenance wow to her doth so faithfully pleasaunce comforts her that it was deigned for to see that dainty betwixt hem tio, now tie be met in fair. Company these ladies, when that tie her time save there, saw hand taken her, and into chamber goon have and strippen her out of her rude array, and in a cloth of gold that bright shone with a crown of many a rich stone crown, stone upon her head, they into her low her brought, and the was honoured as her ought. She ought to be thuseth this piteous day a blissful endi, for every man and woman doth his might best this day in mirth and revel to despendi, till on the welkin shone the stars bright. Welkin for more solemn in every man's sight stately, man's this fest was, and greater of costage greater, cost than was the revel of her marriage. O young, O dear, O tender children mine, your hapless mother thought in all her woe that cruel beasts of prey and foul vermin had slain you both, but God had mercy, lo! He and your loving father willed it so that you should be preserved, and said no more, but suddenly fell fainting on the floor. And in her swoon so closely holdeth she her new-found children in a strong embrace, that those around unclasp not easily the fingers which so firmly interlace. Oh! Many a tear on many a pitying face ran down in token of deep sympathy, scarce could they bear to watch her agony. Walter consoleth her as she awaketh, she riseth up bewildered from her trance, each presseth round about and merry maketh until she hath recovered countenance. With kisses and with loving word and glance Walter doth cheer her. Sweet it was to see the joy they felt, united happily. And when they saw their time, these ladies gay unto a chamber led her forth with them, and stripped her out of all her rude array, and in apparel bright with many a gem clad her, and, crowned with a diadem upon her head, they brought her to the hall, where she was meetly honoured of them all. Thus hath this piteous day a blissful end, till every man and woman in the rout striveth the day in mirth and glee to spend, till in the darkened sky the stars shone out, for greater and more sumptuous, without doubt, this revel was, and there was more to pay, than the rejoicings on her marriage day. Thus dwelt, for many years after, Walter and his wife in peace and joy, and I hope that the suffering of that day was the last Griselda had to bear at the hands of her capricious and wilful spouse. The pretty daughter Walter married to one of the greatest lords in Italy, and he then brought Griselda's old father to dwell in peace and comfort in his own court. His son succeeded to his state and rank, and married happily, though he did not tempt and torment his wife as Walter did, for the world is not so strong as it once was, and people cannot bear such treatment now. The story is told, not that wives should imitate Griselda in humility, for it would be unbearable, even if they did, but that every one in his degree should be constant in adversity as Griselda was. For if one woman could be so submissive to a mortal man, how much more ought we to take patiently all that God sends as our lot in life. But one word before I stop. It would be hard to find in a whole city 3, or even 2, Griseldas nowadays. The gold in their nature is now so mixed with base metal that in any great trial the coin would sooner break than bend. Griselda's deed, and eke her patience also, and both at un buried in a tale, once for which I cry in open audience no wedded man so hardy be to assail his wife's patience, in hope to find Griselds. For in certain he skal fail. Dead is Griselda, and her patience, both buried in one grave in Italy, so I entreat in open audience no wedded man be rash enough to try his own wife's patience, in the hope to find Griselda's, for he'll fail most certainly. Notes by the way the tender pathos in Chaucer's telling of this story, which he borrowed from Petrarch, but which is really much older than his time, cannot be excelled in any story we know of. The definite human interest running all through it points to some living Griselda, but who she was, or where she came from, no one knows. Resignation, so steadfast and so willing, was the virtue of an early time, when the husband was really a lord and master, and such submission in a woman of the present civilization would be rather mischievous than meritorious. If a modern wife cheerfully consented to the murder of her children by her spouse, she would probably be consigned to a maison de santé, while her husband expiated his sins on the scaffold, and if she endured other persecutions, such as Griselda did, it is to be hoped some benevolent outsider would step in, if only to prevent cruelty to animals. But it must be remembered that in the Old World wives held a very different position in society, and the obedience of all the household to the lord of the castle was the chief secret of peace, discipline, and unity, as obedience to the captain of a vessel is now. We may also infer, from many hints in this tale, the admiration felt for that kind of self-command in which people of a ruder time were so deficient. When almost everybody gave way habitually to violent emotions of all sorts, those who could rein in feeling were held in high esteem. Perhaps Walter himself may not have been wantonly cruel, but only so bewildered by these unaccustomed virtues that he could not trust their sincerity without experiments. 161. Chaucer seems to me to have devoted especial pains to the clerk's tale, relating it in the same careful versification as the history of the pious Constance, man of law's tale, the holy Saint Cecilia, second non's tale, and the prioress's tale, all religious, and undoubtedly written con amore. The story of Griselda winds up with real artistic power, the clerk concluding with an ironical little song addressed to ordinary wives, so as to leave his hearers laughing, instead of depressed by the inadequate reward of patient Grisel's virtues. This little song consists of 6 beautiful verses, of 6 lines only each, and in which every line rhymes with the corresponding line in the 5 other verses. Clearly great labor has been lavished on it, but I have not included it, as the ironical directions to wives to be bad wives would be probably not understood by a child, and superfluous if they were. The Franklin's Tale. Mine host would not suffer long delay between the stories, and as soon as the last story was at an end, he called upon the Franklin to begin. In Armorique, 162, that is called Brittany, there was a knight named Arviragus, who loved the Lady Dorigene. Much he labored, and many a brave deed he performed for her sake. He loved her so dearly that no trouble seemed to him too great to win her love, for she was the fairest lady under the sun, and, moreover, came of high lineage. But, at last, seeing his worthiness and meek obedience, she consented to take him for her husband and her lord, such lordship as men have over their wives, and, in order that they might live more happily together, Arviragus, of his own free will, swore, as a knight, that he would never tyrannize over her, but follow her wishes in all things, as he had done ever. 163. This kindness touched the lady deeply, and she thanked Arviragus, and, with great humility, she said, "Since of your gentilesse you proffer me so much power, I will always be a humble and true wife to you. Have here my troth, until my life shall end." Thus they lived happily and at peace, for those who would live long together must give in to each other. Love will not been constrained by mastery when mastery cometh, the god of love anon soon beateth his wings, and farewell, he is gone. Love will not be constrained by tyranny, when mastery cometh, the god of love anon beateth his wings, and farewell, he is gone. For women wish for liberty, and not to be kept like slaves, and so do men also, if I tell truth. And whoever is patient in love, has all the advantage. Patience is a high virtue, for it overcomes things that rigor cannot do. Arviragus went home with his wife to his own country, not far from Penmark, 164, where they dwelt in bliss and in solace. When a year had passed away, this night Arviragus made ready to go to England, 165, to seek fame and honor in the service of arms, and there he dwelt 2 years. But Dorigene loved her husband so dearly that she wept and fell sick when she was left alone. She could not sleep or eat, and as time went on, all her friends thought she would die. They tried to amuse her all that they could. Night and day they strove to comfort her, she was so sad, and begged her to go and roam with them in the fields and on the seashore. You know, even a stone will show some pattern at last if you cut long enough at it, and after a while Dorigene began to try and cheer up a little. Meanwhile, Arviragus sent letters home to tell her he would speedily return, else grief had slain her heart. Now, Dorigene's castle stood near the sea, and sometimes she used to walk with her friends and her people on the cliffs, from whence she could see ever so many great ships and barges sailing by. But even the sea began to make her sad, for she said to herself, "Of all these ships that I see, is there not one will bring me back my lord?" At other times she would sit and look down from the brink of the cliff, but when she saw the grisly black rocks that wrecked so many ships, her heart quaked with fear, and she sank on the green grass, and cried, with deep sighs of grief, "Would to God that all these black rocks were sunk into the earth, for my lord's sake," and the piteous tears fell from her eyes. Her friends soon saw it did her no good looking at the sea, but only made her worse. So they led her by rivers, and in beautiful green places, where they danced, and played at chess and tables. 166, so on a day, right in the more wet-eyed morning unto a garden that was there beside, in which that tie had made here ordinance of vitale, and of other purveyance victual they gan and play en hemel the long day. Go, play, and this was on the 6th morwell of May, 167, which May had painted with his soft scouress this garden full of leaves and of flowers. So on a day, before the sun was high, unto a garden fair that was hard by, wherein they had spread forth their meat and drink, and every comfort that the heart could think, they went, and sported all the whole long day, and this was on the 6th sweet morn of May, when May had painted, with his tender showers, this garden full of fragrant leaves and flowers. The odor of flowers and the fresh scene would have made any heart light that ever was born except one burdened by great sickness or great sorrow. After dinner they began to dance and sing, all save Dorigene, whose heart was sad. He whom she loved best was not among them. They danced, among others, a squire before Dorigen, who was handsomer, and more radiant in array, and fresher than a May morning. He sang and danced better than anybody ever danced before, or will again. And, besides, he was young, strong, and virtuous, and rich and wise, and held in great esteem. This squire, whose name was Aurelius, had long loved the Lady Dorigen, but she knew nothing of it. He did not dare to tell her his grief, and could only sing songs, in which he complained in a general way that he loved someone who regarded him not. He made a great many songs in this strain. But at last, on this day it happened, as Aurelius was her neighbor, and a man of worship and honor, Dorigen fell a talking with him, and when he saw a chance, Aurelius said to her, "Madam, I wish when Arviragus went over the sea, I had gone whither I could never come back. For well I know you do not care for me. Madam, forget Arviragus, and love me a little, or I shall die." Dorigen looked at him, and said, "Is this your will? I never knew what you meant. But now, this is my answer, I cannot forget my Arviragus, and I do not care for anyone but him." But afterwards she said in play, "Aurelius, I will love you when you have taken away all the rocks and stones that hinder the ships from sailing. And when you have made the coast so clear that there is not a single stone to be seen, then I will love you best of any man." For she well knew the rocks could never be moved. But Aurelius was sorely grieved. "Is there no other grace in you?" said he. "No, by that Lord who made me," Dorigen answered. "Madam, it is an impossibility," he said, "I must die." Then came Dorigen's other friends, who knew nothing of this. They roamed up and down the green alleys, and betook themselves to new sports and new revels, but Aurelius did not mingle with them. He went sorrowfully to his own home, for it seemed as though he felt his heart grow cold. He was so sad that he fell sick, and so suffered a long, long time, telling his trouble to nobody in the world, except to his brother, who was a clerk, 168, and who was very sorry for him. His breast was whole without en for to say nacy, but in his hurt was the air wherever his breast was whole without, to every eye, but in his heart the arrow keen did lie. And well you know that it is a perilous cure when a wound is healed outwardly only. Meanwhile, Arviragus came home from England to his faithful wife, and there were great rejoicings, and feasts, and jousting, and these two were so glad to see each other that they thought of nothing else. Dorigen cared nothing at all for Aurelius, and Arviragus had no suspicion that Aurelius had spoken to her of love. Larger image Dorigen and Aurelius in the garden. "Have mercy, sweat, or ye will do me d." Now Aurelius' brother was a very learned man, and as he saw Aurelius got no better, he was very unhappy about him. At last he remembered that he had once seen at Orleans, in France, a book on conjuring, 169, which had been left in his way. This book was full of all sorts of curious tricks which were performed by the tragedians or jugglers of that day. He was glad when he thought of this book, feeling sure he saw a chance of curing Aurelius. And when this spoke was in his remembrance, anon for joy his hurt gan for to dance immediately, and to himself he said privily, my brother shall be whereas hastily cured, for I am sicker that there are ben sciences or by which men maken diverse apparences various which as thy subtile trajetors plien. For oft at fests have I well heard seen that trajetores within an hally large handmaid come in a water and a barge, and in the hally rowan up and down. Sometimeth seemed come a grym lion seemed, grim, and sometime flowers spring as in a mead, 170, sometime a vine, and grapes white and reed, sometime a castle of lym anston, and when hem liked voided it anon dispersed, thus semeth it to every man's sight. And when this book came, by a lucky chance, into his mind, his heart began to dance, and to himself he whispered privily, my brother shall be healed full speedily, for I am sure that there be sciences by which men raise divers appearances, such as the cunning jugglers do in play, for oftentimes at feasts have I heard say that jugglers playing in a hall so large, have seemed to bring in waters and a barge, and in the hall they row it to and fro. Sometimes a lion fierce will come and go, sometimes, as in a meadow, flowers upspring, sometimes a vine, with rich fruit clustering, sometimes a castle all of lime and stone, and when they wish, at once the whole is gone. Thus seemeth it to be, in all men's sight. Therefore he thought that if he could find any old friend at Orleans, who knew anything of magic, he might help Aurelius to win the beautiful Dorigene. He went to his brother's bed, and gave him so much hope that he sprang up at once and started off to Orleans. When they were nearly arrived at the city, they met a young clerk, roaming by himself, who greeted them in Latin, saying, to their great wonder, I know the cause that brings you here, and, ere they went a step farther, he told them all that was in their minds. This clerk was, you see, a magician, and having saved them the trouble of explaining their business, he brought them to his house, where he feasted them in splendid style, and showed them many wonderful visions. He skewed hem, they went to superior upper forests, parks, full of wild deer, there, 171, saw he harts with her horns high, the greatest that were ever seen with the eye. He saw of hem 100 slain with hounds, and som with airways blede of bitter wounds. He saw, when voided were the wild deer departed these falconeers upon a fair riveria, that with her hawk's hand the heron slain. Hawks though saw he nits justen in a plin, joust, and after this he died him such pleasaunce, that he him skewed his lady in a dance, on which himself he danced, as him thou hoot. And when this maester that this magic rehoot, saw it was time, he clapped his honstio to and, farewell. Al the revel is wido, done, and yet removed they never out of the whose while they saw al this sight's mirth lose, but in his study, there are his books be, they Satan still, and no white but they the. He made appear, before they went to meet, forests and parks, with wild deer fair and fleet, there saw he harts that tossed their antlers high, the greatest that were ever seen with eye. He saw 100 of them slain by hounds, while some with arrows bled of bitter wounds, and when the wild deer were no longer there, came falconers upon a river fair, who, with their falcons, have the heron slain. Then saw he knights all jousting in a plain, and after this he gave him such pleasance, that he could see his lady in a dance, in which himself was dancing, as he thought. And when this master, who the magic wrought, saw it was time, he clapped his hands, and a farewell. For all the revel fades away. And yet they never moved from out the house, while they did see these visions marvelous, but in his study, where his volumes lay, they sat alone, and no man else but they. Therefore, after all these wondrous sights, inside the magician's study, there was no doubt that he could make the rocks disappear on the coast of Brittany. Aurelius asked him how much money he should give him to perform that feat, and the magician said he must have no less than £1,000, winking sad smiley 172. But Aurelius said he would give him the whole world if he could, and it was agreed that for this sum he should make the rocks vanish, and that without delay. The next morning, at daybreak, Aurelius, his brother, and the magician, went to the seaside of Brittany, where the feat was to be done. It was the cold frosty month of December. Aurelius paid the magician every attention in his power, and entreated him to hasten to alleviate his misery. He rather ungraciously added, that he would slit his heart with his sword if he didn't. The cunning sorcerer made as much haste as he could with his spells and trickeries to make all the rocks sink, or seem to sink, before the eyes of all that looked at them, right underground. At last he succeeded. By his magic arts it really did seem to everybody, for a week or two, that the rocks were all gone. Aurelius thanked him with joy, and then hastened to the castle, where he knew he should see Dorigene, to remind her of what she had promised. "My sovereign lady," he said, saluting her humbly, "ye wot right well what ye by it me promised, and in myn hond your troth plight ye me to love me best. God woot ye said so, albe that I unworthy am the two. Madam, I speak it for honor of you more than to save myn hurts lif right now. I have do so as ye commanded me, and if ye vouchsafe ye may go vouchsafe in youlith to do me live or delieth, but well I wot the rock keys ben away. Are you know right well what you have promised me, and hand in mine your fair troth plighted ye to love me best. God knoweth you said so, although I be unworthy thereunto. Madam, I speak for honor of the vow more than to urge my heart's deep longing now, for I have done as you commanded me, and if you please it, you may go and see. It rests with you, to let me live or die, but that the rocks have vanished well know I." Poor Dorigene had little expected to fall into such a trap. She stood astonished, and her face grew white, all the color left her cheeks. How bitterly she repented her rash promise! For she did not want to go away with Aurelius. "Alas," she cried, "that such a thing should be! How could I guess so monstrous a marvel could come to pass?" And her terror made her like one desperate. Her husband, Arviragus, too, was absent, and there was no one she could tell her trouble to. She cried and lamented for 3 days, vainly thinking how she could get out of the scrape, and at last she determined to die. So 3 days passed, and all the time she was weeping and resolving on her death. However, on the third night, Arviragus came home again, and, when he knew what she was weeping so bitterly for, he said, cheerfully and kindly, "Is that all, Dorigen? Is there aught else, Dorigen, but this?" "Else nay, nay," quod Sche, God me so read and wis reads, knows this is too mosh, and it were God's will, if ye, wyf, quod he, let slep that may be still. 173, it may be well, paraunter, yet today peradventure ye skull your troth holden. By my faith for God so wisly have mercy on me wisely I had well liever I stecked for to be rather slain for the ray love which that I to you have, but if ye skuld your troth kep and save unless troth is the highest thing that man may kep." And with that word he brast anon to wep. Burst is there aught further, Dorigen, than this? "Nay, nay," cried she, "God help me, for it is too much already, were it but his will." "Yet, wife," he answered, "what has been is still, but yet, perchance, it may be well today. That promise you shall hold to, by my faith, for as I hope for mercy from on high, I would more willingly consent to die, yea for the love's sake that I bear to you, than you should break the honor of a vow. Faith is the highest thing that can be kept." And with that word he broke away and wept. Poor Arviragus, this brave and just knight, bade Dorigen keep her word at any cost to herself or him, but he could not keep up his cheerful tone. He was too deeply grieved and hurt, and even wept with her for sorrow. Then he commanded a squire and a maid to attend Dorigen for a part of the way to the garden, where Aurelius would fetch her. Now, Aurelius happened to meet her on her way to the garden, in one of the busiest streets of the town. He saluted her joyfully, and asked her whither she was going. But Dorigen was distracted with grief. And Sche answered, half as Sche were mad, unto the Gardine, as myn housebond bad, my troth for to hold, alas, alas. And she made answer half as she were mad, unto the garden, as my husband bad, to keep my troth to you, alas, alas. When Aurelius heard that, he was deeply touched that Arviragus should have sent her, weeping as she was, rather than she should break her promise. See how proud and how strong the sense of honor was in those days. He felt that after such a sacrifice he would rather forego everything than insist upon his right to take away Dorigen, which, he felt, would be churlish wretchedness against franchise of all gentillesse. 174, a deed against courtesy and honor. And he said, Madam, say to your lord, Arviragus, that since I see he would rather suffer anything than that you should fail in truth, and since I see that you care far more for Arviragus than ever you will for me, even if you went away with me, you would never love me as much as Arviragus. I would rather be unhappy all my life than make you so. I release you from your promise forever. Thus can a squire do a gentle deed do as well as can a knight, without dread. Thus can a squire do a noble deed as nobly as a knight can, without dread. Dorigen fell down on her knees and thanked him, and went back to her husband happy, and they lived in bliss ever after. Aurelius, however, though his conscience was clear, bethought him of all his trouble and the money he had spent to no purpose. He had willingly promised all his fortune when he thought he could win beautiful Dorigen, but now he said, I must sell my heritage, but I cannot live here a beggar to shame my kindred, unless the magician would be so kind as to let me pay the £1,000 little by little. I will not break my promise to him. He shall have the money though I have got nothing by it. With hurt sore he goth unto his coffer sore and brought gold unto this philosopher the value of £100, I guess, and him buyseth of his gentiless beseecheth to grant him days of the remnant and said, Master, I dar well make a vaunt boast I failed never of my trothers yet, for sickly my debts skal be quit sully towards you, how so that ever I fare to goon and beg in my kirtle bear beg, tunic but wold ye vouchsafe upon cert vouchsafe, surety. To ye or the for to respite me, then were I well. For else most I sell myn heritage, there is no more to tell. With mournful heart he went unto his coffer and took such gold as he was free to offer, the value of £500, I guess, beseeching him, of his kind-heartedness, to grant him for the rest some time to pay, and said, Master, I do not fear to say I never failed to keep my word as yet, truly my debt to you I shall acquit, whatever comes, though I must needs at best go begging in my shirt to find the rest. But would ye grant, on good security, to give me credit for 2 years, or 3, then all were well, for else I must needs sell my heritage, there is no more to tell. The magician soberly answered, Did I not keep my covenant with you? Yes, well and truly said Aurelius. And did you not take the lady away with you? No, no said Aurelius, sadly, and he told him all that had happened. The magician answered, Dear friend, every one of you has behaved honorably. Thou art a squire, and he is a knight, but a simple clerk can do a gentle deed, as well as any of you. Sir, I release you from your £1,000, I will not take a penny from you. And he took his horse and rode away. Chaucer winds up by saying, Lord Inges, this question wold I ax now, ask which was the most free, as thinketh thou, liberal masters, a little question answer me, which one was the most generous of the 3? And you, tell me which you think was the most honorable in keeping faith, and most generous in giving up his rights. But beware of the folly that Dorigen committed, in making rash promises, for when you make a promise you must be prepared to keep it, and cannot always expect to be let off as she was. Notes by the way. One of the most interesting illustrations of the singular morality which was the outcome of woman's transition state from a position of slavery to one of equality with man, is to be found in this curious but beautiful tale, a tale which in any other age could scarcely have been popular. The Franklin tells us it was an old Breton lay, which, however, is now not known to exist. It is seen that woman, from being regarded as a mere chattel, like horse or dog, came to be unnaturally exalted, and, as new movements often outshoot their mark and go too far, She came to be held as something godlike and ideal, the moving spring of all heroic virtues. Valor, courtesy, self-control, obedience, were taught by her, and she could give no higher guerdon than herself. See note to Knight's Tale p. 45. It is the young and inexperienced hound which outruns the scent, not the fully trained dog, and we must remember that society had then the virtues and vices of immaturity. The Franklin's Tale, with its pathos and earnestness, passing at times into burlesque, is as quaint and instructive as an early effigy on some cathedral door. A certain soft and refined luxuriousness seems to hang like a gossamer veil over a sentiment of genuine and vigorous chivalry, carried too far for our 19th-century notions, but, like the generous mistakes of youth, none the less touching. The moral of this striking tale points out the danger of giving even the smallest inlet to wrong-dealing, since a condition apparently impossible to realize may after all work our ruin. The Pardoner's Tale. Then mine host turned to the pardoner. Thou, pardoner, thou, my good friend, he said, tell us a tale, for thou canst many oon. It skull be doon, quod he, and that anoon. But first, quod he, her at this ale stake, 175, I will both drink and batten on a cake. Tell us a tale, thou knowest many an one. I will, he said, it shall at once be done. But first he added, here at this ale stake I'll take a drink, and have a bite of cake. When he had done so, for they were passing a roadside inn, he began, as you shall hear, there was in Flanders a company of young folk, who gave themselves up to folly and wrongdoing. They did nothing but gamble and riot, and drink wine, and dance, and swear, and their gluttony and idleness made them wicked, so that when they heard of other people committing sin they laughed and did as much wrong as ever they could. This kind of life degrades every one. Gluttony was the first cause of our confusion. Adam and Eve were driven from paradise for that vice. And drunkenness leads to many other sins, as is shown in Holy Writ. 3 of these bad young men were sitting in a tavern one morning very early, drinking, when they heard the clinking of a bell, 176, before a corpse that was being carried to the grave. One of them called to his boy, "Go out, and ask who that dead man is who passes by, and mind you bring his name back right." "Master," said the boy, "there is no need to go and ask, for I heard who the dead man was 2 hours before you came into this tavern. He was one of your own companions, and he was slain last night as he sat in his chair drinking, by a privy thief named Death, who kills everybody in this country. With his spear he smote his heart in two, and went away without speaking. About 1,000 has he killed this pestilence. 177, and, Master, it seems to me, that before he comes to you too, it were as well to be prepared. Beware of him, be ready for him. My dame ever taught me that. By Saint Mary, said this taverner innkeeper, the child saith oath, for he hath slain this year true hens over a mile, within a great village, both man and woman, child, and hind, and page. Labourer by Holy Mary, said the innkeeper, The child says true, for he hath slain this year, within a mile hence, in a large village, both man and woman, servant, child, and page. I should think he lived there, this death, so many have died. It were wise to be warned before he came suddenly on a man. Good lack, cried one of the rioters with an oath, is it then such danger to meet him? I'll seek him out by street and stile. Herkneth, Philos, we thre ben all un hearken, be let eke of us hold up his hond, 178, to other hand and eke of us by co-mother's brother, and we will slee this false traitor death, he shall be slain, that so many sleeth slain, slayeth now listen, mates, for all we three are one, let each hold up his hand unto the other, and each of us become the other's brother. And we will slay this sneaking traitor death, he shall be slain, he that so many slay th. So these three men, half drunk as they were, plighted faith to live and die for each other, as though they were brothers born. And up they started, and went forth to this village, of which the innkeeper had spoken, where they thought death lived. And much bad language they used, and many wicked things they said, resolving to catch death before night fell. Right as Tywald han torned over a stile turned one Ty han goon naught fully half a mile, an old man and a poor with hem meet. This oldie man full meekly hem gret, 179, meekly, greeted and said thus, Lord Inges, God jou se, God see you the proudest of these reoteres theriators answered ein, what, Carl, with sorry grace churl why art thou al forrapt save thy face, 180, wrapped up why livest thou long in so great an age. This oldie man gan look on his visage began, look and said thus, for that I cannot find because a man, though that I walk into Indy, neither in sight noon, any in village, that wall shonge his youth for myn age, and the formoot I have myn age still as long time as it is God's will, any death, Allah's. Any will not have my life, thus walk I like a restless kiteef, 181, and on the ground, which is my mother's gate, I knock with my staff, early and late, and say, Leave moder, let me in. Dear lo, how I wane, flesh, and blood, and skyn, Allah's, when skull my boons ben at rest, shall, bones moder, with yow will I shonge my chest, that in my chamber long timeth be, ye, for an hair clout, 182, to wrap in me. In wrap but, yet to me sche will not do that grace favor for which full pale and welked is my face. Withered but sires, to yow it is no courtesy to speak unto an old man villainy, but he trespass in word or else in deed. Unless, else in holy writ ye may yourself well read ends an old man, hoer upon his hood in presence of ye skuld arise, wherefore I you read exhort any doth unto an old man more harm now do not know more than ye old men to yow in age, if that ye may so long abide. Live so long and God be with you, whereso ye go or ride, walk I moot go thither as I have to go. Thither nay. Old Echel, by God thou shalt not so, said that other hasarder anoon, thou partest naught so lightly, by Saint Johann, departest, easily thou spark right now of thilk traitor death, that in this conter our friend is sleth, have her my troth, as thou art his spy, here tell where he is, or else thou skalt die. 183. Just as they were about to cross a stile, when they had gone not fully half a mile, a poor and aged man did meet them there. This old man greeted them with civil air, and said, Good day, my lords, God look on ye. Then the most arrogant of the noisy three answered him thus, What, churl, with sorry grace, why art thou all wrapped up except thy face? Why livest thou so long, and art so grey? The old man looked him in the face straightway, and answered thus, Because I cannot find a man, though I walk as far as in neither in any city, nor village, willing to change his youth for mine old age, and therefore must I have my old age still as long a time as it is heaven's will. Nor will death receive my life, alas. Thus like a restless wayfarer I pass, and on the ground, which is my mother's gate, keep knocking with my staff early and late, and say to her, Dear mother, let me in. Lo, how I vanish, flesh and blood and skin, alas, when shall my bones remain at rest? Mother, I want to change with you my chest, which in my room so long a time hath been, yet, for a cloth of hair to wrap me in. But yet to me she will not do that grace, wherefore so pale and wrinkled is my face. But, sirs, in you it is no courtesy to speak to an old man disdainfully, unless he shall offend in word or deed. In Holy Writ ye may your own selves read, before an aged man whose hair is grey ye should rise up, and therefore I you pray offer to an old man no mischief now more than you would that men did unto you in your old age, if you so long abide, and God be with you, whither you walk or ride. I must go on, whither I have to go. Nay, thou old churl, thou shalt not quit us so. Cried out the other rioter anon, thou partiest not so lightly, by Saint John. Thou hast just spoken of that traitor Death who all our friends through all the country slay. So now I warrant thee, thou art his spy, tell where he is, this Death, or thou shalt die. You needn't deny that you know of his whereabouts, for you are in his plot to get rid of us young folks, you wretched old thief. Now, sires, then if that y'all be so lief to find Death, torn up this crooked way, for in that grove I laughed him, 184, by my fay, under a tree, and there he will abide. Remain any for your boast he nyl him no thing hide. Boast se ye that okay. Right there ye skull him findy. God save yow, that bought age in mankind again and yow amend. Thus saith this oldie man, and everk of these rioters ran every one till I come to the trough, and there I found of florins fyn of gold coined round coined well near 7 bushels, as hem thou't. No lenger than after death I sought, but eke of hem so glad was of that sight, for that the florins so fair were and bright, that down I set hem by the precious hoard. The worst, 185, of hem he spake the first word. Brethren, quod he, take kep what I skull say, my wit is great, though that I bird and play wisdom, just this to soareth fortune to us even given in mirth and delight our life to live and jollity, live and lightly as it canth, so will we spend e. God is precious dignite, who when supposed today, that we shalt have so fair a grace. But might this gold be carried fro this place whom to myn whose, or else unto yours, for well I wot that this gold is naught ours, no than were we in hay felicite. High but truly by day it may not be, men wold say that we were thieves strong, and for our to saw doen us for to hong. Have us hanged this to saw most carrot be by night as wisly and as sully as it might. Wherefore I read, that cut among us a lead vise we draw, and let see where the cut will falle, and he that hath the cut, with hurt blithe heart shall run to the town, and that false with run quickly and bring us bread and win full privily, and two of us shall keep subtly this to saw well, and if he will not tarry delay when it is night, we will this to saw carry. 186. By un assent, there as us liketh best. Whither that un of hem the cut brought in his fist and bade hem draw and look. Where it will falle look, and it fell on the youngest of hem and forth toward the town he went anon. At once and so soon as that he was agoon, that un of hem spake thus unto that other, thou wast well that thou art my sworn brother, thy profit will I tell thee anon. Directly thou wast well that our Felor is agoon knowest, and her is gold, and that full great plenty that skull departed be among us. But nathiels if I can scap it so that it departed were betwixt us two, had I not doen a friend is torn to the. That other answered, I not how that may be, no not he what well that the gold is with us two. What shall we then do? What shall we say? Say skull it be counsel. 187. Said the first shrew wicked person, and I skull tell thee in words few what we skull doon, and bringe it well about. Do I grant, quod that other, without doubt, that by my troth I will thee naught by ray. Betray now, quoth the first, thou wast well we ben twae knowest, and two of us skull stranger be the noon. Loke, when he is set, the right anon. 188. Look Oris, as though thou woldest with him play. 189. Wouldest and I skull ryf him through the sids twae rip whiles that thou strugglest with him as in game, and with thy dagger, Loke thou do the same. And then skull the gold departed be divided, my dear friend, betwixt thee and me. Then may we our lusts fulfill might and plea at these right at our own will. Dice now, sirs, quoth he, if you so eager be to seek for death, turn up this crooked way, for in that grove I left him, by my fay, under a tree, and there he will abide, nor for your noise and boasting will he hide. See ye that oak? Close there his place you'll find. God save you, sirs, that hath redeemed ye mankind, and mend you all, thus said the aged man. And thereupon each of the rioters ran until they reached the tree, and there they found a heap of golden florins, bright and round, well nigh 7 bushels of them, as they thought. And then no longer after death they sought, but each of them so glad was at the sight, the florins were so beauteous and so bright, that down they sat beside the precious hoard. The worst one was the first to speak a word. Brothers, said he, take heed of what I say, for I am wise, although I jest and play. This treasure makes our fortune, so that we may lead our lives in mirth and jollity, and lightly as it comes, we'll lightly spend. by heaven! Who would have thought that luck would send us 3 good friends today, so fair a grace? But could this gold be carried from this place home to my house, or else to one of yours? For all this gold I well know is not ours, then were we in complete felicity. But, truly, during day it cannot be. People would call us thieves, and possibly hang us for our own treasure on a tree. This treasure should be carried off by night, as cleverly and slyly as it might. I counsel then, that we among us all draw lots, and see to whom the lot will fall, and he that hath the lot shall cheerfully go back into the town, and speedily, and bring us bread and wine full privily. Meanwhile we two keep safe and secretly this treasure here, and if he do not tarry, when the night comes we will the treasure carry, by one ascent, where we think best, or list. This man then held the lots within his fist, and bade them draw and see where it would fall. It fell upon the youngest of them all, who therefore toward the town went forth anon. As soon as their companion was gone, the first one subtly spoke unto the other, Thou knowest well that thou art my sworn brother. I'll tell thee what thy profit is today. Thou seest that our fellow is away, and here is gold, all heaped up plenteously, which is to be divided among us 3. But, nevertheless, if I can shape it so that it might be divided among us 2, have I not done a friend's turn unto thee? I know not, said the other, how that may be. He knows quite well the gold is with us 2. What should we say to him? What should we do? Shall it be counsel, said the first again, and in a few words I shall tell thee plain, what we shall do to bring the thing about. I promise, said the other, without doubt that I, for one, will not be treacherous. Now, said the first one, there are 2 of us, and 2 of us will stronger be than one. Look, thou, when he is sitting down, and soon rise up, as if to play with him, and I will stab him through the 2 sides suddenly, while thou art struggling with him as in game, and with thy dagger, look, thou do the same. And then shall all this gold divided be, my dearest friend, betwixt thyself and me, then all our wants and whims we can fulfill, and play at dice according to our will. Larger image the rioter. For this wittily was his verlangtangt, to slen hem both and never to repent. Thus these 2 ruffians made their compact to murder the third, as I have described. This youngest, which that went to the town, who full fast in hurt he rolleth up and down close the butte of these florins, new and bright. O Lord, quoth he, if so were that I might have all this gold unto myself alone, there is no man that liveth under the true throne of God, that shall live so merry as I. And at last the feed, our enemy, put in his thought that he should poison by with which he might sle his fellows slay for why. The feed fond him in such livenge that he had left to soar him to bringe sorrow, for this was outterly, 190, his verlangtangt to slen hem both, and never to repent. Slay and forth he goth, no lenger wold he tree delay into the town unto a apothecary and prayed him that he him wold sell som poison, that he might his ratis quella, rats, and eke there was a polecat in his whole farmyard that, as he said, his capons had I slaw, and said he wold him rick, if that he might avenge of vermin, that destroyed him by night. The apothecary answered, 191. Thou skalt have the apothecary a thing that, also God my soul save, in all this world there nys no creature that it or drunketh of this confecture, mixture naught but the mount haunts of a corn of wheat, a mount that he schuld his lif noon for let, quit ye, stuv he skull, and that in lasser why lady than thou wilt goona pass not but a mile step this poison is so strong and violent. This cursed man hath in his hand I hent caught or taken this poison in a box, and since he ranthen into the next street unto a man and bore wed of him large bottles the, and in the two his poison poured he, the thrid he kept clean for his drink third, clean for all the night he scope him for to swing kept prepared, labor in carrying of the gold out of that place. And when this rioter, with sorry grace riotereth filled with win his gret bottles the, to his fellows in repaireth he. Again what needeth it thereof to sermon more, sermonize for right as they had cast, 192, his death before arranged right so Tihan him slain, and that a noon have and when this was I doon. Thus spark that un spake, one now let us drink and sit, and make us merry, and afterwards, 193, we will his body bury. Will and with that word, 193, it happed him Parcasby chance to take the bottle the poison was wherein and drank. And Yoff his feel or drink also gave, for which anon ticed of it both too. Soon died, but certs I suppose that Avison, 194, certainly row never in Canown, any in non-fen wrote mo wonder saw ways of empoisoning wondrous pangs than had these wretches to or here dying. Thus ended been these homicides to be, and eke the falls empoisoner also. Also the youngest, who had gone into the town, deep in his mind he turneth up and down the beauty of these florins, new and bright. O Lord, quoth he, if anywise I might have all this treasure to myself alone, there is no man that dwelleth under the throne of God, who then should live so merry as I. And at the last the fiend, our enemy, put in his thought that he should poison by, with which to cause his comrades both to die. For why? The fiend found this man's life so foul that he had power now upon his soul, for this was utterly his fixed intent to slay them both and never to repent. And forth he goes, no longer would he tarry, into the town to an apothecary, and begged him plausibly that he would sell him poison strong enough the rats to quell. Also, there was a polecat in his yard which had destroyed his capons, he of and he would gladly rid him if he might of vermin, which destroyed them in the night. The apothecary answered, Thou shalt have something so strong, as God my soul shall save, that in this world nothing that living is who in his food doth eat or drink of this, nay, but the greatness of a grain of wheat, shall fail to die, his life shall be forfeit, yet he shall die, and that in less a while than thou shalt walk a step beyond a mile. This poison is so strong and violent. This cursed man hath taken it and pent the poison in a box, and forthwith ran hastily to the next street, to a man and borrowed of him some large bottles 3, and into 2 the poison poured he, the third he kept untainted for himself, meaning to toilet carrying his pelf from out that cursed place the whole night long. And when this villain, bent on doing wrong, had filled his 3 great bottles up with wine. Back to his mates he went, as if to dine. What need is there of saying any more? For as they had devised his death before, so they slew him, and with brief delay. And when the deed was done, the first did say, Now let us sit and drink, and make us merry, and afterwards we will his body bury. And speaking thus, he chanced, upon the minute, to take a bottle which had poison in it, and drank, and gave his fellow drink beside, whereby within a little space they died. But truly I suppose that Avicen did ne'er describe in canon or in fen more frightful pains of deadly poisoning, than these 2 wretches felt in perishing. Thus ended both the wicked homicides, and that false-hearted poisoner besides. Notes by the way. During the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries the passion for gambling had spread from the highest to the very lowest class of the population. The practice of men drinking and playing themselves bare in the taverns, where both vices were encouraged by the taverners, was common enough to provoke numberless censures and caricatures, so much so that it is a mercy Sir Wilfrid Lawson was spared the spectacle. The pardoner's tale is one of the list. The taverns were the resort of all the refuse of the people. The taverners found it suited them to act as pawnbrokers, advancing money on the clothes and property of the ne'er-do-wells who lacked cash to stake or to pay, and provided other attractions whereby men were tempted to various vices, and robbed during their drunken sleep. The language of these young rascals of both sexes is graphically condemned by the pardoner, and gluttony is pointed out as the root of all evil, for which Adam fell. Hazard was the game with which our rioters strove to drive away the day. Mr. Wright, speaking of the use of dice, tells us, in its simpler form, that of the game of hazard, in which the chance of each player rested on the mere throw of the dice, it was the common game of the low frequenters of the taverns, that class which lived upon the vices of society, and which was hardly looked upon as belonging to society itself. Men staked all they possessed, to the very clothes on their backs, on one cast. Chaucer tells us contemptuously how the king of Parthia sent a pair of golden dice to King Demetrius in scorn, knowing he was a player, to express that he held his glory and renown at no value, being liable to disappear at any moment. The 3 rioters were probably young men who had ruined themselves by folly and license, and whose besetting sin, surviving all it throve on, urged them to any and every crime for the sake of renewed gratification. Their end is beyond measure frightful. For why? The fiend found him in such living that he had leave to bring him to grief, says the severe old moralist. The extreme beauty of this poem, even in a technical sense alone, is such that I lament the necessity of abridging it. Minor Poems. Complaint of Chaucer to his purse. To you, my purse, and to noon other wight no one else complain I, for ye be my lady dear. I am so sorry now that ye been lyght, 195, for certes, but why if ye make me heavy cheer if me were as lief be laid upon my bier I were for which unto your mercy thus I cry, be'th heavy a Jane, or else mote I die, be thou now voucheth soft this day, or hyt been it vouchsafe before that I of you the blissful sound may hear sound or see your colour like the sun Brit, that of yellowness had he never perier. Rival ye be my life. Ye be myn hurtis steer, rudder cune of comfort and good company, beth heavy I ain, or else moot I die. Now, purse, that been to me my life's light life's and saviour as down in this world here saviour out of this town help me third your myght, sin that ye will not been my tesoreria, 196, since, treasurer for I am shave, 197, as nigh as is a frere. Nigh but I pray unto your courtesy, beareth heavy I ain, or else moot I die. To you, my purse, and to no other wight, complain I, for you are my lady dear. I am so sorry now that you are light, for truly if you make me heavy cheer I would as lief be laid upon my bier. Therefore unto your mercy thus I cry, be heavy again, or else I needs must die. I prithee grant this day, ere it be night, that I once more your merry voice may hear, or see your colour like the sunshine bright, whereof the yellowness had never peer. You are my life, and you my heart shall steer, queen of all comfort and good company, be heavy again, or else I needs must die. Now, purse, who are to me my life, my light, and chief deliverer in this world here, out of this city help me, by your might, if you no more will be my treasure dear, for I am shaved as close as any frere. But I beseech you of your courtesy, be heavy again, or else I needs must die. To Rondio. Your two ain will sle me suddenly slay I may the beaut of them not sustain so when death it thora out my hurt ken goth and but your words will helen hastily my hurtis wound, while that it is green, your two ain will sle me suddenly, and see. Upon my troth I say yow faithful I tell that ye ben of my life and death the cune for with my death the troth shall be I say nay your two ain, and see. Your fair two eyes will slay me suddenly, I know not how to bear their beauty's sheen, it pierceth all my heart athrough so keen. And if your words heal not full speedily my heart's deep wound, while still the wound is green, your fair two eyes will slay me suddenly, I know not how to bear their beauty's sheen, it pierceth all my heart athrough so keen. Upon my faith I tell you faithfully both of my life and death you are the queen, for in my dying shall the truth be seen. Your fair two eyes will slay me suddenly, I know not how to bear their beauty's sheen it pierceth all my heart athrough so keen. Sin I, fro love escaped, am so fat, I ne'er think to ben in his prison lean sad smiley 198, taken sin I am fre, I count him not a bean. Since, free he may answer and see this and that, I do no force. I speak ryght as I'm and I care not sin I fro love escaped am so fat. Loveth my name I strike out of his sclat struck, slate and he is strike out of my box clenny books for evermo, there is none other man. Means sin I fro love, and see. Since I escaped from love, I am so fat. No more I shall his captive be so lean, since I am free, I count him not a bean. He may reply, and answer this and that, I care not, for I speak but as I mean, since I from love escaped, I am so fat. My name, out of his slate love striketh that. and he is struck out of my books as clean for evermore, there is no way between. Since I escaped, etc. Virali. Alone walking, in thought plining manning and saw syghing, I'll desolate, me remembering of my lyvyng my way of living my death wishing both early and late. Infortunate and fortunate is so my fate so that, won't ye wait? Out of measure beyond measure my life I hate, thus, desperate, in such poor estate poor do I endure. Remain of other cure am I not sure, not thus to endure wise hard, certain. Such ys my use I yow ensure assure what creature may have more pain. My troth so plain truth wise take in vain taken and gret disdain in remembrance yet I full fain gladly wold me complain, me to abstain o avoid from vice penance. Penance but, in substance none allege own see alleviation of my grievance can I not fynd. Not ryght so my shownce with displeasance displeasure doth me advance and thus an end. Alone walk I, with many a sigh in secrecy, all desolate, and still review my life anew, for death I sue both early and late. My fate doth grow so luckless now that, do you know, beyond all telling my life I hate, thus, desperate, in woeful state I still am dwelling. I am not sure of any cure, 'tis hard to endure with no relief. But certain 'tis, my state is this, what thing that is could have more grief? My story plain is taken in vain, with great disdain in recollection. Yet I would fain alway complain, to shun the pain of this correction. For which find I, substantially, no remedy, my lot to mend, so fate, I see, still draws on me more enmity, and there's an end. Notes by the way. Chaucer's complaint to his purse was written, according to Mr. Furnivall, in September 1399, when Chaucer was in distress for money, and sent to Henry IV as a broad hint, which was at once attended to. It is a very clever piece of versification, like the Good Counsel and See, each line rhyming with the corresponding line in the other verses. He addresses his hapless purse as though it were his lady-love, and comically entreats her mercy, when he sees her inclined to be light. Mr. Furnivall's ingenious suggestion, that Chaucer's penury may possibly be due to his having dabbled in alchemy, an empirical branch of chemistry, is borne out by the technical knowledge displayed in the canon's yeoman's tale. We may add here, to defend our great man's character, that alchemy was believed in by many men of exceptional mental power. Roger Bacon, discoverer of gunpowder and the magnifying glass, is perhaps the greatest name among them, and vain as seemed much of their toil with crucibles and furnaces, alembics and aludels, we owe a great deal to the first meritorious alchemists, who really paved the way to modern chemistry. There is no reason to suppose Chaucer had any vice likely to affect his pocket, but alchemy was the scientific mania of the day, and high and low were ready to risk fortune and health in pursuit of the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, the way to manufacture gold. And, at the same time, there is no other sufficient reason for the extreme poverty which the poet had fallen into. The two roundels and the viruli have been asserted and denied to be the work of Chaucer, but there is no clear evidence for either side. They may well be a portion of those many lost ditties and songs glad with which Gower said the land fulfilled is over, all written in the flowers of his youth. The second roundel seems, on the other hand, to belong to his later life, when he so often alluded to his corpulence. As to the viruli, this species of lyric was not fashionable in Chaucer's time. It is skillful work, each stanza rhyming 6 lines together, which I have failed to follow in the translation. Good counsel of Chaucer. Fle fro the pres, and duel with soothfastness mob, honesty suffice the thy good, though it be smile thee, it forhoardeth hate, and clymbyng tikelness hoards, uncertainty preseth envy, and well is blent over deceived everywhere save no more than the behoveful, taste read. 199, well thyself, that other folk canst read, and trout the schuldeliver, hit ys no dread. Without fear pain the not esh croak to redress, in trust of hire that teneth as a ball. 200, gret rest. Stunt in light besines. Great peace lies, meddling bewar also to spurn einen null. 201, all strive not as doth a croak. 202, with a wall crocdim. 203, 'tis self that domest others dd, and trout the schuldeliver, hit ys no dread. That the ys sent receive in bux omnis, the rastealing of this world asketh a falle, her is no home, her is but wilderness. Here forth, pilgrim, forth, best, out of thy stall, beast look up on high, and thank God aval. Wave thy lust, and let thy ghost the lead give up, desire and troth shall the deliver, hit ys no dread. Fly from the crowd, and dwell with truthfulness contented with thy good, though it be small, treasure breeds hate, and climbing dizziness, the world is envious, wealth beguiles us all. Care not for loftier things than to thee fall, counsel thyself, who counsellest others need, and truth thee shall deliver, without dread. Pain thee not all the crooked to redress, trusting to her who teneth as a ball, for little meddling wins much easiness. Beware lest thou do kick against an all, strive not as doth a clay pot with a wall, judge thou thyself, who judgest others' deed, and truth thee shall deliver, without dread. All that is given take with cheerfulness, to wrestle in this world is to ask a fall, here is no home, here is but wilderness. Forth, pilgrim, forth, forth, beast, out of thy stall. Look up on high, and thank thy God for all. Cast by ambition, let thy soul thee lead, and truth thee shall deliver, without dread. Notes by the way. We have Mr. F. J. Furnivall's authority, as well as internal evidence, for believing that this pathetic little poem expresses Chaucer's feelings at the time of his expulsion from the customs offices, the beginning of his period of misfortunes, and was written immediately after the calamity. We seem to gather scattered hints of recent wrestlings before the blow came, vain attempts to elevate, and purify, and carry out reforms, to make straight crooked paths. Lost labor, pain thee not all the crooked to redress, trusting to fortune, money being requisite to reform, for those who value peace of mind should let sleeping dogs lie. We seem to catch the echoes of stormy times, of personal recrimination, envy, hatred, and malice, against a climbing man, protected by court favor for many prosperous years, but at length within the reach of foes when that protection waxed powerless. Chaucer may, like many another man, have made no enemies till he was high enough to stand in someone's light, prosperous enough to be dangerous, but his month of power in Parliament ruined him. It is pretty certain that some vote of his, while sitting for Kent, caused his dismissal from office. It was a case of win all or lose all, and he lost. To fight against such odds were as idle as undignified, surely, indeed, but courting worse injuries, kicking against an all. When the weak and the strong strive together, it is the weak who suffers. The criticism upon others, which had failed to do good, were now best turned philosophically upon himself. That which the fountain gave forth returns again to the fountain, as a poet 500 years later has said. It is impossible, in reading these melancholy and stately lines, not to feel that they ring true, and betray the half-sarcastic disappointment of a well-meaning man, the resignation of a religious man, and the faith in right dealing bringing its own reward of a thoroughly honest man. It is probable that the loss to Chaucer in a pecuniary sense was very severe, and the suddenness of the blow may account for much of his after poverty. 204. The loss may have come at a time when he had debts which it would be very hard to pay out of a diminished income, debts which may have hampered his whole afterlife. His appointment of a deputy to the office of Clerk of the King's Works, in 1391, and his subsequent resignation of the office, appear to me to hint at ill health, as may his death a year after getting his lease for 53 years of the tenement in Westminster, where he died. The last verse of this poem is the most remarkable of the three. Full of just contempt for his enemies' aspersions, and of hearty trust in the power of truth to set things right, he rises suddenly into a passion of aspiration. Trying to be content with adversity, he is angry with himself for feeling it so deeply. To wrestle in this world is but courting an overthrow. But this is not our home, this is but a desert leading to a higher state. 4th, Pilgrim. Gird up thy loins with fresh vigor to journey on. 4th, Pilgrim. 4th, Beast, out of the stall of narrow hopes and interests. Look higher, and thank thy God for all. To cast by all the soul's lets and hindrances, to be led by the higher self, that is the pilgrim's longing, and that is the sublimest hope of the human heart. Notes on the pictures. Frontispiece. The costumes of the knight, squire, prioress and nun, monk, friar, clerk, represented by Chaucer himself, Franklin, the wife of Bath, the summoner, and his friend the smart pardoner, mine host and the boy, have been respectively studied from MSS. Of the period. The attire of the knight is open to criticism, for the amount of armor he wears is certainly more than he need wear on so peaceful an errand, but a portion of his well-used plate may be permitted him if only to distinguish the man of war from the numerous men of peace in the train. The chain mail, worn under the plate, would, I think, most probably have been retained by the knight during his pilgrimage. The numerous miniatures of mailed knights journeying for no sinister purpose, appear to me to prove that it was very constantly worn. Unlike the mail which preceded it, the Asiatic kind which came into use in the 12th century was comparatively light, being formed of slight rings interlaced, and not riveted upon leather. The hood of mail, which hangs on his shoulders, would have been no inconvenience at all. It joined the habergeon of mail, over which was his jippong, stained probably by the rubbing of his mailed arms. If, however, it be objected that the jippong was often an undergarment, vide Merrick, Volume 2 pp 20 and 21, we may suppose him to have left a heavy hauberk of plate behind him in London till called for. Prioresses and nuns are often depicted in violet, in the contemporary MSS. I therefore preferred that colour as more agreeable than black. Gloves such as the nuns, were occasionally worn in the 14th century. The present example is taken from the effigy of William of Colchester, Abbot of Westminster, d. 1420. Gloves of fur, for winter wear, were common in the reign of Henry III. The harness of the horses, bells and saddles, the nun's chest, the summoner's cake, probably ornamental gingerbread, and other details, have also been carefully studied from MSS. and tapestries of the time. The boy's whip is taken from several 14th century and earlier drawings of horsewhips and whips for tops, and was therefore probably a common form. The distant city is not necessarily London, as I failed to find a contemporary view of Old London. The present sketch is borrowed from a fine MS of Lygate's poem, The Story of the Bees, MS Reg 18d2, and gives a good notion of the general look of a medieval town. Chaucer's portrait here was originally from the painting in the Hall. MS 4866. I have no excuse to offer for changing the colour of Chaucer's gown from the grey or black in which Occleve always represented him to green, a very common colour at the time, except that it looked better in the picture, and we have no right to assume that Chaucer, even in his poorest days, had only one gown. 2. Dinner in the olden time. The ordinary dinner table or festive board in a franklin's or burgher's house has been taken from numerous 14th century illustrations. Vide MS Reg 2b8, and MS Imp. Lib. Paris, number 7210, and c. The carver, cubera, the fish bones left on the table in the absence of plates, the trenchers or slices of stale bread or buns used in lieu of them, and the other objects upon the table, are faithful copies from the MSS. A minstrel was constantly employed to make music during the repast. The instrument here introduced is the cittern, played with or without a pulchrum or quill. Behind are the servitors bringing in a pasty, some small birds on spits, and the nef or ship, containing salt, liquors, spices, or towel, and c. for washing the hands, or, if you like, it is a sotelt in the form of a ship. A subtlety was an ornamental dish that usually closed each course, made in some fanciful form, such as a castle, ship, or animal. The dogs are munching the waste victuals under the table, such dogs being usually admitted during meals. The pattern on the tablecloth is derived from a hunting horn of the 14th century. The peculiar folds at the sides of the tablecloth, which appear in many MSS. Must, I think, have been purposely made for ornament, as we sometimes still see waiters crease cloths in various devices. The sweet herbs strewn on the floor denote summer-time, in contradistinction to straw, which was used in the winter. 3. Lady crossing street. The background of shops and other buildings is borrowed mainly from the decapitation of Guy de Pommiers at Bordeaux in 1377, Froissart's Chronicle, No. 2644, Bible. Imp. de Paris. The costumes are those of middle-class persons. The clogs were in vogue with the long-toed boots. Some of the streets were paved with large round stones, as in many French towns at the present day. Others were not paved at all, and were, during wet weather, many feet deep with mud. An open channel also ran along the midroad, which did not greatly add to the felicity of a walk down Fleet Street. 4. Fair Emily. Emily's garb is that common to the 13th and 14th centuries, a simple form with double sleeves. It will be remembered that Palamon mistook Emily at first sight for a goddess. Our sight perceived her to be human. I have endeavored to give the two men's views of her, each quite possible according to her position in the garden. Palamon may have caught sight of her just at a turn where the dazzle of sunrise behind the tree would be certain to lend a kind of halo to the outline of a head against it. An instant afterwards Emily may have moved aside, the false halo disappearing, and she would seem what she truly was, simply an attractive maiden. It is disappointing to find how very few were the flowers that adorned a medieval garden. Our handsomest flowers were of course unknown, e.g., the immense catalogue of plants introduced from America and elsewhere. Many that have had their day and ceased to be in fashion, were as yet unknown too, such as the sunflower, which was imported about the 16th century. The red and white may, the dogrose, primrose, and the flowers that we banish to the kitchen garden or admire only in the fields, formed the chief ornaments. We find nettles and nightshade reckoned among garden plants. The dandelion, which appears in the place of honor in many old tapestries, was then counted as a flower. The big round tower is one of the chain of fortresses linked by a solid wall running around the domain, from one of which the captive knights saw Emily, her garden being within the walls, and, as the castle was generally built on an eminence, on higher ground than the flat country beyond. Shining yellow in the sunrise light is a conventional view of a city, the city of Athens, which Palamon and Arcite could see from their prison window. V. Griselda's marriage. The huts where poor persons lived were, of course, very rude, and lacked windows, doors, or chimneys. Orifices in the roof or sides served these purposes. The dirt from the smoke upon walls and ceiling was consequently considerable. The draught beasts dwelt with their owners, much as the Hibernian pig resides with Pat and his family. The hairy hat surmounting the hood came into use during the 14th century, and was made of skins, dressed fur outward. Griselda's raggedness must not be construed into slovenliness. Needles were not as accessible to the mass of the poor as they are now, and moreover, the poor not being then compulsorily educated, an honest, industrious girl who could work in the fields and spin, was not always able to darn. 6. Griselda's bereavement. It is expressly stated that when her child was taken from her, Griselda controlled her feelings, and did not so much as sigh. The sergeant finds her in her chamber, or bower, more private than the hall, and more luxuriously furnished. She is sitting in one of the high-backed chairs which usually stood near the bed's head, vide various 14th century MSS. Possibly a prie-dieu, raised on a dais. Her dress is simple, but that of the upper classes in Edward III's reign, lined with vair, and having long tippets from the sleeves knotted for convenience, her hair adorned with bends or silken straps, and a gold head-dress. Her distaff is still at hand, and the full basket betokens her continued industry. Floor carpets or mats, embroidered or woven, were rare at this time, and could only have been in use in a wealthy house, but they are occasionally spoken of in early MSS. In Gaetia d'or Pace an old lady is described as sitting on a richly worked counterpoint, by a coal fire, but this may have been a cloth flung over a chair, and in the romance of Queen Berthe 3 persons are said to sit on carpets, sur les tapis. It will be remembered that the dagger was frequently used with the left hand. 7. Dorigen and Aurelius. The parti-coloured dress worn by Aurelius, similar to the squire's in the frontispiece, was common in Edward III's reign, and was peculiarly obnoxious to the satirists of the day. The cote-hardy or close-fitting tunic sometimes matched in colour one of the legs, sometimes was divided into halves of opposing colors. The shoes were very rich and of contrary hues also. The ladies' gowns were long and of very rich materials, the arms bound with gold, and further adorned by fantastic streamers or tippets. Chess was the fashionable pastime of old and young. The pieces in this picture are from some ivory Icelandic chessmen of the 12th century. Behind is the lawn where Dorigen's maini, or pages and household attendants, are amusing themselves with dancing and ball-playing among the enclosed flower beds peculiar to the medieval pleasure garden. The coat of arms repeated upon Aurelius' dress is that attributed to Chaucer. The instrument, on which he doubtless accompanied his mournful love songs, is a form of cittern. The carved design upon the settle or seat is Anglo-Saxon. The fleur-de-lis on the curtain of the tent beside them was a common ornament. I have not been able to discover at what precise date shot materials came into use. There are many singular terms applied to the colors of dress throughout the Middle Ages, such as pourpre gris, écarlate blanche, and c. In the Fabliodagatia de Orpace there is mention of un vert mantle pourprin, a mantle of green crimson. In my own mind I am persuaded that these terms, explicable easily in no other way, refer to shot materials. Medieval miniatures and pictures also bear out this theory, dresses being depicted of certain colors shaded with certain others in strong contrast. The commonest is blue or red shaded with gold. There have been many conjectures with regard to the above terms. M. Legrand supposes that rare dyes, being chiefly used to dye rich cloths, gave at last their names to those cloths, irrespective of color. The Saturday Review once accused the old masters of sporting with pigments prismatically when they used red as the shadow of green, and oblivious of the fact that if the early masters had a fault it was adhering too blindly to nature in their works. It is clear that in Quintin Matsis' day, 15th century, shot materials were quite common, for there is scarcely one of his pictures without a study of the kind. In his Dead Christ at Antwerp several unmistakable examples occur. In his Virgin at Amsterdam is introduced a curtain of green and brown shot. This being so, we have no reasonable ground for believing that shot silks, though not yet common, were unknown a century earlier. I have therefore given two marked examples of similar silks, in the robes of Griselda and Dorigen, both wealthy enough to import such fabrics if in existence at all. 8. The Rioter. The ordinary cheap wine used in the Middle Ages was often carried in bottles or pitchers of this form. A longish gown was the dress of the commoner people in the 14th century. The rioter is intended to represent a man of decent position, but not noble, who has come to the end of his tether, in a pecuniary sense, and whose slovenly hose and young but debauched and cruel face indicate with what facility he has been degraded by his elder companions. Portrait of Chaucer. Chaucer's portrait is copied from a drawing by Occleve the poet, Brit. Muse. Hull. MS 4866. Occleve made, or caused to be made, shortly after Chaucer's death, several portraits of him, of which two remain, and on these are founded the many now scattered over the country. The same features recur in all. The peculiar aquiline nose, mouth a little drooping, eyes downcast, the forked beard and fair complexion, the broad round jaw, are the same in all. Occleve always depicted Chaucer with a rosary in his hand, and his penna, containing his pen and inkhorn, hanging to his vest. His hands are small and well shapen, his form is portly, his air calm, benevolent, almost pathetic. These lines run beside the miniature in Occleve's MS:. Althag his life becaint, the resemblance extinguished of him in me so fresh le flyness aliveliness that to put other men in remembrance of his person I have here ere his likeness likeness do make, to this end in sooth fastness had made, fair, truth that there that have of him lest thought and minder lost by this painture may again him finde. Painting although his life be quenched, so clear doth lie within my mind the living look of him, that to put other men in memory of his appearance, here his face I limn, that they to whom his image groweth dim, and they that have of him lost thought and mind, by this poor portrait may again him find. The portraits by Occleve, his personal friend and disciple, whose deep affection for Chaucer is touchingly reiterated in his lament for him, may be relied on as most conscientious pictures from memory of the great poet's habitual appearance. Notes on the woodcuts. The tournament. See title page. There must always have been, to some extent, a grotesque element in the tournament. The desire to be conspicuous forced the combatants to assume the gayest and the biggest decoration. At a later date the tilting helmets sprouted into the most preposterous sizes and shapes. Figures and favors assumed for the occasion, the gifts of enthusiastic lady-loves, as well as hereditary devices, surmounted the helm and glittered on coat armor and harness. In Edward III's reign the beauty and eclat of the tourney was in its zenith. In Richard II's the beautiful began to be overpowered by the grotesque. I have tried to tone down the grotesque as much as may be, but a general dazzle and confusion of color is inseparable from the scene, vivid, violent, and exciting as it was. Tents were often erected within the pale of the lists for the convenience of those awaiting or hors de combat. Shields or targets, for peace or war, were suspended in couples before them, emblazoned with the arms of each lord, and whoso sent to touch the targets was tilted with according to his wish, i.e., with sharp or blunt lances. The end of Theseus' tourney was clearly a riot, but I have preferred to represent the orderly onset of the first combatants, guided by a Ms. Froissart of the 15th century. It has been suggested to me that it would be impossible to tilt across the bar unless the spear arm were next the bar, as the horse's neck would impede the stroke, and the rider's own spear would unhorse him. In tent pegging and all sports with the lance the rider brings his spear arm next the mark. But having found several early miniatures in which the spear is aimed as here given, I considered myself justified in trusting to contemporary MSS. In spite of modern theories, the horses were the chief sufferers in these mimic frays. The heavy beasts, protected as they were by a great weight of armor, were often injured. The best trained dreaded the shock of encounter, and, as we read in Froissart, their restiveness and swerving at the last moment frequently spoiled the course despite the most violent spurring, to their master's deep chagrin and disappointment, and the disgust of the lady-loves. The high saddles, sometimes locking the rider in his seat all round, were constructed to retain him on his horse, however violent the push, but they were the cause of many an unhappy accident. Death like Arcite's, from crushing against the saddlebow, was by no means uncommon. So died William the Conqueror himself 400 years before, when, riding down the steep street of Mantes, his horse stumbled among the embers he had kindled. See Green's Short History of the English People, p. 85. Suffocation in the dust was a still more frequent cause of death, as thrown riders could not rise, nor rid themselves of their ponderous casques. Skill rather than strength was needful in tilting. The spear, as in pig-sticking in India, was thrust rather by the weight of the horse than by the weight of the arm. Strength of back and arm were necessary to avoid being bent backwards or driven over the crupper, but extreme skill was requisite to hit one's slippery foe with anything like force. When both knights hit their mark so that fire flew from their helmets, without either falling, it was reckoned a handsome course. A word about the Allans, as big as bullocks, which went leaping around like a goose car. They were undoubtedly a kind of mastiff, large and powerful. They wore gold collars filled with torets. This word is variously explained. Torret, ring turret, morris, ring or terret, bell. Torret, a small wimble, or auger, big gimblet. To read, a drill, and see. Cotgrave. Gros cloud don't la tet arondi isterity dons unbranch dun mors, supple to father acad. Dict. I have ventured on translating Torret spike, after vainly seeking for authority for a collar filled with rings, though a single ring often hung beneath the throat. Contemporary illustrations of dogs' collars filled with long spikes are common enough, e.g. the fine 14th century tapestry now in the museum at Chartres, and c. In India dogs are furnished with spiked collars in tiger and boar hunting. The Allans were clearly hunting dogs, and such spiked collars would thus be almost indispensable. John of Gaunt, Royal Coll. 20b6. See page 7. This portrait has an air of truth about it. In the MS it is very carefully and delicately worked. The gown is of a reddish murrey color, with ermine or minever lining to skirt and sleeves, the undersleeves being blue. His hose are red, and he wears a golden circlet, necklace, and belt. One can trace some resemblance to Edward III, his father, in the long, narrow, but not unpleasing face. Other portraits of John of Gaunt have the same features. The hair and beard are grey. He appears to be respectfully lecturing the young King Richard, who is seated on his throne, receiving a book presented by a monk, in the presence of his 3 royal uncles. Ship. See page 8. How such ships could sail is a mystery, but this is the most usual anatomy for a man of war, or for a subtlety at dinner in the form of a ship. I copied the present example from a MS in the British Museum. It is one of a royal fleet. There is a nef introduced in the famous Nancy tapestry, 15th century, of precisely the same construction. Stylus. See page 10. The stylus was used for writing on waxen tablets. No doubt wax was cheaper and more easily procured than parchment or paper, paper made from rags being then quite a recent invention, and probably what was made was not white but brown, and imported from abroad. Wax could be dissolved and used again. Hence we find, in the romance of Fleur and Blanche Fleur, the king putting children to school, where they learned to write letters. It was d'amours en sire, l'orgreffe sunt dorit d'argent. Letters and verses of love on the wax. Their styles are of gold and silver. The yeoman. See page 21. The term knothead used by Chaucer may mean that he had his hair closely cropped, a head like a nut, as suggested by Tyrwhitt, and c. but I think, on the contrary, it refers to his hood having the liripipe knotted around it, as there are numerous instances of such hoods worn by foresters, hunters, and others, to whom a long tail would be a nuisance, if not actually dangerous. The woodcut of a knotted hood, on p2, is that of a forester, in the book of Gaston Phibus, 14th century, in the National Library of Paris. Chaucer says the miller wore his type A boundy about his head, Reeve's Tale line 33. The Prioress. See page 22. Her costume, same as in frontispiece, is borrowed from an abbess or prioress in a MS of the History of the Emperors, Lib of the Arsenal, 15th century. The Monk. See page 24. From Royal MS 14E4, temp. ed4, too late, indeed, but it appears that the clerical costume had suffered no great change. The Clerk. See page 27. The figure of the clerk possesses peculiar interest, as it represents one of those ancient artists whose paintings in medieval MSS are so valuable to us now. His name is Alan Strahler, a designer and painter, and his dress is that of an ordinary middle-class man. It will be seen to be precisely similar to Chaucer's, who was himself a clerk. The Serjeant at Law. See page 28. It is curious that the mantle of this figure, whose dress is taken from two effigies of Chief Justices of the King's Bench in the 14th century, should recall the Roman toga, being apparently fastened over the hood, on the right shoulder, so as to leave that arm completely free, an instance of the conservatism of official dress, which alters very little with the fluctuations of fashion, whilst those persons whose costume denotes no position are constantly undergoing protean changes. The Doctor. See page 29. The medical man is as much too early as the monk is too late, but it was the most characteristic one I could find, and I preferred 13th century to 15th century costume. The mantle recalls the Roman toga. Copy from Sloane Cole. Number 1975. The Parson. See page 30. See a brass of John Islington, Vicar of Islington, in Norfolk, in 1393. The dress of a plain parish priest is not often represented. It will be seen to be not dissimilar to that of a modern French priest. The Ploughman. See page 31. Studied from figures in a very ancient Anglo-Saxon MS, it appears to me that the liripipe, evidently then worn, is in this case twisted around the head. The Pardoner. See page 31. The pardoner may have worn the ordinary clerkly gown, or, as in the frontispiece, a close-fitting garb. Chaucer does not describe his attire, but says he thought himself Earl of the Newgate, i.e., fashion. Principal authorities consulted in this book: Sir S. Merrick, Antient Armour; Lacroix, Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages; and C. Skeat, Chaucer; and C. Morris, Chaucer, Aldine edition, 1866, and Chaucer, Clarendon Press, 1874. Tyre Whitt's Chaucer. Bell's edition of Chaucer's poetical works. Fairholt, Costume in England. Wright, Domestic Manners During the Middle Ages and Womankind in Western Europe. Froissart's Chronicles. Planche, British Costume. Shaw, Dresses and Decorations, Ornaments and C. Furnivall, Baby's Book and Trial Forwards, Chaucer Society, and C. Arthur of Bretagne. 6 text edition of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. Bonnet and Mercage, Costumes des Xii, Xive, it Xve Sickles 1840. Legrand, Fabliaux it Contes du Xii it du Xii Sickle 1781. Barbazon, Fabliaux it Contes 1808. Printed by McCorquodale and Company Limited, The Armoury, Southwark. Footnotes. 1. I use the word emphasis in the same sense as one might speak of a crotchet in music, to which you count 2, being more emphatic than a quaver, to which you count 1. 2. Those who wish to study systematically the grammar and construction of the meter, I can only refer to the best authorities, Dr. R. Morris and Mr. Skeat, respectively. It would be superfluous to enter on these matters in the present volume. 3. No better MS of the Canterbury Tales could be found than the Harleian MS 7334, which is far more uniform and accurate than any other I have examined. It has therefore been selected, and faithfully adhered to throughout, as the text of the present edition. Many clerical errors and corrupt readings have been corrected by collating it, line for line, with the Lansdowne MS 851, which, notwithstanding its provincial peculiarities, contains many excellent readings, some of which have been adopted in preference to the Harleian MS. Preface to Morris's Revised ed. 1866. This method I have followed when I have ventured to change a word or sentence, in which case I have, I believe, invariably given my authority. 4. Roger Erskine. 5. Mr. Furnivall, among some of his recent interesting researches anent Chaucer, has discovered with certainty his father's name and profession. 6. The position of Chaucer, and his wife, in the king's service, and that of the latter in the service of Constance, Duchess of Lancaster, shared with 2 ladies of rank, be well as their lifelong interest at court, prove, I think, that neither of them was of mean parentage, and that they occupied a very good social status. 7. See also p. 19, note 34. 8. It must not be forgotten, in reading praises of warm and sunny May, often now a bleak and chilly month, that the seasons were a fortnight later at that time, May Day coming therefore in the middle of the month, and May ending in the middle of June. The change in the almanac was made in Italy in 1582, in England in 1752. 9. Dr. Morris writes, the old supposition that the Philippa whom Chaucer married was the daughter of Sir Ponder Roet, a native of Hainault and King of Arms of Guienne, and sister to Catherine, widow of Sir Hugh Swynford, successively governess, mistress, and wife of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, was founded on heraldic grounds. The Roet arms were adopted by Thomas Chaucer. Then Thomas Chaucer was made, without the slightest evidence, Geoffrey's son, and Philippa Roet was then made Geoffrey's wife. And again, it is possible that Philippa Chaucer was a relative or namesake of Geoffrey, and that he married her in the spring or early summer of 1374. It is, however, much less likely that there were so many Chaucers about the court, unconnected with each other, than that the common supposition is correct. At any rate, until there is any evidence to the contrary, this tradition may be fairly accepted. The recent discovery, in the Record Office, of Thomas Chaucer's deed, by Mr. Hunter, sealed with a seal bearing the legend, Geoffrey Chaucer, seems to support the tradition. 10. A mark was 13s. 4d of our money, but the buying power of money was 8 or 10 times greater than at present. So that, although 10 marks was only £6 12s of our currency, it was fully equal to £50. 11. There are entries mentioning Philippa Chaucer in 1366, 1372, and 1374. The former names her as one of the ladies of the bedchamber to Queen Philippa, who conferred the annuity of 10 marks in September, 1366. In 1372 John of Gaunt conferred on Philippa Chaucer an annuity of £10, equal to £100. Her name is mentioned when the grant to Chaucer of a pitcher of wine daily is commuted into money payment, the 13th of June, 1374, by John of Gaunt, again a pension of £10, for good services rendered by the Chaucers to the said Duke, his consort, and his mother the Queen. 12. Green was the favourite colour of the time. 13. Astrolabe, a machine used at sea to measure the distances of stars. The quadrant now in use has superseded the astrolabe. 14. Thomas Chaucer was born in or about 1367, and died in 1434. Elizabeth Chaucer's novitiate was paid for by John of Gaunt in 1381. If Elizabeth Chaucer was about 16 in 1381, she would have been born about 1365, and, therefore, as far as dates are concerned, either Thomas or Elizabeth may well have been elder children of the poet, the chances being that he married in 1361–64. Moreover, John of Gaunt's interest in both of these persons, Thomas Chaucer and Elizabeth Chaucer, gives this a colour of probability. At the same time, Chaucer seems to have been no uncommon name. Chaucer's exceptional notice of his little son Lewis, who must have been born in 1381, the year of Elizabeth's novitiate, since Chaucer describes him as being 10 years old in his treatise on the astrolabe in 1391, may have been due to the appearance of a Benjamin rather late in life. 15. On the hypothesis, of course, that Chaucer married a Roet. 16. For many new and curious facts about Chaucer, see my Chaucer for Schools, Chaucer's court life and position. 17. In these cases, the sum received on the marriage of the ward was legally a fine on the marriage. 18. See Chambers's Encyclopedia, Chaucer. 19. See Chaucer for Schools, p. 22, for further details. 20. I have assumed that Thomas Chaucer was Geoffrey Chaucer's son, as there is no proof to the contrary, and a probability in point of dates that he was. 21. See notes by the way p. 103. 22. See Chaucer for Schools. 23. Remembering the discussion raised as to the year of Chaucer's birth, coupled with the tradition of his venerable looks, we may suggest that in those days men were older at 60 than now. The average duration of life was shorter, and the paucity of comforts probably told on appearance. 24. Author of the Testament of Love. 25. Alluding to the numerous dialects in use in England at the time. 26. The mother should here read to the child some lines with the proper pronunciation. See preface, pp. X. 11. 27. Zephyrus, or Zephyr, the god of the west wind. It is become a name for the wind of summer. 28. Pilgrims who have brought a palm branch from the Holy Land. 29. Couth, past participle of the verb can, to know, or to be able. It was used much as savoir is in French, to be able to do, to know how to do a thing. The verse means to serve the saints they could, or they knew of, or knew how to serve. 30. Thomas Becket, Chancellor of Henry II. He was Archbishop of Canterbury for 8 years, and was murdered by servants of the king in 1170. He was canonized, or made a saint, by the Pope, after his death, and pilgrimages were then constantly made to his tomb in Canterbury Cathedral. In those days it was usual in sickness or peril to vow a pilgrimage to the shrine of some saint who was supposed to be able to help people by interceding with God, when pilgrims prayed him to. Erasmus alludes to the quantities of offerings on Thomas Becket's shrine, given by those who believed the saint had healed or helped them. 31. A tabard was an outer coat without sleeves, worn by various classes, but best known as the coat worn over the armor, cp 48, whereon there were signs and figures embroidered by which to recognize a man in war or tournament, for the face was hidden by the helmet, and it was easier to detect a pattern in bright colors than engraved in dark steel. So, of course, the pattern represented the arms used by him. And thus the tabard got to be called the coat of arms. Old families still possess what they call their coat of arms, representing the device chosen by their ancestors in the lists, but they do not wear it anymore. It is only a copy of the pattern on paper. A crest was also fastened to the helmet for the same purpose of recognition, and there is usually a crest still surmounting the modern coat of arms. The inn where Chaucer slept was simply named after the popular garment. It, or at least a very ancient inn on its site, was recently standing, and known as the Talbot Inn, High Street Borough, Talbot being an evident corruption of tabard. We may notice here, that the ploughman, described later on, wears a tabard, which may have been a kind of blouse or smock frock, but was probably similar in form to the knight's tabard. 32. People were glad to travel in parties for purposes of safety, the roads were so bad and robbers so numerous. 33. Probably all or many occupied but one bedroom, and they became acquainted on retiring to rest, at the ordinary time, sunset. 34. The word knight, necht, really means servant. The ancient knights attended on the higher nobles and were their servants, fighting under them in battle. For as there was no regular army, when a war broke out everybody who could bear arms engaged himself to fight under some king or lord, anywhere, abroad or in England, and was paid for his services. That was how hundreds of nobly born men got their living, the only way they could get it. This is what the knight Arviragus does in the Franklin's Tale, leaving his bride, to win honor and money, by fighting wherever he could. The squire waited on the knight much as the knight did on the earl, much in the position of an aide-de-camp of the present day. The page served earl, knights, ladies. But knight, squire, and page were all honorable titles, and borne by noblemen's sons. The page was often quite a boy, and when he grew older changed his duties for those of squire, till he was permitted to enter the knighthood. The present knight is described as being in a lord's service, and fighting under him in his war, but he was a man held in the highest honor. 35. See p. 48 and Appendix, p. 107. 36. On nommate bacheliers les chevaliers pauvres, les base chevaliers, quant soci avaient recula chevalerie, on les appellets chevaliers bacheliers, quant à l'ECUIA, squire, si était le prétendant à la chevalerie. Le Grand, Fabliaux and Contes. 37. Kaivachi, military expeditions. 38. See page 45, note 96. 39. Mr. Bell considers that these two lines refer to the squire's complexion of red and white. Spett thinks it means freckled. But there is little doubt that the material of his dress is what Chaucer means, for there is no other instance of Chaucer calling a complexion embroidered, and gorgeously flowered fabrics embroidered with the needle were peculiar to the period and in common use. 40. As it was the custom for sons to do. 41. Peacock's feathers on them instead of swans. 42. It was a sign of the yeoman's carefulness in his business that they stuck out from the shaft instead of drooping. 43. Bracer, a leathern defense for the arm, a similar shield is now worn in archery. 44. Buckler, a small shield, used chiefly for a warder to catch the blow of an adversary. Some pictures show the buckler to have been only the size of a plate, but it varied. In comparing the wife of Bath's hat to a buckler, Chaucer could not have meant so small a one. It was usual for serving men of noble families to carry swords and bucklers when in attendance on them. 45. Baldric, ornamented strap to suspend the horn or dagger. 46. Oaths were only too common among ladies as well as men. It was an exceptional refinement to use only a small oath. Tyrwhitt prints the name of the saint, Eloi, contraction of Eligius, a saint who, having been a worker in metals, was often invoked by smiths, see Friar's Tale,
and C. But Dr. Morris says Saint Louis is the old spelling of Saint Louis of France, by whom the prioress swore. 47. Bell approves reading voice for nose, as Spett has actually done. It has not struck either of them that Chaucer is all the way through laughing at the fastidious and rather over-attractive nun. 48. Knives and forks were not in use. People had to use their fingers, but some used them more agreeably than others. 49. At meals 1 cup for drinking passed from guest to guest, instead of each having his own glass, as now. It was considered polite to wipe one's mouth well before drinking, so that the next drinker should find no grease in the wine. The great stress Chaucer lays on the pretty nun's courtesy seems to hint at very dirty habits among ordinary folk at meals. 50. Mr. Bell naively points out the innocence and ignorance of the ways of the world which pervade the whole of the simple prioress's character. But you will notice that in laughing at the cheerful nun's affectation of court manners, Chaucer never once gives her credit for very high or noble character, though he does not speak ill-naturedly. I have ere now alluded to his dislike of the church, friars, nuns, and all included, and here he shows that her charitableness and compassion were spent on wholly inadequate objects. She is extravagant to the last degree in feeding her dogs, and weeping for dead mice, but nothing is said of charity to the poor, or any good works at all. She is too intent on fascinating everybody, and dressing smartly. There is sharp sarcasm in all this. 51. Wassail bread, a kind of cake, the most expensive of all bread. 52. Wimple, a loose covering for the neck, close up to the chin, plaited daintily, worn especially by nuns. 53. A rosary, the coral beads of which were divided by smaller ones, or gauds, of a green color. 54. Love conquers all things. The prioress might have twisted this device to refer to the text, the greatest of these is charity, but the double entendre is apparent. 55. From a French phrase, bon pour la maestrie equals good to excel all others. The monk bids fair to excel all others or outstrip the rest in promotion, on account of his worldliness. 56. The custom of hanging small bells on the bridle and harness of horses is still observed on the continent for the purpose of giving notice to foot passengers to get out of the way, but it was no doubt often used for ostentation. So Wycliffe inveighs against the clergy in his triology for their fair whores, and jolly and gay saddles, and bridles ringing by the way. 57. A bird more commonly eaten in those days than it is now, but expensive even then. 58. Limiter, a friar licensed to beg within a certain district or limit. This friar, no very pleasing character, is described as making such a good thing out of his begging, that he bribed his fellow friars not to come within his particular haunt, and interfere with his doings, an unprincipled dandy who is another instance of Chaucer's sarcasm against the church. 59. There were 4 orders of mendicant friars, Dominicans, Franciscans, Carmelites, and Augustines. 60. Franklins. A franklin was a rich landholder, free of feudal service,
holding possessions immediately from the king. CP 28. 61. Confession, absolution, and penance, sacraments in the Roman Catholic Church. 62. The rota was an ancient instrument of the guitar tribe. 63. Clerk, a scholar probably preparing for the priesthood. In many Roman Catholic countries it was the custom till very lately for poor scholars to ask and receive contributions from the people for the expenses of their education. They were often extremely indigent, coming from the laboring classes. The parson, for instance, spoken of later, is said to be brother of the ploughman travelling with him. The poor scholar and the good parson are birds of a feather. 64. Or, abounded, the oisnu, like the prof. Eng. Sni, sniv, snew, signifies to swarm. 65. The table dormant was a permanent table, not a board on trestles such as the ordinary one, mentioned on p2. It was only used by very rich people, for it was a new fashion, and expensive. See drawing of table dormant in 14th century, on page 28. 66. Well-to-do. 67. Chaucer speaks, you see, in very different terms of the poor and conscientious parish priest, who was supported only by his benefice and tithes of the people, a small income, from what he does of the monastic orders, corrupted by the wealth they had accumulated. Bell says, it was quite natural that Chaucer, the friend of John of Gaunt, should praise the parochial clergy, who were poor, and therefore not formidable, at the expense of the rich monastic orders who formed the only barriers which then existed against the despotic power of the aristocracy. But, however that may be, there is no doubt that these parish parsons actually were a much better and more honest class of men than the monks, and the begging friars, and all the rest, were at this time. They were drawn, like the Roman Catholic secular clergy of the present day, from the laboring classes. 68. No one of good position rode on a mare in the Middle Ages. 69. Summoner, an officer employed by the ecclesiastical courts to summon any persons who broke the law to appear before the archdeacon, who imposed what penalty he thought fit. The summoners found it to their interest to accept bribes, not to report offences, therefore bad people who could afford to pay got off, whilst those who could not afford to pay were punished with rigour. Many summoners extorted bribes by threatening to say people had transgressed the law who had not, and so they got to be detested by the masses, and Chaucer's hideous picture gives the popular notion of a summoner. 70. A face as red as the fiery cherubim, a rather profane simile. In many ancient pictures we find the cherubim painted wholly scarlet, and the term had become a proverb. Source phlegm is from salsum phlegma, a disease of the skin. 71. See note, p. 92, note 175. 72. Pardoner, seller of the Pope's indulgences. 73. A vernicle, diminutive of Veronique, was a small copy of the face of Christ, worn as a token that he had just returned from a pilgrimage to Rome. 74. The pardoner's eloquence and musical gifts account, perhaps, for the exquisite story he afterwards tells. 75. Mr. Wright says this place was situated at the second milestone on the old Canterbury Road. 76. Tyrwhitt. Hippolyta, Smithstick. 77. Fest in this place means rather festival than feast, as Theseus was only on his way to the city. 78. At this period, the personal pronoun you was used only in the plural sense, or in formal address, as on the continent now, whilst thou implied familiarity. The deity, or any superior, was therefore addressed as you, intimates and inferiors as thou. Throughout Chaucer the distinction is noticeable, but as the present mode reverses the order, I have in my lines adhered to no strict principle, but have used the singular or plural personal pronoun according as it seemed most forcible. 79. Thebes, in Greece. 80. A garment worn over the armor, on which the armorial bearings were usually embroidered, for the purpose of recognition. See Tabard, p. 48. 81. The rites and ceremonies, observed on the approach of spring, from the earliest times in many countries, but which have now died out in England, are among the most natural and beautiful of all popular fetes. I have already in the preface alluded to the custom of riding out into the fields at daybreak to do honor to May, the month which was held to be the symbol of springtime. Rich and poor, the court and the commoners, all rode out with one impulse. Boughs of hawthorn and laburnum were brought home to decorate all the streets, and dancing round the maypole, and feasting, and holiday-making, were observed almost like religious rites. It was a great privilege to be elected Queen of May, and one which every young maiden coveted. At a later time we read of Henry VIII. And Queen Catherine of Aragon formally meeting the heads of the Corporation of London, on Shooter's Hill, to go a-maying. But one thing should be remembered when we see how many pleasures were referred to May, and how much more people seemed to count on the weather of a month nowadays proverbially disappointing. The seasons were not the same then as they are now. Not because the climate of the land has altered so much, though that may be fairly surmised, but because the seasons were actually arranged otherwise. In Chaucer's time, May began 12 days later than our May, and ended in the midst of June, and therefore there was a much better chance of settled weather than we have. This fact also accounts for the proverbial connection of Christmas and hard weather, snow, and ice, which we get as a rule in January, while December is foggy and wet. 12th day was the old Christmas day. See page 4. 82. At point devise, with exactness. 83. The love of the Anglo-Saxons and the early English for flowers is very remarkable. The wearing of garlands of fresh flowers was a common practice with both sexes, a beautiful custom, followed by the Romans, and previously by the Greeks. 84. Formal compacts for the purpose of mutual counsel and assistance were common to the heroic and chivalrous ages. B. 85. The words court and royal, now applied only to the sovereign of the land, were applicable then to the domains of the great nobles, who were to all intents and purposes kings. Their pride, and wealth, and immense power, made them very formidable to the sovereign, as we constantly find in following the history of England or any other country. They often mustered as big an army as the king, because they could afford to pay the knights, see note, p. 19, and were invincible in their strongholds, surrounded by their serfs dependent on them. 86. Tirewit. 87. Crop, the top of the wood, briars, the thorny brushwood and weeds growing on the ground. This pretty metaphor well expresses the fluctuating moods of an overwrought state of feeling. 88. Tirewit. 89. Harness was a technical term for the complete armor or equipment, as opposed to portions, which were equally armor. 90. Even these similes separate the two characters. The lion may be mad with rage, the tiger, which is a cat, is crafty as well as fierce. 91. An exaggeration simply for picturesque effect, such as many have indulged in since Chaucer. 92. The helmet entirely concealing the face. 93. Ho was the word by which the heralds or the king commanded the cessation of any action. 94. What were called the lists were the places built and enclosed for combats on horseback, and tournaments. These combats got sometimes very serious, and many knights and horses were wounded, or even killed. 95. A form of torture to extort confession. Theseus' grim humor at this juncture implies how far lightlier human life was held then than now. But he was naturally in a great rage when he knew who the knights were. Palaemon's insolent address in the singular personal pronoun was not likely to mollify him, coming as it did from a captive, though an equal by birth. 96. How idealized, and how idolized, the passion of love had crowned to be with the new elevation of woman's condition in these times is well known. Love literally covered a multitude of sins. The malefactor was pardoned whose offenses were caused by love. The rough was made smooth for the feet of love to tread upon. There was a reason for this. It is but too true that the morals of the people will not bear the light of modern times, but it would be unfair to judge them by that light. Those were rough days, when laws were often feeble, narrow, or ill-enforced. The want of legal organization placed a great refining and ennobling power in the hands of women. Many a knight, who was coarse or cowardly, was pricked to courteous ways and deeds of courage by his love of some fair woman, when without it he would have sunk lower and lower in vice and degradation. The arts were ofttimes cultivated to win a woman's ear or eye. Knowledge itself was sought for her sake, for knowledge is power. Of course the love of courtesy, valor, and learning were deeply rooted in the age, or the woman's sympathy could not have existed. But her encouragement of all that was aesthetic, her influence over men, and therefore the impetus she gave to the higher life, must never be underrated, however we may reprove the errors of that day. The institution of actual courts of love, tribunals for the judgment of love matters, bearing a definite recognition, and which seem so strange, almost repulsive to us, presided over as they were by ladies only, was the result of the worship of physical beauty and the passion which it inspired, and the proof, however grotesque, of the real value seen to lie in it. This will be better understood when we observe that even children were encouraged to cultivate somewhat of this ideal love, and the childish education of boys and girls consisted to a very large extent in learning the art of writing love letters. Thus Palamon's and Arcite's adoration of fresh Emily are seen to be neither exaggerated nor futile. 97. To pipe in an ivy leaf, a proverbial expression, similar to go whistle, meaning to be engaged in any useless employment. 98. The tournament, great as the loss of life often was, seems to have been the greatest delight of the people in the Middle Ages. The ladies especially loved them, as they were often in homage to themselves. The victor in the mimic battle received a crown from the queen of the tournament. In this case, Emily is not asked whether she likes to be disposed of thus coolly. But she could not fail to be touched by the great compliment paid her. 99. There are no portraits, otherwise, of these two princes, whose characters are so clear and forcible all through that some physical description is sorely needed. The portraits of the two sovereigns fit singularly well the fierce, passionate nature of Palamon, and the cooler but equally noble one of Arcite. 100. Kempt Hiers. Dr. Morris rejects the usual rendering of the word kempt as combed, and asserts that it means the very reverse, and, instead of smoothly combed, means bent, curled, and hence rough, shaggy. A similar term occurs a few lines farther on, describing the hair kempt behind his back where Dr. Morris reads combed. It seems, however, contrary to the rule of courtesy observed by lovers, that a noble knight should appear at a festival like a wild man of the woods. If, on the other hand, the shaggy hairs were on the eyebrow, it certainly adds to the ferocity of his look. I prefer the former reading for Emily's bridegroom. 101. See page 42, note. 102. Elands. A species of dog used for hunting the boar, and CSP Elano. Spett says they were greyhounds, tire-whipped mastiffs, much esteemed in Italy in the 14th century. C. Cotgrave, Alan, a kind of big, strong, thick-headed, and short-snoted dog, the brood whereof came first out of Albania. 103. See Appendix, p. 111. 104. A kind of rich silk. 105. The mantelli was at first devised to protect the burnished helmet from becoming inconveniently heated by the sun. It became afterwards fantastic in form, and is the origin of the mantling seen in modern coats of arms. 106. This fair countenance is oddly assigned to an Indian monarch, but some of the details of his appearance are poetic embellishments and must not be relied upon. The white eagle carried for his pleasure is probably one of the many exaggerations for picturesque effect, and is only a magnified falcon, a bird which was at this time the constant companion of the noble. Hawking was in high favor, and the bird's tameness depended on its habituation to its owner's voice and touch. A little later on the hawks are mentioned as sitting on perches during the festival. Such perches were in every room and hall in common life, so provision had to be made for their accommodation on the grandest occasions. In Rights Womankind we read, different species of the hawk were allotted to persons of the different grades and ranks of society. Thus we are told that the eagle and the vulture belonged to the emperor, from which we must understand that the emperor was not expected to go often a-hawking. Evidently Chaucer was well read in his books on falconry. 107. Carol, Tirewit. The other editions have dance, was a round dance. 108. The term for the whole panoply of knight or steed, armor and coat armor included. 109. A knight in armor was in very little danger from a cut of a broadsword, or even from the blow of a mace, but a thrusting sword might easily pierce through the joints of his armor. Bell. 110. Tirewit's and Bell's editions read, Farewell, my sweat, farewell, mynmly. 111. Tirewit. Overnome is participle past of overnehmen, sax, to overtake. The following, and the sixth line further on, are also Tirewit's reading. 112. See Chaucer for Schools, p. 86, for some curious details. 113. The summoners and the friars were naturally always at variance, both deriving their money from the same source. Both belonged to the church, but the summoner was legally qualified to extort, whilst the friar was only permitted to beg. Thus, if the summoner had been to a house first, the friar was likely to suffer. 114. Houses of ill fame were exempted from ecclesiastical interference on the ground that they were a necessary evil, and might be thus better surveil. 115. Gale, sing, it means here, if the summoner likes to squeak when he feels the shoe pinch, let him. 116. A dog trained for shooting with the bow, part of whose education consisted in following the stricken deer only, and separating it from the herd. Bell. 117. Rybibe, a shrill musical instrument, metaphorical for a shrill old woman. 118. Tirewit. 119. The hell of the Teutonic race, before they were Christians, was in the north, and after their conversion, as their converters adopted their name, only giving the place a Christian character, it was natural that the people should retain their original notion of its position. Bell. 120. Tirewit. 121. Money forced out of people by threats or ill usage. 122. A proverbial expression. 123. Tirewit. 124. Tirewit, more forcible. 125. The first quarter of the artificial day, i.e. 9 o'clock. 126. Tirewit. Morris has nothing for to lear. 127. This verse means, you shall hereafter understand this subject so well, as to be able to give lectures on it, as a professor in his chair, chair being the term for pulpit or professor's chair, can part of the verb can, to know or be able, and read, to counsel. The evil one is sarcastic on the special wickedness of the summoner. 128, alluding to Aeneas' visit to infernal regions, 6th book of Aeneid, and Dante's Inferno. 129, the text has height, Scott, height, broke, what spare ye for the stones? And it is singular that hate is still the word used by waggoners in Norfolk to make their horses go on, while Scott remains one of the commonest names for a horse in Norfolk and Suffolk. The Reeves horse in the prologue is called Scott also. Brock means a badger, hence applied to a grey horse. The carter presently calls this horse Myn Orphan Liard, grey, boy. 130. The value of 12 pence may be estimated by the relative value of food and labour. Bell says, 12 pence would have bought 2 dozen hens, or 3 gallons of red wine, or hired a dozen common labourers for 12 days, but surely he means a dozen labourers for 1 day, or 1 labourer for 12 days. 131. There was then no means of conveyance for people who could not walk except horseback. 132. A libel, a copy of the information or indictment. A libel is still the expression in the ecclesiastical courts. Bell. The abuses, we see, have led to another interpretation of the word libel, as libellous. 133. This singular, to us, term as applied to Christ, was of course borrowed from the popular notion of warfare, when each knight, inspired by some fair inciter, was the more valiant for her sake. The term is both picturesque and forcible as an appeal to the common understanding, in which the friars were naturally adepts. 134. Tirewit. 135. The summoner's tale, omitted, follows here. 136. Students then entered the university at a far younger age than at the present day, almost indeed when boys now enter the public schools, so that the Clerk of Oxford may have been but a boy, which would account for his diffident demeanour, yet his education and knowledge might warrant mine host's fear of his being too learned for them. 137. Table, a board upon trestles. 138. These are the lines on which the supposition is based that Petrarch and Chaucer had met. 139. Joannes of Lignano, near Milan, a canonist and natural philosopher, who flourished about 1378. b. 140, Sorlazo, a marquisate near Mount Viso, Lat. Vesulus. 141. Courage is used in several senses: impulse, as in the opening lines of the prologue, feeling, or disposition may be implied. The word is derived from the Latin cor, the heart. 142. See note 144 below. 143. The courtesy of modern times is all that remains of the old custom of kneeling. 144. The house without. In these early times, dwelling places were usually built within a court. The court was, among the poor, a spot enclosed by a hedge or fence of sticks, and often a dry ditch. In the middle of this enclosure or house, The hall in which they lived stood, a mere covered room. The chamber or bower, for sleeping and privacy, was a second erection within the court, but, in the case of so poor a man as Janicula, probably there was but one covered room, hall or chamber, used for any purpose of shelter. So when the guests came into the house without, the enclosure is meant, within which a single hut stood, built of planks. Janicula's ox, used for draught, as now in Italy, inhabited the hut with them, and Griselda sets down her can in the stall when she enters the hut. In and around Naples we may still see the turkeys, pigs, and donkeys sharing the hovels with the peasants in this miserable way. 145. On the continent, even at the present day, the bride is expected to assent to the bridegroom chosen by her parents. Walter treated Griselda with especial consideration and respect by consulting her. Skeat quotes the legal formula of refusal, le roi s'avisera, to show that Walter's question, will ye assent, or else jou avis, gave her the chance to refuse. 146. In the 14th century it was the custom for everybody to go to bed with the sun. They rose in the morning at 4 or 5, had breakfast at 6, dinner at 10 or 11, and supper about 6. 147. Sergeant and servant are doublets. Skeat. Probably he was a cross between a highwayman and a soldier. Sergeant at one time meant squire to a prince or nobleman. 148. Tirewit. 149. It was common, nay usual, in medieval times for noble children to be put out to nurse in the family of some equal or dependent, for purposes of security. The removal of Walter's children from the mother was not an outrage, but concealing their fate from her was. 150. Panico, Petrarch, Panigo, Bocchese. I cannot be sure of the situation of this place, but there is a certain Paganico near Urbino, marked in old maps as a castle or fortress, which is not too far from Bologna to be possibly the place referred to. A river Panero flows between Modena and Bologna. 151. Tirewit. 152. It was not uncommon in olden times for girls to be married at 12 years of age. 153. Skeat. 154. The smock, or shift, was a high garment with long sleeves, often embroidered with black stitchery. 155. A jane is a small coin of Genoa, Janure. The meaning is, your praise is dear enough at a farthing. B. Or the verse may be taken to mean, the smallest coin is dear enough to you when you are tired of better, for novelty's sake. 156. Skeat, also second line beyond. 157. Tirewit and skeat. 158. Tirewit. 159. Skeat. 160. Skeat and tirewit. 161. For the analysis of these two remarkable and elaborately worked out characters, see Chaucer for Schools, p. 111. 162. Basse-Bretagne in France, called anciently Britannia Armorica. 163. See notes to this tale, p. 91, touching the homage paid to women during the Middle Ages. 164. Penmark is placed on the maps on the western coast of Brittany, between Brest and Port-l'Orient. 165. The only means of subsistence a knight had was fighting, of course for hire. 166. Backgammon. 167. About the 20th of May by our almanac. 168. Clerk at that time denoted a man of learning, and a student at the universities, generally in holy orders. 169. Natural magic, Chaucer. All kinds of conjuring were very popular at this time. The minstrels or jongleurs added to their other accomplishments marvelous skill in sleight of hand, derived from the East, hence the modern signification of the word juggler. It is quite clear that many of their tricks were due to electrobiology, a science known to those mighty cultivators and preservers of learning, the Arabs. For some knowledge of what we owe to the Arabs, and of their influence upon medieval European literature, I refer the reader to the Literary Remains of Emanuel Deutsch, published by John Murray, containing 2 articles on Arabic poetry, and to Draper's Popular History of the Conflict between Religion and Science. 170. This and the following line are not in Morris's edition. 171. Bell's edition. This and the next 6 lines are not in Morris's edition. 172. Equal to 8 or 10 times the amount now. 173. Equivalent to what is done cannot be undone. 174. I could not resist inserting the vigorous old words. 175. The ale stake was a stake set up as a sign before the inn, generally adorned with a bush. This custom prevails in Normandy still, where you may see a goodly bunch of mistletoe hanging out wherever wine or cider is sold. 176. A small bell used formerly to be rung before the corpse as it was carried to the grave, to give notice to those who were charitably disposed that they might pray for the soul of the deceased. Our passing bell has the same origin, though the reason for it has ceased. Bell. 177. Perhaps an allusion to the great pestilence which devastated Europe during the 14th century. This pestilence means during this pestilence, as this year means during this year. Bell. 178. This is still the ceremony used in taking an oath in courts of justice in Prussia. Bell. Notice the emphasis laid on their close friendship, and their constant allusion to their being all one over and above the solemnity of the profane vow they make. 179. The kindly custom of greeting passers-by, now rapidly going out even in our country districts, was more common in days when passers-by were infinitely rarer. Probably half a mile from the inn the road was lonesome enough, wherefore the old man's anticipation of rough treatment from 3 reckless and half-tipsy ruffians was not unreasonable. His calm and fearless answer was the wisest as well as the most dignified course to pursue with such assailants, being calculated to sober them as well as to save himself. 180. Making a jest of the close coverings and wraps of old age. 181. Caitiff, wretch, wretched. Italian, cattivo, captive. Father Chatif, poor, wretched, paltry, pitiful, and sea captive seems to give the most pathetic meaning, as though death were a looked-for freedom by a restless prisoner in the body. Fugitive is the next best for the sense, as the old man may be supposed to be flying to the gate for safety and comfort. 182. Hair shroud, sackcloth, the roughest cloth. 183. Tyrwhitt's edition has the less bloody threat, tell where he is, or thou shalt it abbe. 184. The old man probably saw that the young men were scarcely responsible for their actions, and determined to wreak violence on someone, and therefore he played on their mood to avert their violence from himself to some other object. 185. Tyrwhitt. 186. Probably in the vessels, and sea, which had contained the food, thus avoiding the appearance of transporting treasure. 187. Shall counsel he kept between us. Literally, in schoolboy's language, mum's the word, a. 188. Bell's edition. 189. Games which we now leave to children were formerly as popular with grown-up people. Hunt the slipper and blind man's buff were 200 years ago the common recreation of ladies and gentlemen, and wrestling and other romping was indulged in far more commonly than now by young men. Playing at ball was a favorite pastime. 190. Tyrwhitt. Utterly, utterly, beyond all things. Vide the French, outre mesure, beyond measure. The common medieval expressions, out of measure, out of doubt, were probably from the same word, outer equals beyond. 191. Tyrwhitt. 192. Cast, as in cast a nativity means fix upon, arrange, discover. 193. Tyrwhitt. 194. Avicen, Ibn Sina, an Arabian physician of the 10th century. Fen, apparently an Arabic word, is the name given to the sections of Avicenna's great work on physic, entitled Canon. Tyrwhitt. 195. A play on the word, light meant also fickle or untrue. 196. Tyrwhitt has treasure, Morris has tesoreria, treasurer. The former seems the most appropriate to a lady-love. A similar expression is found in Li Cong's Aidan d'Arras, Ms de la Vallière, number 2736 Bible. Imp, de mon cuirassiers tesourier. 197. Bereft of money as a friar's tonsure is of hair. 198. Bell's edition reads 10, taken. 199. Tyrwhitt's and Bell's editions. Morris has do well. 200. Fortune with her wheel. 201. Kick against the pricks. 202. For the clay pot is the weaker of the two. 203. Tirewit. Morris has daunt and dauntist, father, dompter, meaning control. 204. See notes by the way p. 103. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Chaucer for Children, a golden key updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.